What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my story video for Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, which has been a labor of love over the past several weeks. I believe I've spent about 3 weeks specifically on this, including gathering footage, playing the game, and then editing, of course. And believe it or not, the beginning of this video, what I'm talking about right now, is the very last of it to be recorded. And I wanted to use this section to set up the video, as well as simply share some appreciation for anyone watching this now or in the future, of course. So I have spent an enormous amount of time covering this game ever since it launched, and even before that via its beta and whatnot, and it's a game I truly love. It's been a tremendous boon to the channel, myself, and hopefully, by extension, you for being part of the community around this one. I made this video with the express intent of basically trying to show people some of the key story moments, including companions, the secret ending, and mythic paths, that they might not otherwise get to see without spending 100+ hours playing through the game again, as tends to be the case for most people. I've broken that down by act and what you can expect in each place, and I've tried to present that in the most logical way possible, at least to me, but it's important to note that I'm not really covering any side content outside of the companions and the mythic path stuff, which means there are quests and the like that I obviously don't mention at all, but I still wanted to cover the highlights of what people likely wanted to know if they clicked on a video like this. I also wanted to, at the beginning here, simply take a moment to say thank you, so you don't have to wait till the very end of the video to hear it, because outside of just the tremendous amount of effort this video took, I realistically would have never bothered without having shared it likely with many members of the community that are watching this specifically. So if you just watch all of my other content and are just wanting to see what this game I talk about is all about, or if you've been with me since like 10,000 subscribers when I started covering Pathfinder games to begin with, truly thank you, and I hope you enjoy this. And our journey begins at the market square of Canabris. Canabris being one of the towns that houses a ward stone that creates a sort of fence to contain what is called the world wound, from which pour demons and all sorts of other nastiness, which threatens to overtake the place, and thus the Crusaders in towns like Canabris, which ring the world wound, protect against. However, focusing purely on ourselves, we arrive in a somewhat mysterious circumstance. We have been injured in some way. Crusaders found us outside the city's walls, and we don't really know how we got here, but obviously you can make up that backstory if you wish, but your sort of amnesia is important to the story later. After a quick introduction to a few of the characters, you'll be directed to simply enjoy the festival that is currently going on, which basically involves doing a couple of interactables around the square here. A throwing knife competition, punching a dummy, drinking a little bit, and once you've completed 2 of those activities, the square will suddenly be attacked and invaded by demons, which shouldn't be possible because of the ward stone keeping them contained. So obviously this has other implications, but in the immediate case, the city's defender, Tyrindalev, a silver dragon, attempts to defend the city only to be very quickly and almost immediately destroyed by none other than the demon lord Discari, the demon lord of locusts. Our character will make for a place to hide before running into one of the characters that brought us into the square to begin with. They offer us 2 different forms of help, a defensive scroll or a weapon to fight with, and they can also answer some questions for you. But the main thing you want to do here is actually choose to accept a weapon, or say ask for one from this character, because that's actually important for the secret ending, which I'll also be covering in this particular video. And this is one of essentially 2 choices you can make in Act 1 that are incredibly important to the secret ending. So make sure you accept a weapon from this guy. In any event though, Discari will ultimately use his giant scythe to rend a hole in the city, knocking you into it, sending you into the underground. You'll wake up or come to in a cave, seemingly by yourself, but if you pay close attention, you'll actually notice that someone has casted Featherfall on you, which you might think is a plot thing, just to make sure you didn't die here, but that is actually important later as well. And once you come to, you're immediately going to be met by a woman named Sela and another woman named Aniva. Sela is going to be one of our companions, and if you're unaware, she is what is referred to as an iconic Pathfinder character. That is to say, she is the class representative for paladins in Pathfinder, and you can talk with them a little bit and choose to help Anivia, who's been crushed under a rock, and thus hurt her leg. Once this situation is resolved, which teaches you a little bit about skill checks, you can then move on, pick up a few weapons from a chest, and then almost immediately come upon some silver scales from Tyrindalev. These are important as well. You're going to find 2 of them down here. They're quite easy to find, very shiny. They can be useful magical items, but you need to keep one of them. Just have it hang out in your inventory. It's for a mythic path later. Shortly after this, you're going to run into Camellia, or Camellia. I never quite learned how to pronounce this woman's name. A noble half-elf woman hovering over a corpse who also seems to have been knocked down here in the aftermath of the attack. And after a short conversation with her as well, she can ultimately join your party. Now, a short ways after this, we're going to find a ruin underground, where we're going to run into Winduag and Lan. Both of these characters are what are known as mongrels. Mongrels are what is left of the descendants of some of the original Crusades, because a property of the World Wound is that it is corrupting. Anybody caught simply in its presence for long enough will be warped by the chaotic energies from the planes of the abyss. The first Crusades were not aware of this and thus marched unprotected, and as a result, them and later on their descendants became mutated, which is how you get people like these two, thus known as the mongrels. Obviously, people don't like to look at them, so a lot of them simply live underground in the caves of Canabras. Now, Winduag and Lan can both serve as companions, but for most of the game you're only going to have one of them. They have more or less a very similar approach to combat, with both of them being very accomplished archers. But what are these two doing down here specifically? Well, they're in this ruin looking for a sword that is supposedly a leftover from an angel that died down here. And after a short interaction with the ruins, you can actually find exactly that sword, and it seems to interact with you in some way, reopening the wound on your chest that was healed when you entered the market square, and also showing you visions of the angel that this sword belonged to. And you can choose to either take the path of mercy or retribution here in this little book event where you can read all about this. Now, regardless of your options there, after that happens, you'll get your first mythic path option. Now, angel and demon are always available no matter what, so this isn't a huge deal, and we'll go over how to unlock the others, but in this particular instance, we can choose to reveal the light of this sword, proving that we've been touched by the angelic plane in some way. Everyone is very impressed by this because it's certainly out of the ordinary, and these two mongrels decide to take you back to their village so you can show this power to their chieftain. So maybe they might be convinced to help you in the demonic invasion up above. Now, the rest of this little mini dungeon you've been dropped into is effectively just fighting your way to the village until right before you get to the end of it, where Winduag pulls you to the side and specifically asks you not to reveal the light to the chief, saying that it will basically convince all of the mongrels to do the naive thing, which is to charge through what is called the shield maze, which is the only way up to the surface from down here. She thinks this will get everyone killed, or so she says, and simply asks you not to show it, which becomes an important decision we're about to make very quickly, because the very next place we'll arrive is inside the mongrel village, and we'll be talking to the chieftain in short order. You have an option here to either show him the light that you've received or not. This is actually a somewhat important decision for the next dungeon, because this decides which of the two, Winduag and Lan, are going to accompany you through the shield maze, the very first big dungeon of the game. Now, because they have a very similar playstyle, at this low level they're very similar, so don't be too concerned about how each one of them plays. But right after this conversation, you'll be confronted by one Horgus Gwyrm, who is a notable noble of Canabras up above, who is also knocked down here. He simply is going to pay you to find him a way out, which is what you're going to do anyway, so this is free money, and if you pass a check, you can get like 2,000 gold out of the guy, which is a lot in the early levels. That said, I mentioned this guy because he plays a role in one of your companion stories later, but we'll get to that. After this, you can run around the village a little bit before resting. Now, resting is not the normal resting here. You simply rest in one of the tents, which is a narrative thing, and once this is done and you wake up, one of either Lan or Winduag will have left your party based on your previous decision, before showing you the way to the shield maze from here. Now, the shield maze is, I would say, the first big test of this game, so to speak. It's the first proper dungeon, there's plenty of challenges to take on, and a fair bit of narrative context about the cultists that are underground here, which explains where at least some of the invaders from the invasion came from. Specifically, though, in the shield maze is a cult to the demon lord Baphomet. In order to get out of here, basically all you need to do is find one of the hands of Hosilla, which are going to have the key and things you need to get out into the proper end area of the dungeon, but there's a handful of things you might want to see and do here. For starters, you can find the sword called Radiance for Seela in particular. Radiance is a legendary weapon that, while you find it in a state of disrepair, can over the course of the game be upgraded into a truly phenomenal longsword that is very useful if you plan on using Seela much at all, as it's a sort of natural fit for her if you don't want to use it. You can also fight your first real challenging enemy via the large water elemental, which ended more than a fair few runs during the initial Iron Man competition Alcat held for this game, just as an aside. But either way, once you have the key you need to get out of here, you can make your way towards the final room. This is when you're going to start encountering actual demons you have to fight via low-level dretches and quasets. But once you make your way up the stairs, you're going to be greeted by a scene involving a Vrolakai, the mongrels that have been lost in the shield maze that Winduag or Lan would have told you about, which is why they were looking for the sword earlier in particular, as well as Hosilla, the leader of the cultists down here. Now, this demon, whose name I absolutely cannot pronounce, it's like Savamelik or something, is essentially turning the mongrels he captures into cannibals, which activates a certain latent bloodlust from their mongrel status that turns them into rage-fueled monsters themselves. This is obviously something we would like to prevent. However, as we rush to encounter this demon, the power in our chest from both our wound and the light we recovered in the ruins suddenly bursts forth from us in either a show of more heavenly, majestic power or simply the rage of a true demon. Now this is important because it gives us our first demon mythic path option, but again, these are the two defaults that you will always have access to, so pick whichever one you want. This decision does actually have a small consequence later in Act 1, but its effects are very minimal. Afterwards, this demon here will flee in awe of our power and leave Hosilla to deal with you. This is where you'll learn, if you have Winduag or Lan, it doesn't matter, that Winduag has actually been serving the cultists here. She has been luring in mongrels because the only person she's concerned with serving is whoever is strongest. But now that she's very convinced that you can potentially kill her former master, she's all in on siding with you. So Winduag will switch sides here, even if she was actually working with the cultists up to this point. After this, you get your first small boss fight in the name of Hosilla, who will summon some quasits about halfway through the battle, which are like demonic versions of imps if you're unaware. And then afterwards, you'll have a confrontation with Lan and Winduag. Whichever one wasn't with you will have joined the battle to fight with you as well, but these two come to a head here, and you'll be forced to make a decision about which one to side with. You don't have to pick whoever you traveled through the shield maze with, but you do have to pick one of them. This does not lock you off from having both of them, however, this will actually decide which of these two you get as a companion for a huge portion of the game, most of it really. Though that said, a lot of their companion stories plays out more or less the same anyway, so again, it's mostly a matter of preference, but Lan is obviously the good guy choice and Winduag is the evil monster. And honestly, both of them make great additions to a party. Now, regardless of who you choose here, afterwards, the rest of the mongrels will be brought inside the shield maze so they can take care of their fallen brethren who were forced to consume flesh. And you can sort of do whatever wrap-up stuff you need to do in the shield maze at this point. This is your last chance to buy anything from the vendor here or, pick up and sell all the junk before you move on. And that officially is the end of the prologue. But only the beginning of Act 1, because as soon as we exit the shield maze, we find ourselves in the basement of an area called the Grey Garrison. Now, technically, this next part is still part of the intro, but we are almost done with it. After we move up the stairs from arriving at the Grey Garrison, we'll run into Erebeth, a half-orc paladin of Iomedae, and more specifically Anevia's wife as well, and they will reunite as you brought both Horgus Gwyrm and Anevia from the underground with you here, and after their reunion, Erebeth will give you a lowdown on the situation, basically explaining that the way that demons were able to invade the city is that there was something wrong with the ward stone contained in the Grey Garrison, where you are now. Erebeth is here trying to lead a force to solve this situation, basically, and fight to the ward stone to hopefully put a stop to all this and purify it, or at least understand what's going on. This is going to be a very straightforward dungeon. You'll be back at the Grey Garrison later, but as you fight through it, you'll see some of the effects the cultists have had here and how deeply rooted they had actually managed to become before they invaded. and you'll have to fight off more of them down some hallways to your ultimate goal. Now, another portion of this will actually be you encountering Lilitu, which is a type of demon known as Minago. Minago is an old demon and was responsible for the fall of Dresden by corrupting a crusader known as Staunton, which is what this little interaction tells you. Staunton, a disgraced crusader, having relations with this demon led to the fall of one of the main cities around the world wound 70 years ago, and it hasn't been retaken since. Either way though, Minago will eventually run away, and you'll be left to fight some more demons before making it to the World Stone and confronting Minago herself. She basically explains that she is in fact corrupting it, which is what has allowed this invasion, but once she finishes the job, it should basically turn into a giant bomb and destroy the entirety of Canabras, and that's what she's working on now. Now obviously we would like to stop this and we get a few more mythic path options in relation to that, or you can simply attack, but this plays out pretty much the same no matter what, which is simply that you will not manage to win this fight, as Minago is actually a very high-level demon, but she's not interested in killing you. In her own words, she wants to see you run around the city and die like the rats that you are at the hands of overwhelming odds. So basically, after she wins, you black out, and you suddenly find yourself in Defender's Heart, which is a tavern that's going to serve as your main hub for the next of Act 1. Irabeth will greet you, explaining that they just barely managed to pull you out of the wreckage of the place and make it back to Defender's Heart where all the survivors are gathering, which leads us to the current situation. Now, as you explore Defender's Heart after you arrive for the first time, you'll be able to talk to a handful of people and get a lowdown on the situation. Basically speaking, the demons are very disoriented after their initial invasion, and with surprising amounts of resistance popping up over the city, they've had a rougher time of it than they might have imagined. So while things are not hopeless, they're also not looking good, and if we don't do something fast, the demons will manage to overrun the place, which is what we need to deal with. Irabeth will give you some of your main targets for the main story here, but there's a lot of stuff to do around the inn first. For instance, right after you leave your room, you're going to be talking to Anivia, who's going to give you information on an upcoming attack. Basically, one of the only timers that this game actually has is that in Act 1, you only have a few days before the Defender's Heart Tavern is attacked by demons, after they sort of rally their attack. However, not only should you not be super concerned about that because you can actually beat that timer and complete the act before it even happens, it's also important to mention that this is actually a timer that it's better if you fail. That is to say, just let it expire and let the attack happen so you can fend it off, which is going to get you both experience and rewards, which are better than what you'll get if you manage to do this in time. But we'll cover more about that fight later, but it is coming. We can also collect our reward from Horgus Gwyrm, who will pay us for having given him passage back to the city of Canabras from the underground, and he'll also, following this, give you a follow-up task to meet him at his mansion in town so he can recover some valuables there, which again is part of a companion quest you'll want to do. Now, both Anivia and the innkeeper can also give you optional locations on the map that you'll be able to go and explore, which you're definitely going to want to do for just the sake of loot and the like, so be sure to talk to them. Then you can interact with Hylor. Hylor, over near Irabeth, is actually your retrain companion, and if you talk to him enough, he'll even give you an elaborate side quest later on in the game. But I mention him because he's who you want to talk to if you want to either hire a mercenary instead of using one of the companions, and thus is important. Now beyond that, there's still a few other people we want to talk to at the Defender's Heart because there's a handful of companion stuff we can do here. If you talk to Sela, she'll give you her companion quest for the act, which is simply finding one of her friends, which you'll do in Market Square. And then there's also Woljif in the basement. This is a tiefling who has been locked up for being a thief, and if we so desire, we can have him set free to join us as a party member, because basically we need every hand we can get. Woljif will set us on a quest for him involving his thief friends and a problem they are having with somebody who stole from them, which sees us investigating a recent robbery. You want to do this because that will actually lead you to Finian, the talking weapon, a sort of mini companion that has a bunch of dialogue that can be added to situations, but also can transform into a variety of different weapons that can be very, very good, which is very useful if you need a very specific weapon type for a character. So you definitely want to do that. And you also want to talk to the blacksmith on the outside of Defender's Heart called Joran. This is actually Staunton's brother. Joran is the person who forged Radiance, so if you picked up Radiance in the Shield Maze, you can talk to Joran here, and he'll agree that when he meets you later, he'll form a new scabbard for it. This is one of the upgrades Radiance can get over the course of the game. You won't get it right here, obviously, but if you have this conversation with him, he will give it to you later when you encounter him. Now, after this, with the leads we have been given from the Defender's Heart, we can pretty much leave and go about the city doing what we need to do, which basically involves two things that Irabeth told us. To investigate the Tower of Estrad to see what the cultists are up to, and also talking to Staunton to track down someone called the Storyteller, who was here investigating the Wardstone before the invasion and thus might have some information for us. Now, at this point, you can pretty much tackle this act however you want, but we're going to go in a sort of set order here that makes sense. With that in mind, however, the only thing you have to do to complete Act 1 is make it through Market Square and then go talk to the Storyteller at the library. After you give him an item from the Market Square, he'll then basically tell you what's going on and give you what you need to go attack the Great Garrison, which is all you have to do, mandatory-wise, but there's a lot to do that affects the story that we're going to talk about. So let's start with the Tower of Estrad, a bit south to the Defender's Heart on the world map. At the Tower of Estrad, you'll be first encountered by a bunch of different visions of various angels. Now, depending on the decision you made at the very end of the shield maze about what to attack the Vrolikai demon with, their reaction will be different. If you use the angel option, they'll give you a blessing, and if you use the demon option, they'll attack you. So not a huge deal, but worth mentioning. Shortly after this, you'll run into Greybor, a contract killer who will later become a potential companion, but right now will not join you. He's here specifically to assassinate a particular cultist here. However, a bunch more of them showed up, making that much more difficult. Now, Greybor has decided to back off and basically tells you to do the same. And you can do that. You can choose not to go any farther until the attack on the Defender's Heart happens, at which point you can come back here and it will be much, much easier. But you can't actually attack right now and save yourself some time. If you can sneak around to either side of the arena, you can even set off a trap that will kill a bunch of them as well, making the fight much easier and more likely to go in your favor. Now, the reason you might want to do this is because the Tower of Estrad was actually a museum of sorts. And once we dispatch these arguing cultists, we can descend into that museum area where we can investigate a little bit. Now, down here, we'll first encounter Telmer, which is a very humorous interaction from someone who serves a lord called Xanthir the Plagued One, and this guy will either die in dialogue or allow you to save him, which has some minor effects later on, but isn't a huge deal. Now, after this, you can explore this little downstairs area where you can both find some great magical items, but you can also get some leads on the artifacts that were stolen from here. This is important because you'll actually get a lead if you're paying attention, like not in your journal or anything, about how to unlock the Lich mythic path as well as the Gold Dragon one later. But again, these are just hints, so I mention it because this is how you would learn about them potentially if you don't just encounter them naturally in Act 2, which is where we'll talk more a little bit about the Lich. Now, down here we can also pick up what the demonic invasion plans are, bring those back to Irabeth, close out a quest, and earn a reward. Now, after this, realistically, the only other place you could possibly go is Market Square. You have to go to Market Square because in order to reach the other half of the city, you have to complete a small errand here, and in order to complete the act, you need to find an item in the area where you started the game. Now, Market Square is home to a whole host of encounters, some optional, some more required, and it's also where we're going to start unlocking other mythic paths besides the two default options. Now, right away, you can simply interact with a big fire near the middle of the map to create a path across the city, allowing you to move through Market Square, which is nice on its own. Off to the side, we can also encounter Ember, another one of our companions. One of the more interesting ones, in my personal opinion. She's about to be executed by Crusaders, and you can step in and deal with that situation one way or the other before she joins your party. She doesn't really have anything else going on in Act 1, so she's just kind of with us from the ride from here on, but she makes a fantastic blaster caster, that is to say offensive mage. In a house nearby, we can encounter a demonic ritual that if you go through with and pass a check, you can actually summon what is called a Vrok, a sort of winged demon, which, just as a quick aside, will then go on to kill a couple of Crusaders on the map. But if you go there, kill the Vrok, you can actually pick up a really good shield that you wouldn't get until much later normally, which is also pretty nice. But right where you need to go for the main main story, you'll encounter two arguing crusaders, Ramian and Inquisitor Hulrun. Hulrun, you'll probably remember from the opening, as he's one of the characters that was questioning you when you were brought into the city square. He's arguing with Ramian because his temple, Priests of Desna, investigated the Ward Stone looking for a problem that they had prophetic dreams about beforehand, and Hulrun sees this as the smoking gun that proves they did this. So basically, the Inquisitor wants Ramian dead, and you can do that if you want to, or simply choose to get involved. Now, the easiest way to go about this is actually show Hulrun your magic angelic light, at which point he becomes much more pliable to the things you might want to do, and you can question him a whole bunch, and he'll stop lobbing accusations at you. Basically, though, he wants you to go kill Ramian, but he's also an awful person, so you might just want to kill him. We'll talk more about that in a second, but this is the lead-in to one of the ways you can unlock the Azada mythic path. Now, pretty much right next to this guy, we'll find the thing you have to come to Market Square for, which has all of this crazy magic around it, this big blue glow, which happens to be a purple stone knife, and upon touching it, we'll be met with a few different visions, specifically through the eyes of an Aeon. Aeons are sort of cosmic arbiters of reality and law. They are extremely powerful, but obviously not immortal. One seems to have been attached to this knife, and upon picking it up, it can show us a bunch of different permutations of the past, present, and the future. Now, at the end of this interaction, you're going to have two things. You're going to pick up this knife, as well as have the option to retain the Aeon Mythic power within yourself. If you don't do this, you won't be able to use the Aeon Mythic path later. So obviously you want to keep this with you if you plan on going down that route, or simply having it as an option. But that's all we can do with this right now, but this knife is important. Now, right near the knife, you can also find what is called a Midnight Bolt. This is a very special arrow that you're going to find a few of over the course of the game. It deals 50 points of damage to anything it hits. It cannot miss, and that damage cannot be reduced or changed in any way, which is a very good item, obviously. And it's important for the secret ending, so hold on to these when you find them. But we're not done yet, because just on the other side of this square area, you can follow this huge trail of blood, at which point you'll be greeted by a servant of Count Arende. This is a lead-in to another one of the companions that we can find, Dayran in particular, who's having a party that's about to become under attack, which is what this servant is telling you about, which we'll get back to in just a moment. Now, right near this, you can find the Temple of Desna that Ramian is holding out at. We can talk to him and choose to either kill him or figure out what we want to do from here, etc. But he is not interested in feuding, but basically as long as we don't kill this guy, we'll have a follow-up conversation with another acolyte of Desna called Ilks. Ilks, if you have this conversation, will ask you to find his friends, other acolytes of Desna. If you do this, this is the lead-in for the Azada mythic path, which we'll have to go to Count Arende's party in order to do, which we'll talk again a little more about momentarily. Now, other notable things you can get up to in Market Square are finding Seela's friend for her companion quest, encountering a Nabasu demon, which is another higher level demon that actually attacked Hulrun. You can also encounter and recruit the tieflings that are thieves to help you out later in the attack on the Grey Garrison, which is something you definitely want to do. And then we can also encounter a necromancer who's used the demonic invasion to simply enact his own plans, which is a fun little side encounter. But another big thing here is simply resolving the stuff between the Inquisitors and the Desna acolytes. So basically, if you don't kill either of these ones right away and you showed Hulrun your power of the angels, you can go back to him and basically convince him to leave and leave the Desna priests alone for right now. This also gives you the option to recruit either the Inquisitors or the Acolytes of Desna to help you in the attack on the Grey Garrison later. They are mutually exclusive, you will not be able to use both of them, and they're both pretty useful in their own way. But once you've got all of that knocked out, we can finally cross over to the other side of the world map in Act 1, which is Canabres. Now, sometime after this, you'll get an unavoidable random encounter, which is where you'll meet up with Ninio, another one of our companions who is a very bizarre, let's say, woman, all about gathering as much knowledge as possible so she can write this big encyclopedia she's working on. She is a fantastic illusion caster. She's actually one of the characters I like to put one of my favorite builds on, which is what I call the fearmonger, someone who leans into fear magic, which is extremely effective in the main story. But she gets a very humorous introduction as she's quizzing a bunch of cultists, and you can go along with that before rescuing her from them and choosing to take her on as a companion should you wish, but she can be a little grating at times, so there is that. Now, in any event, the other main thing we need to do for the story at this point is to encounter the storyteller at the Blackwing Library, which is a little north of Market Square once you've made it to the other side. This is where we're going to do a whole bunch of stuff all at once. So, when we arrive at the library, we'll find some knights as well as the storyteller about to be burned on a pile of books by people who look fishy, to say the very least, which means they're probably cultists. Now, it's actually pretty important that you pass at least one of the skill checks to determine who these people actually are. Because if you manage to do that, you'll get an option to A, avoid combat, but also unlock the Trickster Mythic Path, basically convincing them to not only not do what they're doing, but go to the Grey Garrison and set a huge fire there, which is going to save you some encounters later on when you attack the place. But you can only do this if you pass one of the checks that requires you to understand the people that you're looking at. After doing this, if you saved the Inquisitors and didn't let them get burned, you can also recruit them to join you in the attack on the Grey Garrison before talking to the storyteller. But before you do that, do remember to explore this library a little bit because there's some great magic items hidden behind a wall here, and you can also encounter Ulbrig for the first time. There's a griffin statue in the corner of the Blackwing Library that will come to life as you approach it before it gets up and flies off, and we'll get back around to that later. After this, go ahead and talk to the storyteller. He'll kind of explain who he is, how he got to be an old elf, and if you're completely unfamiliar with the guy, this is actually a returning character from Kingmaker who serves as a bit of a narrative device here and there. When we're ready, we're going to take him back to Defender's Heart, at which point he can start answering some of our questions and also perform a few different actions for us. For starters, in terms of the main story, he's going to investigate the purple knife we picked up at Market Square, which is going to tell us exactly what is wrong with the Wardstone and what we need to do to fix it, which is the information we need before we can officially start the attack on the Grey Garrison to end the act. However, that is not all this guy will do for us. He'll do a few other things, mainly investigating magical items of note that we find and telling us about them. If you hand him one of the scales of Terindalev that we picked up in the underground, he can give you the official lead-in quest for the Gold Dragon Mythic Path, which we can't do much else for until we get to Act 2, so we'll cover that later. But if you bring him specific artifact pieces alongside certain ingredients, he can also restore magical items for you, which can give you really strong artifact equipment, so that's something to note. But you won't have much to do there until Act 2 at the earliest, but mostly Act 3. Now, while technically you could end the act here, we're not quite done yet. There's a few other things to mention, because we still need to go rescue Count Arende, as well as encounter Horgus at his mansion, because that's a companion thing. So first and foremost, Arende Mansion. We can go here to find out that Count Arende is having a very raucous party, enjoying the end of the world before it is, of course, attacked by demons and we have to save everyone, at which point we can recruit Dayran to our party if we choose. And honestly, while I don't like him as a character, he has, I would say, one of the best companion quests, so definitely do that for the content, if nothing else. Now, once this is resolved and you're ready to leave, don't leave quite yet, because you may have noticed during the battle that you actually had help from an NPC nearby. This is actually Aranka, one of the acolytes of Desna that Ilks asked you to find. Talk to her. She's okay on her own, she's not helpless, but she will give you her shawl and tell you to go find her friend Tal, who is not actually as resourceful as she is, which you can find in Market Square. Once you go find him in Market Square and give him the shawl, he'll actually be encountered by the Inquisitors with Hulrun we met earlier. It is possible to resolve this peacefully, but it's a little tricky. You need to pick the good option and then follow that up with using the Mythic Path option for the Angel. If you choose anything else, you will either have to let them take Tal or fight the Inquisitors. Either option will kind of mess up content for you, so this is the one option where even if you're playing the bad guy, it's generally better to resolve this peacefully if you want like maximum content. Now, as long as Thal didn't get arrested here, you can then go meet the Acolytes of Desna back at their temple. This is how you're going to initially unlock the Azada mythic path officially, as you'll sing a song with them which happens to transport you to the plane of Elysium, the chaotic good plane of Celestials known as the Azada. Going along with what they have to say will give you access to the option to pick the Azada mythic path later, which will officially unlock everything we can unlock in Act 1, as the Lich option, the only option we haven't discussed at the initial choice point, isn't available until Act 2, though you can get some hints about where to find it at. Which leaves us with Horgus's Mansion, the battle at Defender's Heart, and then the Grey Garrison. So Horgus's Mansion is a small mini dungeon where you're going to go there, clear it out of demons, and allow Horgus to retrieve his belongings. Now, throughout the mansion, you can discover some, let's say, questionable things about what kind of items he keeps around his house, but after you've rid the place of demons and signaled him to come inside, he'll show you to a secret back room where he's here to actually collect a bunch of portraits that don't quite line up with reality. Basically, people you don't recognize, and one of the portraits actually has Camellia in it, one of our companions. This is where you discover that Camellia is actually Horgus's illegitimate daughter. He had her with a servant, which would have lowered his noble status, so while she was raised in nobility with the best teachers and everything, she was never officially acknowledged as his daughter, and this is a hidden fact. Because Horgus here is actually impersonating the real Horgus, who he used to simply play with as a child before their family was wiped out, and he claimed to be them. This isn't plot-critical information, but it is important for Camellia's story later, so I wanted to mention it here. Now, by this point, or potentially before this point, you'll have been called back to Defender's Heart to fend off the demonic attack. It is possible technically to do all of this stuff before that happens, but again, you don't want to do that, so if it still hasn't popped at this point, you just rest until it happens, and then you can go through with the attack and thus reap the rewards. Now, the battle itself is pretty straightforward when you're ready to start it, though you can't kind of leave the area once it's initiated. And once the fight starts, basically you'll have to defend the defenses of the tavern. Basically, every so often, waves of enemies will spawn in, which will include some alchemists. The alchemists will throw firebombs at the defenses. You have to make sure they don't destroy all of them in order to win, while also fighting off all of the enemies, of course. This can be a little difficult, and even if you fail it, the game is not technically over, but you don't want to fail this. Now, at the end of this, you know you're towards the end of it when a Minotaur smashes through one of the gates and serves as a sort of final enemy for this particular encounter. But basically, prioritize the alchemists, let some of the NPCs do the work on the other cultists. There's a lot of them. You don't have to bother with the melee guys too much because they'll usually run for a meat grinder of crusaders towards the middle of the area, so you can kind of let them be, but don't let it get too far. Now, if you fail this battle, you're in for a real bad time. You won't actually lose the act or anything, but what will happen is that all of the recruits that you've gathered up to help you attack on the Grey Garrison will no longer be able to do so, and you'll be going in at a huge disadvantage. Now, if you win this attack, you will get a bunch of rewards from the battle itself, but also from the Through the Ashes campaign. So the first of the DLCs I want to mention, there is a standalone DLC called Through the Ashes for this game. It takes place alongside Act 1, basically telling you the story of some survivors who were simply trying to make it to the Defender's Heart. While the battle for Defender's Heart is going on, they are having their final battle in the basement of the tavern, which serves as the conclusion to that DLC. It's not terribly important to the main story yet, but they encounter a very specific type of demonic energy that they track down in the follow-up DLC to that called Lord of Nothing. But for the main story, all you need to know that is if you've completed Through the Ashes up to this point, you'll get some extra rewards right after this battle, specifically a Rod of Mortiferous Blizzard that allows you to turn any spell into cold damage and has some cool effects, which was kind of neat, but it's more of a thing later. Now, after the Defender's Heart battle, before you actually go attack the Grey Garrison, you might want to return to Market Square because a couple of things will will have changed, which is another reason you want that battle to happen. Because if you go back to the market square, you can have a fight with that Nabasu that you've seen running around, and it's a tough fight, but if you kill it, you can get a really great amulet for that level. But once pretty much all of that's done, you'll finally be ready to make for the attack on the Grey Garrison. Now this is the point of no return for Act 1. Once you do this, you won't be able to do anything else in this act. However, right as you go to do this, you'll almost certainly encounter Olbrig. He'll come crashing into the tavern as you go to return, potentially a little before this, but it usually happens right around this time. And Olbrig is the griffin we encountered at the Blackwing Library. He is from a time long past in Old Sarkoris, which is what this area was called before the world wound happened, and he's been a statue basically ever since, so he has no idea what's going on. So he kind of partners up with you as a companion added by the Last Sarkorians DLC, which takes place during the main game, so we'll cover that. But this is where, if you've started a fresh game, you'll encounter him for the first time as a companion, and he'll join you. And as a shifter, very, very strong. They are a great damage class, and he gets a unique transformation into a griffin. But when you're ready, start the attack on the Grey Garrison, and you can get going. Now, right as you go to initiate the attack, that is to say, you assault the Grey Garrison from a secret path you'll have sort of discovered or heard mentioned up to this point, but it doesn't make much of a difference in terms of how you actually get there. You'll essentially pop up in the basement of the place. And immediately upon arriving, you're going to be given some buffs. If you saved the knights at the Blackwing Library, they'll give you a big haste buff that should last this entire dungeon if you're good at it, and it's incredibly useful. You'll also notice some people following you. The knights you just saved will join you after buffing you and help you in combat, and the tieflings, if you saved them, will also be here. They're going to disarm a big trap for you, which will make your life much easier. And then if you have the acolytes of Desna with you, they'll also be here to help you in combat, but they'll also sleep certain demon enemies, allowing you to get the first move on them, thus making combat easier. Now, if you have the Inquisitors instead of the Acolytes of Desna, there's a big sort of mini-boss halfway through this dungeon that they'll warp into and help you with, making it a significantly easier fight. But this dungeon is great. There's all sorts of optional encounters, but there's a handful of things I need to mention. As we make our way through this dungeon, we'll eventually see a short cutscene where Minago, the Lilitu from earlier, actually abducts Staunton, that dwarf that she beguiled and caused the fall of Dresden with. In a side room, we'll actually encounter a woman who is later confirmed to be Arilu Vorlesh in a sort of creepy who is this sort of encounter. That's very important for later. Keep that in mind. We can also find some notes for the storyteller in here, which is very important for the secret ending, because if you find enough of the Elven notes for the storyteller, it makes some skill checks you'll have to pass later much, much easier, and you'll find the first of those in the Grey Garrison. And there's all sorts of other puzzles and things to find along the way, but that's most of the important stuff. Now, eventually, you're going to make your way back to the Wardstone, where you were at the beginning of the act, where you're going to be able to interact with it, which is where you're going to be met with a very important few choices. Basically, upon interacting with the Wardstone, you're going to make a discovery, which is that the problem with the Wardstone is that it was actually created by trapping angels inside of it, angels that have since become discordant in their duty. In order to keep the world wound at bay, they've effectively crafted these Wardstones out of angelic power by trapping them in there, sealing the world wound with effectively all of this celestial power. We obviously have to do something about this point, and if you still have the Aeon power with you and you didn't let it dissipate, you have three options ultimately, which are to use the angel mythic path and side with the angels inside the stone that want to continue their purpose, using the angel or demon mythic path to confront the very angry angels that are trapped in here and either quell their anger or unleash it completely, and then finally use the Aeon mythic path option to effectively set this right, because what you're seeing here is actually an affront to cosmic order. Angels should not be trapped like this. They should be in the planes of the Celestials in much the same way that demons belong in the abyss, and Aeons hate everything about what is happening here. And you can choose to use that Aeon power to set things right. And in fact, if you want to be an Aeon as a mythic path option, you have to take that choice, because if you don't, you'll lose the power of the Aeon, and thus it won't be available as a choice later on. Now, that used to be a slightly more problematic choice, because picking the Aeon option actually consumes the purple knife. That's important because of what you'll discover discover the purple knife is made out of later and what that item serves as. However, in the base game, the vanilla version, that was really important because you only got so many of those items, and thus losing the purple knife was a big deal. However, these days, with things like the DLC, there are plenty of replacement options for losing the stone knife, so realistically, there's no reason not to choose the Aeon Mythic path, as it's sort of a perfect solution, but also preserves the option for you in the future. But regardless of the choice you make here, just after this, you'll be met with a flashback about how you arrived at Canabris to begin with, showing the woman known as Arilu Vorlesh that you'll have encountered potentially in the Grey Garrison, and a bunch of demons specifically dropping you off and having you carted into the festivities, meaning that it's very obvious Arilu Vorlesh is somehow involved in you and how you came to be here, which is obviously a tantalizing detail, but right after this happens, you'll come back to reality, at which point the Wardstone's energy, having discharged from whatever choice you took, will suddenly flow through you and your allies, unlocking your potential for mythic power. Now, before you have a chance to realize this, you'll be confronted by Minago, the Lolitu. She's going to be very angry about what you've done up to this point and officially try to just kill you. For the sake of this battle, you're going to get an enormous buff via the mythic power you just absorbed, and honestly, if you're on like normal and below, this buff is pretty much going to win the fight for you. But on higher difficulties, this is still a pretty challenging battle. In any event though, once this is done, you'll be able to deal with your mythic power. But first, at the conclusion of this battle, you'll see Staunton run in and actually rescue Minago, lamenting about how he's been treated by the Crusaders and everything up to this point, as resulting backlash from his failure in the fall of Dresden. They've given him the opportunity to atone, but basically everyone's just kind of spat in his face for the last 70 years and he's tired of it. So he sides with Minago and helps her escape. We're going to be seeing a lot of her later. Now after this, we can officially spend our mythic power points. Mythic power is divided up into 10 ranks, but the first 2 ranks are not anything special. You're just a mythic hero. It is at rank 3 you officially pick your mythic path. However, at this point, you can see the options that you've unlocked up to this point, which if you've done everything, should be Aeon, Angel, Azada, Demon, and Trickster. You'll unlock Lich in Act 2, which forms the initial choices that you can make. Now, beyond this, for your first level, you pick kind of the source of your mythic power, which is effectively a bunch of abilities and immunities you're going to get based on one of those 6 mythic paths I just mentioned. You can pick one of them as just sort of the source of your power. This does not relate to your choice at rank 3, but it does give you a bunch of initial really strong buffs for your character specifically. After this, you'll be able to pick a bunch of mythic abilities for you and your companions, but only you get this mythic hero choice. After which, we reach the conclusion of Act 1, which sees us celebrating in the tavern with everyone being ecstatic a week later about the fact that even the demons seem surprised we managed to muster this defense and drive them out of the city in its entirety, and everyone's kind of just been trying to get things back together. However, during this celebration, we are met by none other than Queen Galfrey, queen of the area, obviously, but also the leader of the Crusades who's been alive for more than 100 years. She came to meet and greet the hero responsible for this resounding victory seemingly out of nowhere. And speaking with her ends the Act 1, with the next act kicking off the rest of the game and the proper Crusades. But at this point, we've saved Canabris and done basically everything we can do, which is the conclusion of Act 1, but really only the tip of the iceberg in this plane-spanning adventure. And with that, we find ourselves in Act 2. Now, Act 2 of the game is a somewhat linear path on the way to Dresden. You're going to be introduced to the world map, things like crusade mechanics, as ultimately we try to retake that stronghold. But let's start from the beginning, because right as this act begins, it opens up with a cutscene of Queen Galfrey, the woman we just met, pronouncing our character Knight Commander of the also just announced 5th Crusade. Basically, we're going to be leading the charge against demons after our surprise victory in Canabris. This means that troops have been mustered, supplies have been managed, and you're put in charge of a bunch of troops and the like, and given instruction to take out Dresden. Now, right after this cutscene, we find ourselves in what will act as our sort of forward operating base throughout the chapter, which is our camp. Now, you can talk to and explore the camp before you go inside the commander's tent to get more information. And we'll get to most of that in just a second, but the main thing here is that you might want to talk to the storyteller before you enter the tent, because this is your only chance to talk to him before Act 3, as he will disappear for a while as he has things to do until you find him about halfway or so through the third act. Meaning that if you have any artifacts you want to restore, namely the only one that can be found in Act 1, now is your chance to do so. But once we're ready, we can have that conversation with Queen Galfrey in the tent, which is going to give us our big goal for the act, which is simply to retake Dresden. Because as Galfrey explains it, pretty much every demon that attacked Canabris came there from Dresden, which means that citadel is woefully underprotected at the moment. And because of our surprise victory, we're actually in a remarkable position to retake a city that was lost to the demons over 70 years ago. Now along the way, we're going to be handling a few different events, but that is essentially what this chapter is a march in that direction. Now, after Queen Galfrey explains our goal, utilizing a few different mythic path options, Aeon or Angel in particular, you can convince Queen Galfrey to join your march to Dresden. Now, this has some pros and some cons. Now, on the pro side, you can get some extra rewards if you do really well in this chapter, as believe it or not, while you are not technically in a rush or anything, the game is judging you on two factors in Act 2, which is how many troops you wind up losing throughout events and the like, and how quickly you manage to take Dresden. Within about a month, basically, is what you're aiming for, and you'll get a summary of these events at the end of this chapter, but they don't really have their big consequence until a bit later on. It is something to keep in mind up to this point. Besides the increased reward, you'll also get a bunch of extra, of course, dialogue and things from Queen Galfrey if she accompanies you, as she does so incognito to not arouse suspicion. The other big thing to know here, though, is that if you want to do the swarm that walks mythic path, you cannot bring her with you, because she will give a flat no to a situation that is required for that mythic path. She'll basically prevent you from doing something that needs to be done in order to unlock that one. But more on that in just a little bit. Now, before we leave camp to actually go start looking at the crusade and the map, we're going to want to, of course, take a moment to talk to all of our companions, pick up quests and the like, and speak to our newly minted advisors. Mostly, this is Sociel and Nura. Sociel is actually a brand new companion that we just got given at the start of this chapter. He is your cleric. He worships Shaylin, the god of beauty and art. And what's more, he'll actually have a quest for you about seeing to a funeral of his friends, and he's one of your companion quests this go-round. It's also worth it to talk to Nura, as she can give you a bunch of history about the Crusades and everything up to this point if you're unfamiliar with all of the lore, and she also plays an important role here soon. We also want to talk to Sela. We can follow up on her companion quest from Act 1 as well, where they will have requested that you search for a ring with them just outside of Canabris at an old abandoned camp. We'll also want to talk to Dayran, as he is, you'll probably have found out at some point up to this point, the cousin of Queen Galfrey. And obviously, because of Dayran being his unruly self, they don't exactly get along. So as a somewhat, let's say, jovial thing, Queen Galfrey appoints him to be one of your advisors along the way. So he's sort of stuck with you as a companion for a while. And immediately after your meeting with the Queen, you're instructed to talk to one Liater, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce this guy's name, but Hawkblade, who is an inquisitor from Canabris who's investigating something that happened in Dayran's past. Something you also might have found out up to this point is that Dayran's family just mysteriously died quite some time ago when he was a child, which happened at their estate of Heaven's Edge. And it just so happens Dayran's birthday is coming up, and he wants to hold a little birthday bash there, and you're going to team up with Hawkblade to use that opportunity to investigate what exactly is going on with Dayran. But believe it or not, we are still not quite done, because if you have the Last Sarkorians DLC, you can also speak to Ulbrig, the companion from that DLC, and he will give you a quest to go to a location nearby as well, which is the site of his old village, as he is still under the impression that it is in fact not 100 years later since he's been turned to stone, and he wants to reunite with people lost to him. But that's pretty much everything to do around the camp before actually moving on to the world map, which is where you're going to get introduced to the initial Crusade mechanics. This actually opens up even more in Act 3, but for now, we're basically just going to be managing troops and handling some battles. Now, I'm not going to go super in-depth as a guide here, because honestly, most of this has little to do with the plot, and it's mostly just a resource and management thing on the side. I personally think it's easier than Kingmakers, but it's definitely not for everybody either way. Just as a few general tips though, since we're here, you'll be instructed to recruit a general right away. You want to cycle these until you find one called Setsuna Shai. He is the best general in the game. You want him right away, and you want to focus on pumping up his magical abilities that will allow him to take out troops with his abilities rather than needing to fight them with your own troops, which will honestly just hard carry you through several tough crusade battles throughout the game. But otherwise, for the sake of this chapter, the crusade mode is basically pump up your troops to have a higher strength number than the enemies, and then you can just auto battle your way through it if you want, though it's probably worth investigating simply for the rewards available, as doing some of the optional stuff will give you increased resource generation, which will just make this whole thing easier. So do try to engage with it if you're playing through this for yourself, but otherwise not much to say for the story. Now, given that our first, I would say, story critical goal is a ways up the road, we're first going to talk about some companion quests, starting with Sociel. Sociel wanted to investigate that funeral for his friends nearby. You can go do that. Unsurprisingly, though, this funeral gets attacked specifically by a necromancer and zombies. You'll be fighting them off and tracking down the necromancer nearby to get a good idea of who Sociel is as a person right away, and some of his inner conflicts around pursuing justice but also trying to serve Shaylin. Not a bad little quest, if a little bit simple. Next up, we can do Sela's quest, as it is very close to where we start as well, and we'll meet up with her friends from Act 1 here and start searching a small camp for that ring. A little bit of investigation later shows that it has actually been stolen by a Quasit who you'll need to chase around the map before cornering it in the camp. It is at this point, however, that one of Sela's friends seemingly betrays the others and attempts to summon in demons before teleporting away. Sela manages to intercede before one of her friends, Elin, kills the other one, Curl. But you have to fend off the demons that ultimately get summoned in before having a sort of heart-to-heart with Elin. He'll essentially call Sela and yourself naive for coming into so much power so suddenly and not having the experience to back it up, because otherwise you would have seen something like this coming, which highlights some of Sela's troubles as a somewhat unconventional paladin of Iomedae. But once you're done with that, that's pretty much for her. Now let's start talking about a few different events on your way, starting with the Conundrum Unsolved puzzle. This is a sort of introductory puzzle to a much grander puzzle that spans the entire game, that sees you solving a bunch of little tile puzzles to unlock some information. This is technically a side quest, I just simply wanted to mention it because it comes up here and nothing really explains it very well. But as you solve these puzzles, you can also solve a sort of side mystery that is somewhat related to Ninio's quest. You can find multiple videos about the solutions to these though if you happen to be struggling. The rewards are generally worth it in any event though. But that's the bulk of what you're going to be able to do before coming up on the first mandatory thing for the story, which is once you clear the first fort of demons out of your way, your forward camp will move to that position on the map and you'll be met with a sort of cutscene where you'll be accosted by a young man named Yaker who's asking for your help. He explains that he works with the Hell Knights, a sort of lawful in the extreme group that care only for order, which means that they're a sort of enemy of your enemy in many ways, as they hate the demons for their chaotic nature, but they are much more brutal and exacting in fighting them than just about anyone else, which may or may not coincide with what you're trying to do for your character. Specifically, though, he's asking you to help his commander, Paralictor Regil, Paralictor being a title. Regil and his unit that Yaker is from were accosted by gargoyles in an area relatively close, and you can choose whether to help or not. Now, the important thing to note here is that Regil is a companion, so you might want to do this just to pick him up. However, you don't have to, and in the event that you choose not to, you can very much so still recruit Regil. He'll simply show up in another area later, but in general it is more advantageous to do this now, because doing so will also give you the opportunity to recruit Hell Knights into your crusade as a unit to use in the battles, which can be very helpful in this early stage. Probably worth a mention though that most of your companions will advise you to not do this at all, just because of who the Hell Knights are. But honestly, there's not much of a downside to agreeing to do it. Now, regardless of what happens, pretty much right after that meeting, you can have a short cutscene with Ember in your camp. And while this won't lead to a quest, it will simply show that your crusade members are starting to see her as this sort of holy figure, healing their wounds and caring for them, which is going to be of note later. Afterwards, we have a choice between completing Ninio's quest or going straight to Regil if you prefer, before carrying on with the main story. Ninio's is slightly closer, so we're going to do that. Ninio asked for your assistance in Act 1 to track down a place called the Nameless Ruins nearby. This is a sort of circular pit area, and when you get to the bottom of it, you're going to get some revelations about Ninio. She'll investigate a sort of riddle area involving 4 statues with some cryptic messages, and upon doing so, Ninio will be blasted out of the sort of magical trap she initially found herself in, only to discover that she forgot that she's actually a kitsune. Ninio's whole thing is that she can selectively forget basically anything she deems unnecessary to know, and in this case, she forgot she was a kitsune, which doesn't change much for her character, but is otherwise of note. Now, in particular though, this kicks off her big story quest, which involves finding 4 masks throughout the game, and then once you have them all, bringing them back here, which opens up a dungeon in Act 5, which is when we'll talk a little more about it, but spoiler alert, it's awful. From here, you can head south a little bit to meet up with Yaker and try to help out Regil if you should so choose, which you can do at the Reliable Redoubt. This kind of gives you a taste about what Hell Knights are all about, ruthless and efficient, caring more about law than anything else, which tends to put them on the lawful evil side, but the lawful side of that is more important. In any event, after you fend off a bunch of gargoyle attacks, he'll be recruited if you want him, and you can pick up all your rewards from this area. Now, once that's done, we get to one of the major plot critical areas of Act 2, which is an area called Leper's Smile. You have to pass here to advance the main story, and doing so will trigger a text event initially explaining that up ahead are what are called Vescivores, demonic insects that basically shred everything to the bone that they happen to come across. Someone seems to have lured them here, directly in our way, to effectively pose as a trap for us. Now, at the beginning of this event, with the text going on, it's basically explained that what you need is to distract the main Vescivore swarms while you attempt to kill the queen to disperse them. This means that a bunch of your troops might very well die if you make the wrong decision here. And that decision is basically appointing someone from your retinue out of a choice of 4 to perform this duty while you try to kill the queen quickly. Now, depending on who you choose here and your actions in this next event, ultimately determines the number of troops that the game thinks you lost and thus how much the queen approves of your performance or not. Now, of these 4 choices, provided you recruited everybody, you'll be able to pick from Irabeth from Act 1, Nura, Regil, or Sociel. The best option is Sociel. He'll preserve the most amount of people, and the worst option is Nura, which I'll talk a little bit more about here in just a moment. Now, provided you picked Sociel, that event goes pretty well, but obviously if you didn't, it goes a little sideways. But in any event, you'll be kicked into the actual exploration phase of Leper's Smile, picking from your available party to get started. You'll meet Anivia right away, who explains that people are being attacked in the canyons off the main path, and that we need to hurry. Now, the catch here is that they've put a bunch of loot along your path in the canyons. However, if you go get it, more and more of your troops will die. So if you want to preserve your troops, you want to make a beeline for the queen, which you can do by simply following the blood trail on the main path. And if you take the time to loot things in the offshoots, you're going to lose more people. Now, right before you get to the queen, you can interact with a skill check around a crevice to notice and potentially rescue someone who's been trapped here. And while it's not a huge deal if you fail at it, succeeding at saving this guy will see him giving you a reward later in Act 4, which can be a pretty good staff, actually. After that, you simply have to fight the Vescivore Queen. Like most large enemies, she has a terrible touch AC and is pretty easily dealt with by anybody who can deal energy damage. Now, after you kill the Vescivore Queen, the swarms will start to disperse and you can do a little bit of investigation. Basically, you'll discover that someone absolutely lured these insects here and tried to kill you. And you can ask your advisor Nura to investigate the ritual markings on the ground and get an idea of who did this, and she can't really tell you much. Now, afterwards, if you pass a check to realize that somebody put this handkerchief on you to draw these things in, you can potentially pick an evil option to gather up the pheromones of this queen and potentially use them in the attack on Dresden. This is mandatory if you want to pursue the swarm that walks Mythic Path in the late game. However, while you can gather it up with the queen present, she will not let you utilize it in the Battle of Dresden if she's here, which is why you can only do the swarm that walks without taking her. And while that concludes the mandatory stuff here, we're not quite done yet, because just around where the Vescivore Queen was, you can actually find a cave which has some plot critical stuff going on for a couple of mythic paths, specifically the Lich and the Gold Dragon. There's some optional encounters in this cave as well and some decent loot, but the main thing I want to talk about is the mythic path stuff. Essentially, you'll be able to find a wand down here that is resurrecting everyone around it, and while you can destroy it, if you want to unlock the Lich mythic path, you'll need to stow this wand for later and give it back to its owner. Nearby, you can find the Claw of a Silver Dragon, which is what the storyteller asked you to find more of to learn about Tarindalev, the silver dragon that died at the start of the game, which is part of the Gold Dragon mythic quest. You don't have to pick it up now, but it's obviously convenient to do so, and probably worth a mention that both of these items were foreshadowed in Act 1 at the Tower of Estrad, as these are some of the things that were stolen from there by the cultists. But once you've got all that sorted out, you can finally safely leave the area of Leper's Smile, and there's two things I want to note at this particular point. If you just so happen to go investigate Nura's tent after this event, you can potentially find a perfume there that smells suspiciously like the pheromones used to draw in the Vescivores. Nura will play this off no matter what you say, and we'll circle back to that shortly. Also, pretty much immediately following this, if you've used your Demon Mythic Path at all up to this point, you'll be met with a book event that sort of explains that something is pulling at your demonic nature, trying to force you into its presence. This is essentially a small warning of sorts that going down the demonic path is dangerous, which is a sort of setup for the Demon Mythic Path's overall story. Now, before we proceed to the rest of the plot critical stuff, there are two more companion quests we can knock out at this point, which are Dayrand's and Ulbrig's. Ulbrig can be brought to his area of Courant Glen, I believe it is, which you can of course investigate, and Ulbrig will be forced to come to terms with the fact that his entire village, clan, family, etc. has all been dead and gone for at least 100 years, as he didn't really believe you up to this point, but having seen the wreckage and stuff for himself, he has no choice but to believe it, essentially. And naturally, he doesn't take the news very well, and you can have more conversations with him back at camp regarding exactly this and getting his feelings about it. The other one, though, is of course Dayrand's personal quest. Now, this one's kind of nice because it doesn't involve combat like pretty much everything else up to this point, and it's also really interesting. As I mentioned, this is for his birthday party, so much of what you're going to be doing is either entertaining or harassing the poor guy, making him do work. Basically, though, you'll need to move him out of certain areas on this little map and allow Hawkblade to investigate using his Inquisitor magic to try to understand what happened to Dayrand when he was a child and his entire family was killed. Once the party is over, Hawkblade will be able to investigate fully, and he'll discover that a magical plague as well as a demon attack wiped out all of Dayrand's family. However, as he himself was about to be killed, an otherworldly entity reached out to him and basically offered him his life in exchange for service. Now, Dayrand himself doesn't really have to do anything, but he acts as a sort of conduit through which this being is able to act upon Galarian, and it has been doing so for the last 10 years, and this is why strange, horrific events seem to follow in his wake. In fact, you yourself, if you've been paying attention, will have been receiving severed heads in your inventory up to this point. Now, the catch here is, though, after finding out about this, you have to keep it a secret for a while because you don't know what this thing is. It's clearly able to kill and maim people with ease, even despite its limitations through Dayrand, and it acknowledging that you suddenly know it exists would likely just end in a problem. So there's not too much else we can do with this at the moment. But the next event comes when we clear out the next fort as part of the Crusade mode, at which point we'll get a cutscene once we step into that part of our operating base. We'll find ourselves being woken up in the middle of the night only for someone to explain that we've been attacked by gargoyles from above, and we need to quickly rally a counterattack. Now, immediately after stepping out of your commander's tent, you're going to want to head to the right, where you can find Nura, who just so happens to have a bottle of alchemist fire, and everything nearby is on fire, which is obviously a little bit suspicious, but when you ask about it, provided you pass the perception check to do so, she'll play it off before chucking it at a nearby gargoyle, at which point you'll start fighting through the camp, picking up some of your companions, Camellia, Sela, and Ulbrig if you have him are guaranteed, and then obviously Lan or Winduag. And once you've cleared out the bulk of the gargoyles and made your way to the other side of camp, you'll find a Nabasu, which is a type of demon, abducting Irabeth, your paladin friend from the first act. Now obviously all of your other companions are missing as well, and you'll have to convene with a very quick war council to track their location to the nearby lost chapel, and you'll have to depart immediately to go catch up with them. Now the good news here is that you don't have to do much to rescue most of your companions. A lot of them were actually fine on their own. You'll find Ninio the second the party steps into Lost Chapel. Just up the road from that, you'll find Ember and Dayran. A little farther still, and then you'll find Sociel, followed by Regil, provided you recruited him, though you'll also pick up Regil here as well, even if you did not recruit him earlier, but in a slightly different room. Eventually, however, you'll make your way up to the top of the hill where the actual Lost Chapel area is. Upon entering, you'll find that your cleric, who was helping you all throughout Act 1 and Act 2 up to this point, has actually turned against you and been raised as an undead here to help the demons. He currently has a bunch of your soldiers captured, and you'll have a bit of a back and forth with him before fighting the guy. Now, if Queen Galfrey is with you, she actually also got abducted and will be part of this scene here, but seeing how she is a seasoned and experienced paladin, she was not ever in any real danger, frankly. Now, immediately after this fight, if you have the Wand of Zacharias with you, a wall will open up nearby. Obviously, you'll want to go down there, and unsurprisingly, shortly after this, we will run into Zacharias the Lich. Zacharias is a famed figure from an older crusade, but obviously no one had realized he turned into a Lich. Liches being evil beings, this is a somewhat awkward encounter. Now, you can kill him outright if you want, but if you give him his wand back, this is the official unlock for the Lich mythic path if you want to go that route. What's more though, if you do so, even if you choose not to become a Lich later, he'll actually summon some skeletons in to help you with the battle that's just about to happen, which honestly makes it much easier. Otherwise, the rest of Lost Chapel is simply down to exploration and finding the loot and things nearby, but towards the end of it, you'll come into a room where you find Irabeth hanging from some meat hooks after she was abducted earlier. She is very rattled by this experience and not doing quite well, which is a great bit of narrative structure that shows the horrors of what this demon war is doing to people's minds beyond just their ability to fight in the face of corruption. Now, next to her will be Regil if you did not encounter him earlier and chose not to help the Hell Knights. You'll find him here, which is your chance to recruit him otherwise. After this, though, we get the confrontation for the Lost Chapel area, or the big one in particular, though we still have a few more things to talk about. Now, here we'll find Staunton and Minago talking about their plans for Dresden and how they want to watch you die here. The Nabasu that abducted Irabeth, Nulkaneth, has been infused with a power not unlike your own, which is obviously quite curious. But either way, eventually you're going to get into a fight with this guy. If you did the Lich stuff, he'll raise some skeletons to help you out here. And it's not a bad fight otherwise. The thing to know about Nabasu, though, is that they're capable of giving people negative levels, which can be very dangerous, but ideally you'll have the spell Death Ward right now, which completely prevents that from happening. Now, once you win this fight, or put Nulkaneth down to 1 HP to be more specific, an event will happen, where our character absorbs a bunch more power specifically from Nulkaneth, killing him, of course, and winning the battle. And this is where we get our second mythic rank. Keep in mind, rank 3 is where we start down the path of a proper mythic path. Mythic rank 2 here, however, will simply be an extension of our previous choice about where that power came from, but also allow us to pick up our first mythic feat to enhance us and our companions farther. So a great bit of progression here. That said, we're still not done with the Lost Chapel area if you want to explore further, because we've just explored the hill and not the base area around it. After you complete this event, you'll unlock an option to descend down a portion of the chapel nearby in the graveyard, allowing you to explore and find an optional, pretty difficult boss, which is a great time to get a bunch more loot. However, the main thing you want to be on the lookout for down here is actually 2 items that belong to an altar of Desna nearby. At this altar of Desna, if you go collect all those items from the enemies nearby, you can put them on the altar, and then if you were paying attention to the Song of Azada much earlier in Act 1, you can recreate that here at this altar of Desna. Doing so will give you a conversation with a character known as Arushale. This is another part of the Azada mythic path, and more specifically, solving this puzzle is actually what is going to allow you to recruit Arushale early when you get to Dresden. Failing to do this, you'll still get a chance to recruit her, but it won't be until Act 3 as opposed to the end of this one. And it's a really great place to begin your romance with that character if that's what you're after. But that's the main things to know here. Now, before we leave, there are 2 companion things to settle. Throughout all of this, you might have noticed that I made no mention of Woljif. That is because during the attack on your camp, Woljif actually was confirmed to have fled completely, and we'll have to simply wait until he reappears. So you can't have him with you for a little while, but you'll get him relatively soon into Act 3. When you found Sociel on your way up the hill, however, he will also have discovered a shield that should have belonged to his long-lost brother, which will set him on a path to exploring what is going on there, which is the lead-in to his quest in Act 3. But once that's dealt with, we can finally leave the Lost Chapel. Now immediately, and I mean immediately after leaving Lost Chapel, do not immediately attack Dresden. It's very nearby, and it's very easy to do that without thinking much about it, but what you actually want to do is stop by your camp first. This is because this is your opportunity to A, have a conversation with Ulbrich about how he's feeling, which is nice, but more importantly, to confront Nura. As I have not so subtly hinted at during this process, she is clearly working against you. She sabotaged you with the Vescivores and was burning down tents during the attack. If you discovered both of those things with your character that I mentioned earlier, passing the perception check to see the alchemist fire during her attack, as well as finding the perfume in her tent after the Vescivore attack, you can use both of those as evidence that she's clearly working against the Crusade. Moreover, though, this is actually somewhat important for the secret ending. It's not required, but it does make it easier. If you use the Trickster Mythic Path here, it's possible to set Nura free while also turning her to your side, which is not possible otherwise. Now, in the immediate future, this means she's actually going to help you in the siege on Dresden, which is about to unfold, instead of actually hurting you. Beyond that immediate problem, though, much later in the game, in Act 5, she'll randomly show up to help you with an event that makes the secret ending easier, as she will basically make it to where you don't have to make a choice, with only one of them being the correct choice for the secret ending, so it's just easier all around. You can basically have your cake and eat it too this way. Now, after all of that, you can finally properly begin the siege on Dresden, which perhaps unsurprisingly begins with a war council. People will ask what the situation is, what to do, and in particular, despite not having mentioned it up to this point, Queen Galfrey specifically mentioned that in Dresden you should be on the lookout for an artifact called the Sword of Valor. When publicly displayed, the Sword of Valor acts as a holy relic of Iomedae, preventing demons from teleporting in and out of the area while it's nearby, which will obviously give you a huge advantage in a situation like this. So that's your main goal. However, you have a couple of options of attack. Now, regardless of what you initially do here, Irabeth will have a bit of a moment, scarred from her recent captivity and the battle up to this point, and you have a few options in how to deal with that. Either harshly or a little more politely, let's say. But after that, we can start deciding what we want to do, because we got a few different options. For starters, our mode of attack. So if we actually went and saved Regil earlier, we can use his Hell Knights to mount an attack on the side wall, which is going to allow you to attack some giants in the rear area, which will allow you to basically avoid the catapult fire that they'll be raining down on you otherwise, which can make things a little easier. Doing that, however, requires that you take Regil with you throughout this battle, which may or may not be good for you depending on your party comp and builds. You can also choose to simply charge through the front gate with the main forces of your army, which is certainly an option. Now, in either event, you can choose to utilize the Vescivore pheromones if you got them while you were at Leper's Smile. Again, if you want the Swarm Mythic Path, this is required. If you have Queen Galfrey with you and she's advising on this war council, she will flat out not allow you to do this even if you try, as I mentioned earlier. Which is why I don't like bringing her along for this part, but again, you do get better rewards and it makes a thing later a little easier. Not a huge deal in the end, though. That said, this Vescivore decision means you're ultimately sacrificing a squad of soldiers to deploy the pheromones which will draw the Vescivores to the battlefield. They will decimate both the enemy numbers and at least a few of your own. Now, if you did not discover that Nura is a traitor here, you will have another option, which is her showing you a supposedly secret path through the area to get to the Citadel of Dresden a little bit easier. But obviously this is a trap. She betrays you and leads you into an ambush. Now, ironically, you might want to deal with that ambush anyway for the XP, but worth noting nonetheless. Now, otherwise, we'll simply need to go through Dresden, as this is a proper siege, and that means there's a ton of combat and a lot of enemies to fight through. So you want to try to utilize the soldiers that will be with you and throughout the battlefield in an effort to help you out. And there's also camp supplies that you can find scattered around the area at little camps that your characters will operate as you move through the place. And this is your chance to rest in between all of the combat that's going to come up here, and there's going to be a lot of it. It's definitely worth going around and exploring all over the place here. There is a ton of stuff you can find. There's a statue in the church area that will give you access to an animal companion regardless of your class, just to name one piece of notable loot. Otherwise, though, you'll want to explore a bit for two things. One, if you kill 3 dretches throughout the area, you'll be able to discover that each of them has a key. You can use these 3 keys to unlock a secret door on the side of the actual Citadel of Dresden, and if you can fight off some succubi and incubi in there, allows you to open the main gates to the Citadel. The other thing you'll definitely want to do is swing by the dungeon. Now, this is where you will encounter Arushale. If you did the Altar of Desna stuff at Lost Chapel, she can join your party immediately if you want that. Otherwise, you can simply free her and she'll contact you later, etc. So there's a few different ways things can play out with her, but she's got some important stuff going on in Act 3, regardless of whether or not you recruit her right here or not. Now, your ultimate goal for this area, though, in order to finish it, is to make your way up to the Citadel, where you'll encounter the Baelor Derazand, as well as Nura. Whether she's on your side or not, she will be in the courtyard with the Baelor, as she's supposed to be working for them. Now, no matter what happens here, you'll get into a fight with this Baelor. However, important thing to note here, you cannot kill this Baelor. This is actually a fight about rounds of combat, and it doesn't matter how much damage you deal to this thing, really. Even if you do enough to kill it, it's just going to go down to 1 HP. So the goal here should be to survive the fight and not try to DPS this thing. Now, after a few rounds, Greybor, that dwarf assassin we met all the way back at the Tower of Estrad, will come charging in and attempt to assassinate the Baelor with an enchanted dagger. This fails, but wounds it enough to where it just disappears and goes off to recover. At this point, you'll have the opportunity to talk to Greybor, who still won't join your party just yet, but is a companion relatively soon. Now, after this is done, you've effectively secured everything but the actual Citadel of Dresden. Unfortunately, though, this isn't where your army can help you out, because they've blocked off the main entrances, and the only way into the Citadel is a side passage that's only going to accommodate a few people, which basically means your team. Which means the last bit of Act 2 here is a more traditional dungeon run. But this dungeon is a little more complicated than the stuff you've done up to this point, because immediately upon entering, you're going to be hit with a debuff. Basically, every 10 minutes that pass, your characters have the potential to take some charisma damage if they are not chaotic evil, and they fail a save. You will have a chance to remove this debuff, but you have to pass some pretty tough lore religion checks for this point in the game, which means that you want to try to be moving a bit quick here. But there is a ton of optional loot and a lot of fun stuff to explore in this dungeon, like there's a vampire in a room nearby that you can kill and then discover his actual lair to permanently kill him. He drops an incredible rape here that's great for Camellia. But off to a side room, you're going to find an area with 3 tablets hanging on the wall, each associated with a increasingly difficult lore religion check. Every time you fail one of these checks, you'll be attacked by specters that can inflict negative levels on your party, which means you either really want to have Death Ward to fight these off, or you want to save scum your way through these checks, because passing all 3 of these is what is going to remove that debuff on your party for the sake of this dungeon. Now, in a room just after this, we're going to run into Jorin, the blacksmith from Act 1, specifically the guy who told us he was going to make a scabbard for for Radiance, the sword you hopefully picked up all the way back in Shield Maze. He has done so, and he will hand it over here in this conversation if you ask him about it, which requires you to have shown him Radiance in Act 1. That's important because that will actually upgrade the sword for you, which is the first step of its upgrade path. Now, Joran, as you may remember from Act 1, is actually Staunton's brother, the guy who turned against us at the end of Act 1. So while Joran here is not himself a bad guy, he ultimately sides with his family here, and you're forced to kill him even if you try to send him on his way. In a room off to the side of this, you can fight this act's optional boss, or I guess I should say one of them, and this is Choricina. Now this fight can go one of a few different ways. As you enter the room, there is a trap that will cast Phantasmal Web and slow down your entire party. This is designed to give the enemies here the chance to get their spells off, which will sacrifice themselves and increase the stats of Choricina. Now, if all of them successfully complete this ritual, she turns into this crazy strong demon. Now, ironically, if you cannot kill more than like one or two of these guys, you want to just let her turn into the demon because that's going to be easier to deal with than her extremely stat buffed self from having like 7 of these guys die. Because every cultist that sacrifices itself here empowers her and adds to her AC and whatnot. And if it goes south for you, she will decimate your party pretty easily. So your options here are to be able to kill enough cultists to where her stats don't get insane, or to let her fully transform into this demon, at which point it is actually pretty susceptible to spells like Dismissal, which will just one-shot the thing, provided it fails the save. Now, in a room just after this, we encounter a trap. We're going to see the Sword of Valor hanging on the wall. However, this is not the real Sword of Valor. If you pick it up, it triggers a bunch of traps nearby that will start shooting out waves of fatigue, which will exhaust your characters and lead to a very hard fight as you get ambushed. Now, it is possible to disarm those traps if you know about them and pass a few perception checks, but no matter what happens here, the Sword of Valor that you see hanging is in fact fake, so it's not generally worth it to bother, but rather just kill the enemy that's walking around who has the key to the next door to the next area, which just so happens to be a pit of a bunch of dead bodies, all scattered around a statue of Baphomet. This is an ambush of sorts where you're going to be attacked by a ton of different ghouls who are later joined by a Nabasu. And then, after this, another important moment for the secret ending of the game. I didn't mention it specifically so I could mention it here, but at the beginning of this dungeon, you will have encountered a woman named Yaniel, who is actually a renowned figure from Old Crusades who was apparently locked up in Dresden for the last 70 years. Yaniel will help you out here, attacking a Vrock as you move to pass to the other side of this area, and you'll have a conversation with her where she reveals the exit to this particular room. She's then going to ask you a question, saying we have something to learn from them, don't we? If you want the secret ending here, the correct answers are either 2 or 3, the evil option or the neutral one. What you don't want to pick is the first option. Unless, of course, you're role-playing a goody two-shoes, which is going to make the secret ending a bit difficult. Now, from there, we have the opportunity to solve yet another puzzle to pick up the actual Sword of Valor. Now, while we have the Sword of Valor after this moment, remember that we have to hang it in a public place, and we're going to fight our way outside just a little bit after this room to do exactly that, where we're going to hang the Sword of Valor on the battlements. Doing so is going to trigger our 3rd mythic rank. This is because our already sizable mythic power is going to interact with this holy artifact in an unexpected way and sort of binding it to us instead of Iomedae. And this sort of catalyzes your mythic path up to this point, allowing you to pick an option. But just before this happens, you're going to get another flashback about the start of the game, showing you and whether you decided to attack or take the scroll from the character who accosted you in the square, as Discari was attacking everyone. And you'll see Aurilu Vorlesh and her pet Dretch Suture making an effort to save your life with a Featherfall spell that, if you had a keen eye, may have noticed was cast on you when you found yourself in the underground after that event. Meaning that, combined with the flashback from earlier, Aurilu Vorlesh not only brought you here on her own, but also saved your life. And that's important because after this flashback, we're going to find ourselves accosted by Yaniel again, who reveals herself to not actually be Yaniel because Yaniel is long dead, but rather Aurilu Vorlesh in disguise, here to observe your actions, and it's very obvious that she has something to do with you and whatever is going on with your mythic power. Now, rather than give you the answers, she merely encourages you to start asking questions. What happened in Old Sarkoris, the country this was before the World Wound? What is the World Wound itself? What's happening to you? Basically hinting at the secret ending and what her greater plans are, but she refuses to elaborate further and then disappears. Now this is where you're going to get to pick your mythic path though. So let's talk a little bit about that. Now at this screen, you're going to have access to potentially up to 6 mythic paths, but always at least 2. This is because your actions up to this point will have dictated what mythic path you could possibly choose right now. This, however, is only your initial choice. Much later on in the game, we can worry about things like Legend, Gold Dragon, Swarm That Walks, or the Devil. So ultimately, this initial choice is not final, but it is a very big deal as it's going to affect the bulk of what you play through the game as. With that exact thing in mind, if you want to be the Devil later on, you need to pick either Aeon or Azada. It is only available to those two, whereas Swarm That Walks and Gold Dragon hinge upon other things. Swarm That Walks is by far the most difficult to unlock, and we'll talk about that a bit more, but we've already started that in this act. Gold Dragon requires you to complete a quest in Act 3, so basically as long as you've done everything right up to this point, the only thing you can potentially lock yourself off from here is Devil if you don't pick Aeon or Azada. Otherwise though, you have one of 6 choices. Angel and Demon will always be available. You can always pick between those two, and then you have the other 4 choices, which I've already explained how to unlock up to this point, so I won't go over it again. However, what I want to mention here is that this is where the game starts to diverge a lot in terms of its story, which is why the next 3 acts of the game that we cover in this video are going to be more, basically, because I have to cover what happens with each of these to really get to the narrative of the entire game. But to put it simply, and just to give some food for thought, Angel is by far the most fleshed out, which probably isn't a surprise given that it's sort of the default good path through the game. So if you're just looking for like sheer amount of content, you can't really beat Angel. Follow-ups to that would be Azada, Demon, and Lich. Trickster and Aeon are pretty good. Trickster has a lot of very silly stuff, as you might imagine, but it can feel a little out of place at times, so if that's important to you, that's probably worth knowing. And then Aeon is about being an arbiter of law. Has an incredible ending to the game, but can be a little stale throughout the process to get to that point, but obviously we'll cover it. Now, those personal opinions aside, just understand that this choice is huge in terms of the narrative to come. It affects quite a bit in the next few acts. But ultimately, believe it or not, we are still not done in Dresden, because we have yet to confront Staunton and Monago, who have fled here from the Lost Chapel. So the rest of the dungeon is a relatively short jaunt over to the command area, where we will confront both of them. Now, Nura will also be here. She will join the fight if you did not convince her to help you. Otherwise, she will help you out instead of them. Honestly, if you got to this point, this fight shouldn't be that big of a deal. Generally, I would recommend focusing on Monago first, because once she gets down to a certain point, she will flee the battlefield, claiming back some of the power she gave to Staunton when she does so, making him easier to finish up and kill. Now, while you can try to convince Staunton to come back to the light here, you will be unable to do so, and you will be forced to kill him despite his honestly pretty tragic story. He does, however, have some tremendous loot on him, so don't forget to steal that. But once you've wrapped up this fight, you want to talk to Nura if she's on your side before you leave this room, and you'll have a few different options no matter what, which are basically to either lock her up, at which point she can give you some information that makes a quest easier later, or you can choose to let her go, though if she actually betrayed you, you probably wouldn't do that. But if you went with the Trickster Mythic Path option before, this is a great opportunity to simply let her go, and she will make a Trickster Mythic Path option easier for you later. Now, just as an aside, because I didn't really explain it, if you want to know why she hates the Crusades so much and why she betrayed you, it's because that she was actually a slave for most of her life to people like the Hell Knights. She was brought to this land as exactly that, a slave who served as a secretary, and no matter what Crusader town she went through, they never helped, never bothered to free her from her chains despite all their lofty ideals, and she had a lot of resentment about it. But obviously we can turn that to our advantage, which is exactly what we should be doing. But failing that, definitely lock her up because she can give you information about a quest later if you didn't do that option. Upon your exit from the Citadel, we have officially wrapped up Act 2 of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. which quite naturally brings us to Act 3. But before we dive fully into Act 3, there's some things you should know. For starters, Act 3 is one of, I would say, the largest parts of the game. It opens up quite a bit. We're about to deal with the Crusade mode a fair bunch, and that Crusade mode really makes up a lot of the pacing of what this act is all about, meaning that a lot of the interactions around managing your Crusade and building up forts and towns takes up a significant portion of that, and when you strip away that portion, the mandatory story content is relatively light. Act 3 is more side content than anything else, which is a fair bit different than the two acts up to this point, as there really isn't much side content at all in the first couple of acts. So that means a few things. Basically, story-wise, there's less to do here, but also simply that a lot of things are happening all at once in managing our crusade, the quests we need to do, handling some decrees, etc. So we're going to structure this one a little bit differently in the sense that everything I'm going to mention might not necessarily happen in this order. I'm going to cover the actual story portion first, the things that every single Mythic Path will do. Then we'll cover the Mythic Path specific stuff that happens throughout the act for all 6 of them, including unlocks for the farther away stuff, and then we'll wrap it up talking about companions. But to officially dive into this, right as we start Act 3, which happens the moment we step out of the Citadel after fighting Staunton, a few days have passed and we've started to get the crusade properly organized, and we find ourselves in the city of Dresden, our brand new home base. If you didn't get familiar with it during the siege, you're definitely going to want to do so now, as you're going to be doing a lot of running around this area to talk to both companions and handle little miscellaneous quests. It's also a good opportunity to talk to everyone, of course, but also to talk to vendors which have new items, which can be especially powerful if you've been frugal with your gold up to this point. But outside of that, our conversation with Irabeth starts this act off. Now, right away, we get an assessment of how we did in Act 2, if we took the Citadel very quickly, within about a month or so, and if we managed to conserve most of our troops in doing so. That is to say, we avoided using things like the Vescivore swarms, saved all of our troops in Leper's Smile, for instance. And what's more, if Queen Galfrey accompanied you during Act 2, you'll get a personal sort of debrief with her specifically, and if you did well, you'll get more rewards from her if she was with you. But they'll let you know how you did either way, and then we're off to the races for Act 3. Now right away, Irabeth lines out the core problems we need to deal with, which is that we're essentially dealing with attacks from demons that seem to have special powers we haven't seen before, followed by demons attacking seemingly from nowhere, harrying our troops, a patrol that went missing, and problems with a dragon that's been flying around. Right after this, she'll ask you what you want to do with Staunton's body. Doesn't matter too much what you choose here, the main thing is that the Lich is able to save his body for later as a servant if you want to. But from there, we can handle some other things. Right away, before we do anything else, you probably want to talk to some people like I just mentioned a bit ago. But in particular, we're looking for Greybor, the assassin we've met a couple times up to this point, who is officially hanging around our tavern. This is because he's the person we need to hire to help us with our dragon problem. We're going to pay him 2,500 gold right here, and he agrees to join our team to help us track this dragon. We need to take him to a specific location to bait said dragon, which starts that quest. Now, depending on whether or not you used the Vescivores during the siege, you'll have a little follow-up quest about that. If you used them, you'll get a miscellaneous objective to go find where the rest of the swarms are hanging out, and in a house towards the south of the map, you'll find them. In particular, though, you'll find a very weak young Queen Vescivore that you can choose to kill or keep alive. You're going to want to let that thing live if you want the swarm that walks Mythic Path. That is a required step, and we'll do some more of that here in just a little bit, actually. Now, otherwise, we can go ahead and head off into the actual Citadel portion, which forms our command center, the exact place we fought Staunton, which is where we can get a rundown of the Crusade and how the new aspects of it work, because up to this point, we've just dealt with the armies, but now the system in full is at play. You'll definitely be greeting a handful of people mostly related to side quests, but also getting an explanation about how to handle things like the development of the Crusade, which involves building up forts, handling your armies, which you'll already be a little bit familiar with, but also dealing with decrees and events. So I want to talk a little bit about these, mostly just because it pertains to the secret ending and a couple of mythic paths. You can turn on what is called Auto Crusade if you want, which basically removes everything to do with this. It all gets handled by itself, and it's a decent option for people who don't want to deal with this. In fact, if you fail the Crusade mode, that is to say you lose, the game will actually default to its Auto Crusade mode rather than take it away from you completely. That way you don't necessarily have to load back a save or something over this management sim. So it's not really that big of a deal, but the reason you might want to do well at it and actually stick with it is that there are rewards that you can only get by handling this little mini management type sim. Because armies that you defeat on this map will sometimes drop artifacts that you can then issue decrees to have studied and enchanted in certain ways. And if you go Auto Crusade mode, there's simply no way to get those. And while these days Auto Crusade puts an emphasis on things like your mythic path research that you need to do, for instance, a couple of them have events that are required to be handled in this mode, the game just simply does that for you and puts a timer on the quest instead that advances the step after the fact. So you don't have to worry about that at all there even. But there's a lot of rewards to be gained with the Crusade mode, and probably the biggest, most impactful one in the everyday bit of gameplay, so to speak, is that you'll be building up forts around the map as you capture them from the demons and then later defend them, of course. But inside both Dresden and these forts, you can build buildings, which have all sorts of effects on your army, recruitment rates, things like that. And for the most part, it's a simple little system. Build the stuff that gives you the best troop regeneration, so you constantly have troops to throw at the enemy, and understand how generals work and you'll be fine. But something you can do in the upgraded forts is put down a teleportation circle, which allows you to teleport to various places on the world map, which makes travel much, much faster. And that's actually also something you don't get to do if you have Auto Crusade mode on, which can make traveling a bit of a headache. Otherwise, the goal of the Crusade mode is simply to increase your Crusade's stats, leadership, military, diplomacy, and logistics, and each increase up to a maximum of 8, though 5 in Act 3 specifically, will give you a bonus of some sort from a list of options based on your advisors, which are your companions and things, to decide how you would like to develop your Crusade mode, which has a bunch of variations, including things from your mythic path specifically. In fact, if you're playing the Lich, Crusade mode is quite easy because they get a bunch of undead minions. But all of that said, the main thing I want to mention to you right here is that you should have a research option, or a decree I should say, available right when you start this act, and it's a logistics one called Study the Sword of Valor. That needs to be done for the secret ending, and it's usually handy to just go ahead and get it out of the way immediately. But otherwise, let's move on. So we'll start with the bits of story that are closest to Dresden, and that is definitely Green Gates. So Green Gates, you'll likely learn about from Arushale, especially if you recruited her already, because she'll show up in your war room telling you about this place and how it's likely the source of some of these demons with strange powers. And obviously we need to go investigate that. Now, if you did not recruit Arushale up to this point, either when you get close to Green Gates, when you arrive there, or simply when you rest, you'll have a dream, which is actually Arushale calling out to you, and it marks this location on the map, and it's basically just how you get here. Now, at any rate, once you arrive at Green Gates, Arushale will give you the lowdown. If she's not in your party, it's actually better for you in this specific instance, because she'll kill a bunch of the demons you're about to encounter in one shot, in a sort of cutscene. But either way, there is a hag towards the end of this map that can give us the answers we seek. After fighting her, Jerunica here will spill the beans on some critical information. The demons with the strange abilities are actually coming from a place called the Ivory Sanctum, a place that Arushale is familiar with, which Jerunica here fills us in on, because Arushale has not been entirely truthful with us up to this point, but you already know that she's a succubus following the path of Desna, the goddess of dreams, trying to repent for her sins, basically, in a sort of reverse fallen angel situation. Now, shortly after this, one way or another the hag will die, but if you take too long, she will try to cast some spells and make it more difficult. And in the end, what we gather from all of this is the location of the Ivory Sanctum. However, getting into it is a whole nother deal. And this area wraps up by giving you a little more of Arushale's background if you want to learn a little bit more about her character. But we'll talk a tiny bit more about that in the companion section. Now, very close by to Green Gates is another story important location called the Molten Scar. You'll have had to learn the location of this place, which can be done by either scouting it out via a Crusade management thing. If you imprisoned Nura, you can learn about it from her, or you can talk to Anivia. In any event, though, one way or another, you'll learn about the location of the Molten Scar, which will lead us to the demons attacking out of seemingly nowhere. Now, at this location, which is a very small room, like this is basically a one-room dungeon, we'll see a couple of rock demons turning people into demons themselves, and kind of a similar situation to what happened to the mongrels in Act 1. Now, we're going to fight our way through a bunch of Vroks, which are these bird-like demons, until we get down to the summoning area. Now, at this point, we can talk to a Vrok, potentially, and convince it to either give up its paper on all of this summoning and what's going on there, or you can just kill it outright. If you're an Azada, you'll be assisted by some Vol Halflings, they call themselves, or some free Crusaders, chaotic helpers of yours, which is nice, but ultimately with these Vroks dead, those attacks will stop and we can deal with a handful of people in cages nearby. Now, one of them, Jana Aldori, is actually one of Seela's friends from her earlier quests in Act 1 and 2. She'll have some words there, but basically Jana here decides to either run off if you let her, or finds herself in prison if you choose a more lawful route. Next to her, however, are two people that were turned into demons, and you can decide what to do about that. If you have Winduag with you, she'll try to help them, so will Lan, but you have a few options in how to deal with it. If you are the Demon Mythic path, you can basically just force them to submit to you. If you are the Aeon Mythic path, you can actually undo what happened to them, turning them back into just regular old people, but this is mostly just a fluff choice. It doesn't really amount to much of anything otherwise. Now, next up, while not technically main story related, because you can either choose not to do it or just deal with it in a different way, is the Dragon Hunt. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. And since you've likely already hired Greybor at this point, you simply take him to a location to the west of Dresden, and you can set up an ambush for this dragon. Along the way, you'll be attacked by it at least twice, and it helps to understand protection from energy fire at this point, as the most deadly thing about it is its breath weapon. But once you get to the site, you'll put down an ambush of sorts, basically make up a small false camp with some meat for it to eat, and once it's busy, you'll attack it. Now, once you've got it down to about half health or injured, basically, it flies off, leaving a trail of blood for you to follow. You'll track this to an area south of Dresden, and once you get close to it, you'll get a text event. Now, the results of this text event are basically pass or fail. If you pass a series of checks, you can arrive at a tower without the dragon knowing you are there, which gives you a chance to sneak up on it and, more importantly, prepare. If you fail this check, you are dropped right in front of the dragon, and you have no time to prepare. In either event, though, the dragon itself was being occupied by none other than the storyteller from Act 1 and briefly Act 2. This is what he was doing after he left. Now, he's here against his will, and, once we deal with the dragon, he has things in this tower he would like to find. But first, you have to actually kill the dragon. Once you get it to low health, it'll actually fly up to the second floor of the tower and kind of lick its wounds for a minute, and if you don't get up there fast enough to actually kill it, it will fly off, burning a lot of what's in the tower with it, which is going to cost you some loot and upset the storyteller, but more importantly, because that dragon's not dead, and it certainly remembers you, it will show up later. So you really do want to kill this thing here and now. Now, in any event, once the job's done, Greybor will be done with his contract and thus will leave your party if you don't pay him more to take him on in a more permanent basis, which is a minimum of 12,500 coins, which can be a little pricey. Don't worry about it if you can't pay him right now, you will get a second shot at this. But ideally, you'll just pay him here and be done with it. After which, we can talk to the storyteller. He asks us to find some elven notes in this ruin, at which point he will meet us back in Dresden. We can also investigate and pick up a bunch of other loot around here if we want, and then we'll be off. From here, the storyteller is involved in a bunch of optional stuff, which we'll get to momentarily, because the main story is going to take us south of Dresden again to a place called Wintersun. This is potentially where we can find our missing Crusaders, as a bunch of them seemingly disappeared. Now, Wintersun is a larger area with quite a few side quests, but we're going to focus on the main story portion. A short ways after arriving at Wintersun, we can actually find some of our missing crusaders impaled on pikes near a big shrine. Investigating a little bit further will eventually see us finding a nearby village of sorts that seems to be unaware that half the people walking around are demons. When we arrive at the gate, however, we'll initially be barred from entry, only for the guards to be instructed to allow us inside by a disembodied voice coming from a statue nearby, at which point they acquiesce and we can investigate. Upon entering, we see that some of the people here are just straight up demons, but no one seems to be aware of this fact. The chieftain of the place refuses to talk about it and tells you to come to the chieftain's hut, which is where we can get some answers. There's also some stuff to find hanging around the village if you are so inclined, but basically all you need to do is go to the chieftain's hut here, and one way or another he's going to attack you. If you have the demon mythic path, you can 1v1 the guy, or I think it's 2v2 because he has his little drake pet. You can also do a side quest to send away some of his guards to make this fight easier if you're struggling, as he can be a little bit of a challenge as he attacks quite fast. But once he's almost dead, he'll run away out a back entrance that we then need to follow him from. This leads to a small shrine to the lady that he is worshipping. Now this is where we're going to pick up the key to the Ivory Sanctum, the place where we know those demons are coming from. But not before talking to Jerabeth, a very specific type of demon that has been keeping this village in thrall for the sake of their own purposes. From here you can choose to either reveal what is happening to the village and also kill Merivok, though Jerabeth will ask you to not do either of these things. Honestly, it doesn't matter much one way or the other, outside of course, what actually happens to Wintersun. But in both cases, Jerabeth will essentially invite you to the Ivory Sanctum at this point, hand you the key, which is our next major story location, and a sort of point of no return for a couple of things if you haven't done the dragon hunt quest up to this point. Because if you have not killed the dragon or failed to do so, it will show up in the Ivory Sanctum. And what's more, if you have not managed to properly recruit Greybor at this point, he'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the Ivory Sanctum because he has a contract out for your head. But it's from the same person who sold him the faulty knife that he failed to kill the Baelor for at the end of Act 2. So he's willing to look the other way if you'll go ahead and pay him for his services to bring him onto your team. If you choose not to, he'll of course try to collect and you'll have to fight him to the death essentially, but you can just pay the guy and he'll join your team. But then we are in the Ivory Sanctum proper, the actual dungeon, which, if the name wasn't a clue, is in fact a hotbed of the demon lord Baphomet. Now the Ivory Sanctum is a really cool dungeon filled with a lot of really cool items, a fair few puzzles, but again we're going to focus on the most important stuff. Right away, pretty much at the entrance room, we'll be greeted by Jerabeth, who has a proposition for you no matter what you chose back in Wintersun. Basically, she is sharing the place with another demon called Xanthir Vang, a scientist of sorts who's working on the mythic abilities being granted to some of these demons, which we'll have met a couple of before and certainly in this dungeon. They have these purple crystals all over them, so it's obvious they're coming from here, and they have an incredible amount of power compared to regular demons. But Jerabeth doesn't like the guy and wants him dead, and is happy to side with you to make that happen. And kind of surprisingly, there's zero downsides to siding with Jerabeth. No matter your alignment or your mythic path, it's always an option. It makes several of the fights easier, but also isn't required if you don't want to. But there isn't really a downside, outside of course, dealing with a demon. Regardless of what you choose there, you'll eventually come to a room that has Xanthir Vang openly experimenting on demons to turn them into these super-powered variants. He'll run off and leave his demons and servants to fight you, which obviously you'll need to do, but you might notice at this point that Xanthir Vang is what is known as a swarm that walks. He's capable of projecting swarms of the insect type he is made out of, which we can't do anything with right this second, but is certainly of note. Now, essentially right after this room, we'll run into the dragon if you failed to kill it. But in the back of the room, you'll actually be able to see a few different dragon eggs being guarded by golems. Now, once once you get close to it, the golems will activate and attempt to crush the eggs. You can save them by either just being the Azada mythic path, or by correctly guessing the deactivation password, which is literally just password. This is a crusade event that you can do later for some units, but honestly they're not that great, so it doesn't matter a ton what happens here, just thought it was worth mentioning. Because then we head on outside to a bridge area, and this is where we get a somewhat major story event. As we go to cross the bridge into the other portion of the Ivory Sanctum, we'll be stopped by a demon known as Zandra, who has a whole host of mythic demons with her and surrounds you. Now, after a short back and forth, you'll hear a horn before an entire heavenly host drops down behind you, including one particularly impressive looking angel. They will block off the bridge and basically protect you from the back while you face the demons ahead of you. This is the point at which the demon Zandra will run off, and after this you'll have a small side quest to go track her down and kill her in full, which is just something to do, to be honest. But once you get these demons put down properly, you'll need to enter the next room, which is back inside the Ivory Sanctum, which is where you will properly confront Xanthir Vang. You can ask him a whole host of different questions once you've managed to get him down to low health. This is what I would consider one of the first serious boss fights of the game, as this guy does a lot of summoning and disappearing into various swarms that he makes of himself, including summoning in some demons. There's just a lot going on in this fight, but eventually you'll get him close to death, at which point he'll basically give up and he'll answer some questions for you, basically about what is happening. Specifically about the transformations that demons are undergoing and the what and the where. Basically, they're using what they are calling Nahindrian crystals to turn demons into mythic variants of themselves, which are demons that have tremendous power. You have to kill them twice to kill them permanently, and they're very strong and obviously a problem for the Crusader armies. However, Xanthir here has more to say. He'll ask if you can figure out why Dresden was such an important city to the demons, why they attacked Canabris from there, for instance. For starters, that's where Xanthir's laboratory was beforehand, and it will be revealed that there is actually a secret demon base under your base called the Midnight Fane, which is a huge portal of demons leading up into the world as a sort of branch off from the main rift that is the world wound itself. The demons have been going out of their way to hide it, obviously, including not attacking you from it. But this is a lot of news to you, and we need to get back to Dresden to deal with this. However, we're not done yet, because we can also ask Xanthir a bunch of questions about how he became the way that he is. That is to say, a swarm that walks. He won't answer your questions directly, but he'll point to the fact that his notes are hanging around, and reading his notes will grant you a crusade event known as his experiments. And if you choose to study his experiments, a lot of people really won't like it, and you'll get a properly stern warning about the subject, but also it can cost you some of your Crusader armies legitimately if you're not careful. This is a required step for the swarm that walks Mythic Path, and completing that research is just about the last thing you need to do for it specifically. Now from there you can head back to Dresden, where you'll be greeted with a scene by the Hand of the Inheritor. Now you'll have met this guy if you're on the Angel Path Mythic already, but otherwise doing so might be news to you. But the Hand of the Inheritor is the herald of the goddess Iomade. He's basically here to help you. You can explain where the Midnight Fane is, and if you have not completed your Mythic Path stuff yet, you won't be able to open it. He'll actually tell you that we need a way to break the seal on the Midnight Fane in order to actually dive into the place, which means if you have not done so yet, you need to go complete your Mythic Path stuff. Now, likely you'll have done that already, but that brings us to the more variable piece of the act. Now, we're not going to go into the Mythic Path stuff just yet, but essentially the end or a portion of every Mythic Path, all 6 of them available in Act 3, ultimately sends you to a place called the Desolate Hovel, one way or another. Some places will just mark the location on your map and you'll need to investigate it for some reason. Others will just straight up teleport you there. But one way or another, you're going to find yourself at the Desolate Hovel. And upon arriving, when you start investigating the place, you'll eventually be pulled into a sort of magical trap that is also clearly a laboratory of some kind. After a little bit of poking around and activating a nearby projector, you'll eventually be accosted by Suture. Suture, you'll have known by now, is actually a servant of Arilu Vorlesh. He'll explain that this is her lab, and obviously there's things to know about her here. After which, he'll run off and you can explore the rest of the place. Now, what you'll find in Arilu's lab and what you're looking for, of course, change with your mythic path. The key thing you'll learn, though, is that she's doing a bunch of different little bits of research into what she calls hybrid souls, or stitching different types of beings together from different planes of existence, trying to make something more than the sum of their parts, which is essentially how they came across the transformation process of turning demons into mythic demons with the Nahindrian crystals. But once you get to the heart of her laboratory, you'll eventually find the thing we came here for primarily, which is the Lexicon of Paradox Part 1, half of a whole. Upon touching this, you'll get your mythic rank 4, which allows you to advance a little farther upon your transformation into whatever mythic being you selected. But this also comes with another flashback, specifically the square at Canabris again, where Suture, disguised as a guard, asked if we wanted a weapon or a scroll to get out of that situation. Arilu will actually comment based on whatever one of those choices your character made, which is where you can get a hint that taking the weapon is actually the right choice for the secret ending. But after a tiny bit of dialogue here, you'll eventually be back in reality, and you'll be accosted by Suture again. And you can ask him some questions before basically going on your way and expressing either annoyance or appreciation to Arilu, who clearly left this here for you to find. Now, the Lexicon of Paradox specifically is a big part of the secret ending. We can't do much with it right now, we simply need to hold on to it. It is possible at the end of the act to give it to Queen Galfrey. If you are on a good aligned mythic path, you can do that and then later get it back. In general, though, I wouldn't recommend it at all because there is the possibility of losing it permanently. Also, in this lab, you can find a couple more midnight bolts as well as one over in the Ivory Sanctum, and we'll need those for the secret ending as well, which should ultimately give us a total of 3 up to this point. But as exploration of this lab, you'll have learned how to take down demonic barriers, the exact kind that are guarding the Midnight Fane in Dresden. So this is the last piece of the puzzle you need to assault the Midnight Fane, which you can then go back and report to the Herald or Hand of the Inheritor. Once you've given him all the information he needs, you'll have to wait for Queen Galfrey to arrive before you can do anything. Unless you're the Azada mythic path, which will allow you to rush headlong into danger directly into the Midnight Fane. You can actually get a bunch of people killed this way, so generally I wouldn't recommend it, but it is an option. But also I wouldn't recommend it simply because the time in which it takes Galfrey to arrive at Dresden to end the act with, you'll unlock a handful of other quests that don't unlock until this point, so you will actually have some things to do and run around for while you wait for her. But basically, after a couple weeks have passed, Queen Galfrey will actually show up, and you can talk to her a little bit before ultimately choosing to dive into the Midnight Fane and purge it properly of corruption. Now, upon arriving in the final area of this act, we'll get some instructions. Basically, we need to go around this dungeon looking for 3 keys, which represent the 3 demon lords that run this place cooperatively. That is to say, Baphomet, Discari, and Nocticula, which you may or may not have heard about up to this point. Baphomet and Discari for sure. You might have missed Nocticula depending on your path. However, as we go to do that, specifically right before the priest with the keys each time, we can be called back to the main hall by the sounding of a horn, which is our cue to go help our allies who are holding the main room. It's important to do that in order to preserve some face, basically, but that's the goal. However, Midnight Fane holds a fair few secrets, a complicated puzzle hiding a secret room with some great treasure, an optional boss called Playful Darkness, and Minago will also be here, the same one that ran away from you at the end of Act 2 during your fight with Staunton, and she'll be desperately trying to get away from you, and in doing so, she'll free a bunch of prisoners, one of which turns out to be the real Yaniel, a war hero from yesteryear and the original owner of the sword Radiance. If you make a point to talk to Yaniel, you'll have a chance to upgrade Radiance again. If you choose to just hand her the sword to see what happens, it continues along its normal upgrade path, becoming a Holy Longsword with even better stats. Again, great weapon for Seela. If you choose to kill her with it, you can morph it into an Unholy Blade, which is also an option. But in any event, once you've got all that sorted out and you've got the 3 keys, you can unlock the final room, where you'll have to fight none other than the Baylor Darazan, the very one that ran away from you in Act 2 as well. But this time, it's a fight to the death. After it's all said and done though, before anything else can happen basically, Queen Galfrey steps in and decides now is the time to put you on trial basically for how well you've been running the crusade up to this point, which can go one of a few different ways. But the long and short of it is you'll either get to keep your title as commander of the crusade or it will be stripped from you. Now, to be real with you, you will lose this title 99% of the time. It is possible to keep it under basically 2 circumstances. You were the Angel Mythic Path and you generally did the right thing. It becomes easier and that's like the way to keep the title, to be honest. But if you are another good aligned Mythic Path and did basically everything right along the way, you can also keep it under that circumstance, but it's much more difficult to do it that way. But the reason Queen Galfrey is doing this is to basically kick you into the Abyss, because you came down here to find a portal to the Abyss where the Nahindrian crystals were being smuggled in, and your way of tracking down the source in the Abyss and putting a permanent stop to it is by sending you in to deal with it, which is the official end of Act 3. But don't worry, you're not alone, because the Hand of the Inheritor will be diving into the Abyss with you, so you will have some backup in there. But speaking of backup, we need to do just that and cover everything else I haven't gone over in this particular act yet. First up, with the Mythic Path stuff. Now, the good news here is that if you've been following along, we've already done everything we need to unlock the Swarm Mythic Path as part of the story, but the other one is the Gold Dragon. After you rescue the storyteller from the Dragon Hunt quest, you can find him back at Dresden, at which point you can go talk to him, get his word on a bunch of different things, but also you can show him items you've found since you've seen him last, which is your chance to restore some artifacts. However, you can also show him the Silver Dragon Claw you ideally found in Leper's Smile as part of Act 2, though you can go get it now if you missed it. Upon doing so, he'll give you more information about Tarindalev, which reveals a location that she used to frequent a long time ago. Going here will see you encountering a bunch of cultists who try to kill you on sight. Afterwards, though, you'll be interrupted by someone who portals in and desperately pleads with you not to kill the last cultist. If you want to unlock the Gold Dragon Mythic Path, you need to oblige and spare them. In either event, Hal, or Halcyax, will reveal himself to be a gold dragon and express his approval or disapproval at what you just did. If you spared the cultist, Hal will show up later, which completes that quest, and it's basically everything you need to do to unlock the Gold Dragon Mythic Path. Then there's the Devil, only available to Aeon or Azada. As an Aeon, you'll straight up be given an advisor who is from Hell called Melies, whose name just so happens to spell me lies, which is a less than subtle hint about the guy. Basically, though, if you want to become a devil, just kind of do what he wants you to do, which will put you off of the Aeon Mythic Path, or the True Aeon as it's called. More on that in just a second. Now for Azada, you don't need to do anything special, just be an Azada and it comes up later, which is all we need to know about that. So from there, let's actually talk about the 6 mythic paths that are available in this act that we could have played through it as. Now this is an important time to mention though that from this point on, the choices you make are obviously not about unlocking the mythic path, but rather variations to the story. Each mythic path has tiny variations that can represent a few different options. So for the Aeon specifically, perhaps one of the ones that has the most pronounced options, you can choose to apply the law properly or not. Aeons are all about law and justice, so if you choose to not do it properly, that has consequences. Whereas if you choose to do it properly, you'll be what's referred to as a true Aeon, which unlocks different options later for that path, specifically whether or not you fail or succeed at your proper transformation, essentially. So that's something to know. So while all of these mythic paths can technically be played with any alignment, it is important to kind of lean into what they are supposed to be. There's a little bit of wiggle room there, but honestly not much. That said, let's kick it off with Azada. Now, all the way back at the beginning of the act, if you picked Azada, right after you talk to Irabeth to start, you'll be greeted by your brand new companion, Aivu. Aivu is a Havoc dragon that becomes your animal companion, essentially, as part of the Azada mythic path. She talks, she's a child basically, and is drawn to your chaotic nature as an Azada. She's basically your best friend now. However, not far from here, she spotted a very nice ridge that you should go investigate, which kicks off the Azada quest. Now this is called the Commander's Court nearby Dresden if you're in Azada. Going into it, you'll meet the 3 Desna acolytes that you'll have met in Canabris to unlock this path. Including them, however, a bunch of other people have been drawn here by the chaotic nature of your power, and together that power will cleanse the corruption from this area, turning it into your very own Court of Elysium. You'll get to name it and everything. Now, along the way throughout the act, there's a couple places you'll run into at Green Gates, Winter Sun, etc., where you'll be able to reinvigorate the land, which removes some of the corruption. Doing this draws more and more people to your court, affecting how you run your crusade, but also giving the option to either join in on their chaotic nature, singing the song of Elysium and solving little disputes in your court or not, and it's a pretty good time. Now, after a couple weeks have passed, you'll go to your commander's court and speak to the Desna acolytes, who want to send you to Elysium, but something goes wrong and you find yourself at Arilu's lab. So you just kind of arrive there spontaneously. Now, another portion of this is that along the way, you'll eventually be given an advisor called Early Sunset, who seems awfully dour for someone who is supposed to be another Azada guiding you along your way. That'll come up more later. But eventually, if you're doing all of this stuff and you complete all of your mythic quests for the Azada, your commander's court, that little ridge above Dresden, will actually turn into its own floating island above the city, where you'll play host to your potential treant companions, the mimics who decided to join you, the halflings that call themselves the Val Halflings, all of which you'll have met along the way. Which makes for a very chaotic experience that of course ends with potentially storming the Midnight Fane early. Now, depending on your choices, you can actually get a lot of your followers killed down there, which is why I would say hold off on it. And it doesn't actually matter if you charge into it early or not, outside of Galfrey scolding you for it if you do, and a couple of events down there play out a tiny bit different. Honestly, not really worth it in my opinion. But it is certainly an option. Next up though, let's talk about the Angel Mythic Path, a very different experience, and it starts off a little bit slower. Now for starters, this might be the one where you notice that depending on your mythic path, people talk to and treat you very, very differently. But Angel starts off a little slow. In fact, your first encounter that is specific to that path will likely be with an old crusader who is just kind of out killing demons on his own, called Berenguer. You'll run into him a few times over the course of the act, and eventually you can convince him to properly rejoin the actual crusades if you want. But while it does take a little while, eventually, as an angel, none other than the Hand of the Inheritor will come to Dresden to speak to you, as he heard about your angelic powers, having altered the Sword of Valor and made it your own, but also about your noble and angelic nature. You can talk to him about Lariel, the angel whose sword you found in the prologue, and a few other different things, but ultimately, he comes here with a goal, specifically to ask you to accompany him to a place called Pelura's Fall. Pelura's Fall is important for both the secret ending, but also Act 5, and in fact, the Angel Mythic Path is the only one that gets to go there a little bit early, and I mention that because some of the rewards you get there are the same, so you can actually get a ton of extra gold and stuff by doing this. Now, Pelura's Fall is hidden within the World Wound. Demons don't know about it. It's a very secretive place where they basically study to try to find a way to close the World Wound. Once we arrive there, we can do a handful of side quests for the people who live there, the Stargazers as they're called, but ultimately, when we're ready, we need to speak to their head priestess who will perform a ritual to give us information about where we should be searching to follow up on new leads, which is how we get led to Arilu's lab in this particular mythic path. Now, along the way, we'll eventually come into contact with what is known as the Echo of Discari, a sort of avatar of the demon lord Discari. He discovers the location of Pelura's Fall, but can't actually enter it right now, which is obviously going to be a problem for later. He also kidnaps the High Priestess, but there's not much else we can do with that. Now, this continues when we get to the lab again. Another interaction you can have in Arilu's lab is actually with an angel called Targona. Now, in pretty much every other case, we simply can free Targona if we discover her down here. Arilu experimented on her. She has one angel wing and one demon wing, so it's a whole thing. But as an angel, you can free her and explain that you came here at the behest of the Hand of the Inheritor, and she'll fly off to Dresden to meet him. She comes up more in their story later. But that's pretty much the bulk of what the angels got going on in a slightly shorter version. Obviously, there's a few other interactions you can have, but as I mentioned, you can also sort of just auto-win the trial at the very end of the act to keep your title as an angel, so that's nice. But the main difference between the choices you can make in this one is that you can choose between righteous fury or mercy and goodness, essentially the two defining aspects of what an angel can be in this universe. But given that the angel mythic path can actually get a spell if you merge spell books called Wrath of the Righteous, it's a little on the nose for content in terms of this game and very thematically appropriate. So there is that. Moving along a little bit, because we still have 4 more to cover, we then have the demon mythic path. Now the demon mythic path initially starts off with you receiving strange dreams of someone trying to summon you somewhere. Now, over the course of the act, even if you initially pass the checks to avoid this, eventually the checks for this summoning will get so high that you will fail it. I've seen them go up to like 70 even, at which point you'll be summoned to the Ivory Labyrinth, which is distinct from the Ivory Sanctum we went into earlier. At this point, we'll be interrogated by a demoness known as Hepzamira, the daughter of Baphomet. She'll ask you a bunch of questions about their crusade, and you can choose to give her that information or resist. In either event, though, afterwards we'll be greeted by a disembodied voice who sets us free. Specifically, granting us an invisibility spell, allowing us to get our equipment back and sneak out of this place, hopefully unscathed. And upon arriving back at Dresden, you'll find out that the demons installed a fake commander and potentially cost you some problems. Now eventually, you'll be summoned again by the same voice that helped you out of the Ivory Labyrinth to begin with. And this is probably a good time to mention that as a demon, you are prone to being summoned, as demons can be summoned and bound. But this second one, from the person who saved us, sees us arriving in the Abyss, specifically a city called Elushanira, the capital of the Midnight Isles. And, more specifically, the city of one Nocticula, a demon lord of succubi who was the one responsible for freeing you, though she had her reasons. Basically, she wants you to track down Aurilu Vorlesh and hopefully deal with her, so she gives you somewhat free reign of the city of Elushanira, where you can basically do exactly that, investigate a bunch of demons and look for Aurilu. Obviously, this eventually leads you to Aurilu's lab, but you can also explore a few extra locations as you'll get a portal to the Abyss from your headquarters, which is kind of neat. But that's basically all of the demon content available here, outside of some very specific interactions like with Marivok and Wintersun. But basically, Nocticula saved you so she could call in a favor from you later, but right now she's not imposing any limits on you. Next up though, let's talk about the Lich Mythic Path. So the Lich Mythic Path kicks off right at the beginning of the act with a visit from Zacharias, the person who promised to transform you fully into a Lich, and he has some requests. Basically, to kick this off, you need to build a ziggurat, a place of power, which happens to be a crusade event specifically. Now, if you got auto crusade on, this will happen automatically, don't worry. Otherwise, you have to wait like 30 days for this to happen. Eventually, however, it will be built, and a portion of Dresden gets turned into this ziggurat, where you can then go meet Zacharias. Zacharias, after this, will tell you to build a Pillar of Skulls, a sort of command module for the rest of the ziggurat and your missions. This takes another 10 days. But upon doing so, we then finally open up a lot of fun options. So the Pillar of Skulls allows you to recruit grave guards. That is to say, people you can resurrect from undeath to serve you as companions. You can in fact get an entire undead party if you want, though to be honest with you, their default builds are pretty terrible. But it is certainly an option, and that comes in addition to the base skeletal minion you get from merely being a Lich. Now at this point, Zacharias will go ahead and try to turn you into a Lich, but the procedure will ultimately fail because something has a hold of your soul and you need to find out from where, and this is how the Lich will arrive at Aurilu's lab. But more specifically, you might want to go around and recruit the undead minions you can, which includes Staunton if you're a Lich, but ultimately you go to Aurilu's lab, do the normal stuff, but as a Lich you'll also find a special magical vessel there, and you'll get a Lich Mythic Path option to take it and bring it back to Zacharias, which will complete your Lich Mythic Path for Act 3. He has to do some research and he'll get back to you from here basically, which picks back up in Act 4, which then brings us to the Aeon. Now Aeon is a tricky one because you got to do a bunch of stuff and the game only gives you hints about it instead of clear direction, but essentially Aeons are cosmic arbiters of law. They are lawful neutral. If you want to get specific about it, they just care about the written law as it stands for the place you are in. Now that's important because what the law is where you are, including what plane of existence you're on, changes. The laws of the Abyss are very different from the cosmic laws of Golarion, or the normal planet you're on, which has all different nations with all different laws. All of that matters to an Aeon. And your job as an Aeon is to basically apply that law appropriately. So at the start of the act, once you walk into your commander's bedroom, you'll look into the mirror, which becomes your sort of representative of the Aeon that you took into yourself to turn into this form yourself. The Aeon will basically say, hey, we got to start putting some stuff right here because everything is out of order, which involves laying the law down on people. Now, right after this conversation, right next to the mirror, you can pick up a book that will give you the laws of the crusade that you manage. This is important because the next step of the Aeon Mythic path is basically to find criminals and hold trials. And in order to follow the true Aeon path, you need to respond to these appropriately. That is to say, putting people in prison, banishing, or executing them as befits the crime they actually committed. Now eventually, once you do enough of this, you'll learn more and more about what is causing all the disorder in this area, which is how this Mythic path gets sent to Arilu's lab. But more specifically, once they pick up Mythic rank 4, you can interact with some of the blue fog you'll have seen up to this point in the middle of Dresden. And this is likely where you'll find out that Aeons are so powerful in bringing order back to disorder that they can actually, potentially, if they're strong enough, travel through time to do so. And in fact, at this point in the story, you'll be able to travel back in time and convince Staunton Vane to not side with Venago. Now, ultimately, you find out that this had precious little effect in the grand scheme of things, but you can ask everyone what happened during the siege of Dresden afterwards and they'll give you very hazy information. But the long and short is that essentially Staunton became a hero instead of reviled, but because of how important Dresden was to the demons, they still basically besieged it right afterwards, which led to a sort of stalemate. However, this path does see Staunton alive and well, though he doesn't join your party here. And that's just a little taste of what's to come down the Aeon Mythic path. Now another thing to mention as an Aeon is that they can see auras of criminals, much in the same way that liches will see ghosts and things kind of just moving around. Aeons can see that someone has broken the law. They have this blue aura to them, and that's how you'll find a lot of these criminals and wrongdoers, and there's a lot of dialogue centered around that specifically, which can add quite a bit to this particular path. Nonetheless, though, that brings us to our final one, the Trickster. As befits the name, this one is a little more silly, and honestly, I wouldn't recommend it on a first playthrough, just because of how it is. But at the start of Act 3, as a trickster, you'll eventually be met by the mysterious stranger you saw as you pulled those pranks to unlock the Mythic path to begin with. This man reveals himself to be none other than Sokoth Benoth, a demon lord, specifically one of perversion. He will invite you to a council of other people who are trying to solve the world wound, which is how you meet arbiters and emissaries from all different planes of existence, with Sokoth Benoth here only being one of them. But the council itself is at a bit of a deadlock. You can talk to a bunch of them, get an idea of who they are, even pit them against each other a little bit, which is fun. You can even meet Shaika the Mini from Kingmaker, which is cool, but there's little this does to progress the plot. In fact, the plot for Trickster is progressed through Thaberdine, who will show up in your court, so to speak, regardless of your Mythic path, but normally you have to kick him out. As a trickster, however, you can choose to hear him out. He claims to be a king from Old Sarkoris, which is what the World Wound was before it was the World Wound. You can go to Pelura's Fall, or the outside of it specifically, to find a stone that proves this claim is false, actually, but using your trickster Mythic path and just kind of seeing what happens, you can choose to make this reality, basically. You can have Thaberdine declared king, give him a crown and everything, just to sort of see what happens. It's very silly. After doing this, however, he will eventually send you to find moonshine, and he heard there was some place out in the wastes where they were doing just that, which is how the trickster gets to Arilu's lab, looking for moonshine. Now we go through the normal stuff for the lab, get Mythic Path rank 4, etc., and eventually you will actually find the moonshine part you need, which actually turns out to be the magic vessel that the Lich needed as well, and you'll bring that back to Thaberdine to complete that quest. Now, after this is done and you have the Lexicon of Paradox, you'll take that back to the Council. They can study that, which gets them out of their deadlock, and you can suggest as a trickster that maybe the solution to the world wound is in fact not to close it, but to open more rifts to other planes of existence, basically, which everyone on the Trickster Council agrees with and loves the idea of. And thus, they get to work trying to figure out how to do that, which is where the Trickster leaves off for Act 3, which is all of the main plot points for each mythic path across this particular portion of the game. But I do want to stress specifically that each of them has a ton of little interactions and things that are unique to them that make every playthrough with them feel very unique, even beyond just this stuff. But nonetheless, now we have to talk about companions and their quests, and there's a fair few of them. Outside of just being able to go and talk to them, learn about them, their lives, etc., a lot of them have tasks for you to do. Starting with Winduag or Lan, depending on which one you have with you, you'll be able to take them back to the ruins of Canabris to find the mongrels that they left behind there, and have them join your army properly. Both Winduag and Lan have different ideas about how to do this, and you'll come into conflict with whichever one you did not take with you to begin with. It's possible this will result in the other one's death or survival based on your actions up to this point, but in any event, once this is done, you'll have some extra help in the crusade via the mongrels, or you'll have failed the quest completely, or maybe even just got the other one killed, which is probably a good time to mention that both failing or succeeding or doing these quests for your companions at all has consequences. It changes how they feel about you and will result in different endings to their personal story, so that's important. But next up we have Woljif. Now Woljif ran off on us at the end of Act 2, so what's he been up to? Well, somewhere during the act you'll eventually stumble upon a random encounter with a bunch of cultists surrounding dead bodies. You might not think much of it at the time, but they mention the Crescent of the Abyss, which is something that Woljif stole via the Thieflings in Act 1. After that encounter, you'll have another random encounter where you'll run into Woljif himself leading a band of cultists, or at least seeming to, because he's trying to get out of the situation, which he enlists your help to do so with. And you can either bluff or attack your way out of this to pick Woljif back up, and he'll basically explain that since he has the Crescent of the Abyss, he's been hunted by a demon named WotR, and he would like you to help put that guy down, which you can choose to accept or deny. Doing so sees you bring Woljif to a specific area on the world map, fighting WotR, and that's basically it. You get some cool items from it. There's a little bit of extra dialogue about what Woljif feels is and isn't right in terms of nobility and how he feels. That's definitely worth knowing as well. But then we have Sociel. Sociel actually has two quests in Act 3. The first one is that he's really struggling with his faith and just stress in general, and early on in the act you can basically find him, a priest, playing poker with crusaders in the graveyard in the middle of the night, and you can choose to be callous or set him on the right path. Now, much later on in the act, you'll get word from Anivia that someone claiming to be Trevor, Sociel's brother, has showed up in Dresden. Now, you might remember this from Act 2 at the Lost Chapel, where we found his brother's shield, which is obviously very suspicious, but this person claiming to be him is not him, as Sociel confirms, but you learn that he stole his armor and everything. This guy doesn't give you a ton of answers, but basically says that Trevor gave up the Crusades and joined the Hell Knights instead, and he sends you to a location where he was supposedly working with the Hell Knights to take care of a monster. You'll fight that monster, turns out to be a trap. You come back to the prison to talk to the impersonator again, and he doesn't really give you much in the way of answers. But basically, seems like Trevor's brother abandoned the Crusades and got ate up by this war against the demons, and that's pretty much where it ends. Then we have Ember. You'll find Ember preaching to crusaders along the street at one point, which starts her quest, and you'll basically just have to wait and see what happens after that, and eventually, much later in the act actually, she'll be abducted by cultists that she was preaching to. As it seems, the demons are starting to get scared of the things she's saying because she's inspiring people to hope and dream. You have to go find her at a shrine on the world map where you can save her from a demon attack, but she hasn't given up on preaching to cultists and the like, and you can choose whether or not to let her continue to do that, and if you want the good ending to her quest, you better do it. And that's pretty much all she's got. Then we have Regil, our Hell Knight. Now, Regil's main thing is simply being an advisor to the Crusade. He offers a lot of advice on various councils, but a little ways into the act, his subordinate, Yaker, will come into your command center saying that one of the Hell Knights' outposts has been attacked recently and Regil would like you to look into it. Obviously, you bring Regil along for this, and it turns out that demons attacked the place and are masquerading as Hell Knights, having possessed and turned the place inside inside out, essentially. You can get to the bottom of this potentially taking chaotic or lawful actions along the way, and depending on how you solved this problem, Regil will approve or disapprove, because it turns out the whole thing was a test, because he's seeing how well you can act as a commander, which serves his lawful Hell Knight nature very much so, because otherwise everyone's just handing you titles and power without doing their due diligence, and this is kind of his way of doing that, and you can choose to tell him to go away as a result or not, which is kind of fun. Now, somewhere along the way, you'll also get surprised when you return to Dresden by Anivia at the front gate. She'll explain that some crusaders and things have gone missing, and that they've been investigating and looking into it, which I believe is also a crusade event as well. She'll explain that she thinks they have someone who might fit the description of the perpetrator in a house nearby, but she'll be very dodgy about it and explain that you need to see it for yourself. So if you choose to do this, you'll go to an empty house nearby, go into the basement where you'll discover none other than Camellia standing over someone she just murdered. And this is where you might put together 2 and 2 that Camellia is in fact Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, which there have been nothing but hints about up to this point, from the amulet she wears to the way she talks to the things you found in her father's mansion in Act 1, etc., etc. But at any rate, you can choose whether to listen to her excuses about doing this for one of her shaman spirits that is demanding blood so she can determine what it's trying to say because it's been driven mad. And regardless of whether or not you believe that, you can then choose to either kill her outright, tell her to stop doing this period, or simply allow her to continue being a serial killer. And you can also sort of start her romance here if that's the route you want to go down, which is morbid to say the least. But you will notice after this, if you choose to go along with all of it, that she is suddenly much more friendly and open and weirdly passively threatening you occasionally, as compared to her very standoffish demeanor up to this point, which is a very big shift for her character. And while I'd say anybody that was paying attention saw it coming from a mile away, still makes for a pretty fun little quest. Now, one thing, and I just want to mention it because it's really funny that you can do, is that when you're talking to Camellia, you can be like, yeah, okay, sure, do your thing. Have the romance scene, all that jazz, and then head back outside where Anivia will greet you, and she'll ask basically, what's going on? Is everything solved? And you can ask follow-up questions like, what did Anivia know about this? And basically, it's all kind of like, whatever you want to do, we'll sweep it under the rug one way or the other. But a really funny option is that after agreeing with everything Camellia said, you can then go to Anivia and just be like, yeah, the murderer's in there, go kill her, which is really funny, as chaotic options go. But then we have Sela's quest. Sela, our paladin companion, will eventually come to us saying that she has to prepare for the wedding for Elin, and you can help her do that, meeting up with her friend from her earlier quests, and you can then go to their wedding nearby at Dresden and enjoy in some merriment. However, obviously things quickly go south, as it turns out all the jewelry everyone gave them for their wedding was actually possessed by demons who chose that way to attack, in a sort of surprise attack perpetrated by the master jeweler that had set up shop in your town. This was only possible because the jeweler had been putting demons into the jewelry in preparation for this moment and spreading it around, because demons otherwise could not teleport into Dresden thanks to the Sword of Valor that we hung up in Act 2. This quest ends with you basically stabilizing the situation, and Sela obviously not feeling great about everything going on here, especially since her friends are all kind of falling apart, and the one that ran away in Act 2, Curl, is obviously responsible for this in some way because he shows up during the wedding. So a lot going on there. And then we have Arushale's quest. So she has a couple, technically, the thing with Green Gates for the main story, but after that, towards the end of the act, she can also come to you very excitedly, explaining that she had a dream for the first time, which is important because she worships Desna, the god of dreams, and is trying to become more human and move away from being a demon, so her having a dream of anything is very newsworthy. Demons don't dream. You'll go investigate this, find her dreams are empty, you'll go talk to other people about their dreams to give her ideas, and she'll fill her little dreamscape with their dreams while she works on finding some of her own. But in those new dreams, you can find a nightmare, someone from her past specifically that she's not ready to talk about from her days as a succubus, which gives you some foreshadowing to what she's got going on. Now, if you choose to romance Arushale, you can also get another quest where she locks herself in prison to deal with her feelings as a succubus, because she cannot just romance people, as her nature as a demon takes that into a very evil and twisted route, and she'll also, kill people just by doing this passively because she is a succubus. So you get an extra little quest if you happen to do that. And then, last but not least, we finally have Ulbrig. the DLC companion. He'll have a big quest that you don't technically have to do in Act 3, but it is when it becomes available, and this is to head back to his village. He's going to try to talk to the speaking stone there one more time, which didn't give him any answers last time. Except this time, he's successful, and this leads to a large DLC area that contains like multiple side quests and stuff that I'm not going to get into, but like this is major DLC content basically, so this is much longer than the others. The main thing for Olbrig here, however, is after investigating what this little village of old Sarkorians is, how it came to be, you can discover that Olbrig's not quite as alone as he thought, but ultimately we find ourselves in Gundren, basically the remnants of what's left of Sarkoris, and they're dealing with their own issues, a plague for starters, something is devouring people as well called the Hunger That Moves, there's problems in a temple nearby, and this temple is where we're headed to with Olbrig specifically. He can go there and learn that he in fact lost his memory, so quite a bit really, but mainly how he died, who killed him, and how the god that he worships, specifically the Heavenly Griffin, saved him and put him in stone all these years so he could ultimately survive and come here. But he still can't remember everything. But in doing all these quests, you help out the town here of Gundren with their problems, and that's pretty much all there is to do for Olbrig at the moment. But obviously, there will be more later. And with that, we've wrapped up pretty much everything for Act 3 here. But now we find ourselves cast into the Abyss, which makes up, of course, Act 4. Now, right away, Act 4 is much shorter than the rest of the game, really. In fact, even if you're doing absolutely everything, this act is unlikely to take you more than probably like 6 or 7 hours, simply because our goal here is relatively straightforward, and we're really only exploring one city that is made up of about 3 different large maps, and then of course all the little side areas. So, on one hand, we get to see firsthand what all the demons are up to in the Abyss, what their realm looks like, what their life is, beyond just battling crusaders, of course, but also this act serves as a huge narrative focal point, where we get a bunch of information that starts hurtling us towards the conclusion of the game via Act 5 and Act 6. More than anything, this act is all about giving the player information, which is why it's so much shorter than the rest of them, really. But nonetheless, once we find ourselves in the Abyss, we will first get our 5th mythic rank, allowing us to gain some power right away, but then we'll meet the Hand of the Inheritor in the area called the Nexus, which is going to serve as our home base for the course of this act, and he can give us a little bit of explanation about where we are, which is the Midnight Isles, the realm of Nocticula, Our Lady in Shadow, as she's called, one of the most feared demon lords, and this is because, unlike everyone else, she is capable of permanently killing demon lords seemingly with ease. And literally her entire realm is a representation of this, because every single island you walk on here is actually the corpse of other demon lords, which is why our main quest for this area is called Walking on Corpses. Now, a big reason we're here, though, is to, of course, find out more about those Nihindrian crystals. And the first thing we're going to do is look around where we are, which seems to be a mine of some sort in a cave. So naturally, that's what we're going to do, and there's a few notable things in this cave that you have to interact with before you can go further on. We have to interact with the injured succubus here, who's going to give us some information about our main target, which is Hepzamira. Hepzamira is leading Baphomet's forces here in the Midnight Isles, and they are mining Nihindrian crystals. She can instruct you towards a couple of keys in the mines that you're going to need to get your hands on to get out of here, as they are keys to a portal. Now, in the lower section of the mine, there's 2 things of note. One, a secondary key you're going to need, but also we can run into Suture, who is Arilu Vorlesh's servant, if you remember, and he can give us some more information about the Nihindrian crystals, how they get mined, the fact that this used to be a mine for them, but it has since been depleted. Now, once you have all of that information, you can run right back to the Hand of the Inheritor, explain it all to him, at which point he can tell us about our bigger plan here. Basically, we have no chance of tracking down Hepzamira by ourselves, so what we're going to need to do is head to the city of the Midnight Isles, Alushanira, and do our best to get the notice of the higher-ups there in order to hopefully get them to reveal the location of Hepzamira, who is serving Baphomet, and so sort of an enemy of my enemy situation. Now, after this conversation, Suture will run up and steal a key from the Hand of the Inheritor, but luckily we have that backup so we can open up the portal anyway before finding ourselves in the city proper. So let's talk about what our goals here are and what is, technically speaking, required. Also worth a mention right away that The demon mythic path has a very different time here than pretty much everybody else because the demon has already been to Elushanira, and thus people know him here, and our main goal of gaining attention has already been accomplished, which means that the demon only has to do a single quest, and they could move on pretty much immediately afterwards if they really wanted to. Now for everyone else, our goal here is to get famous. So let's talk about how we might accomplish that. Now first thing to know about Elushanira though is that this map is actually dependent upon your camera angle, meaning that parts of the city will move to represent its chaotic nature depending on the angle that you have the isometric camera facing, which honestly not a very popular mechanic with the larger fan base, but I always thought it was really, really cool, which is why I personally loved this act of the game. The city's also been recently expanded via DLC as you get access to the port, which serves as the Treasure of the Midnight Isles DLC, but in the main story we only deal with part of that. But in terms of getting famous, the best place to start is actually the tavern, because you can pay the bartender there to give you some information about what to do and who to talk to in order to gain that fame, which is going to unlock the biggest quests in that regard. But essentially everything we do and every quest we complete here is going to add to our background fame rating. Now the overall combination, or if you do all of them, etc., doesn't really matter, but once you get to a certain level of fame, you'll have to complete one required quest, which gives us a bunch of information, and then we'll get a proper meeting with none other than Nocticula. So let's talk a little bit about that. So after we've got all that information and we start running around the city, there's a few things to know. One, we can encounter all sorts of people under dire straits here, as you might imagine, as this is the Abyss, home of chaotic demons who care nothing for law or justice. And as such, we can find places like a slave market, arena fights to the death, all the usual suspects. And along the way, you might very well run into people who could require your aid. And you're going to have the option, if you want to send them back to the Nexus, your base camp. Who you choose to send there, and who finds out about that being your base camp has effects later on, and I wanted to kind of mention that here because of the broad way this act is presented. Now, luckily, the Hand of the Inheritor cannot directly run around with us. However, he does actually provide a ton of dialogue in your ear, so to speak, as you run into encounters, and he will very much so kind of hint at the people you should and should not help here, which is, for the most part, correct, but do remember he's speaking through the lens of an angel. Now, with that out of the way, let's talk about what it takes to get famous. So, one of the easiest quests you could do, and probably one you'd want to do, is tracking down Minago, who's been the source of no small amount of frustration on our part up to this point, and just outside the tavern, you can run into a Fey assassin who was hired by her to kill you. It's smart enough to know that something is wrong here, and it doesn't really want to complete the contract because it's nonsense, but it can't just let this go either, so if you agree to kill Minago for it, it'll leave you alone. Of course, you could always fight it as well. This will lead you to the location of our Lilitu friend, where you can choose what to do with her, which naturally includes things like killing her outright, letting her go, or some Mythic Path specific options such as the Azada's ability to seemingly redeem her. The other thing we can do in the lower city, which is the area we are currently in, where we start the act at, is the Battle Bliss Arena. This is pretty much what it sounds like. You can go there and engage in a quest line with gladiatorial combat that sees you fighting off a bunch of different combinations of demons and the like, and there's a whole quest line associated with it that can see you potentially trying to weaken your enemies via various tasks, hiring gladiators for the arena via the slave market, and the usual stuff. Now, outside of also being associated with Social's personal quest, there's really not much else going on here. It's a pretty straightforward arena thing, do the side stuff or not, but once you're crowned champion, that will of course gain you fame, which is a convenient way to get up into the middle city. Now, each section of the city is divided up, as I mentioned, but there are also guards stationed at the main entry and exit points, and in order to bypass them, you'll either need to kill them, intimidate them, or have enough fame that you're simply allowed into the next parts of the city. There are also secret sort of back alleyways into the next area as well, so you don't even have to deal with the guards if you don't want to, and you can pass some ability checks. Either way, though, eventually you'll find yourself in the middle city, which is, I would say, one of the bigger narrative plot points of this particular act. Now, right as you arrive, you're going to be accosted by one Mutasafin, a demon that is apparently hard to kill and wants you as a test subject. You'll get into a fight with him, of course, and afterwards the echo of Discari will show up. Discari's special right hand that basically just lets you know he's watching before he runs and scurries along. That interaction can play out a little differently depending on your mythic path, which is also something to keep in mind. But the middle city otherwise has a lot of things to know. For starters, there's the actual slave market. A lot of quests or side quests go on here. You can buy and free most of the slaves if you want. You can send them back to the Nexus even. And each individual merchant here has a huge host of fantastic magical items. And in fact, if you plan on destroying the slave market, feel free to do so, but do probably buy up these items first because they won't be available if you kill them. However, killing all of them or disrupting this will in fact raise your fame throughout the city. It makes more people talk about you. But also at the slave market is Suture. You can find out that he was apparently caught and he's being sold as a slave to Hepzamira. She's buying slaves to mine Nahindrian crystals some far off place, which obviously we need to know about. Now it's important for the secret ending that you secure Suture's freedom here, either by killing everyone or simply paying for him, and given how much gold you'll have at this stage of the game, the easiest option is to just pay for him. Suture will basically give you a warning and a thanks for helping him out of this jam before he runs off on his own. We'll see a little bit more of him later. He's important for a mandatory conversation for the secret ending. Now also in the middle city we can run into Shamira. Shamira is the regent of Alushanira. Nocticula's lover and second in command, Shamira basically acts as the city's governor while Nocticula does whatever it is she wants to do. Shamira is what is known as a nascent demon lord. You see, as you may have noticed throughout the game, all demons kind of come in some general types. However, demon lords are unique. Their power has manifested in a special way. However, before they become demon lords, they are nascent demon lords, which is the type of demon that varies just as much as a demon lord, but they simply haven't risen to the level of a demon lord yet, but they have the potential to become one. And that's basically what Shamira is after at this point. She wants to overthrow Nocticula and become a demon lord herself, as is her potential. But she's going to demand a quest from us, and this is the mandatory quest for this area. No matter what you do, how you complete it, how you get your fame, if you're a demon, you have to do Shamira's quest before you can move on. So we'll double back to that in a little bit. Now another place you can explore in the middle city is the Brothel of 10,000 Delights, which serves as a focal point for a few different quests, such as Camelia's personal story. But then we have the upper city. Now the upper city is mostly an area for quest exploration, if you will. There's a lot of buildings you can enter, and pretty much all of them have something to do with a companion quest or something like that. And that's the main focus of the palace or upper level. Now, one big thing you can do here, however, is seek the patronage of demon nobility in the form of Velexia. She is rich, loves to host parties, but is dreadfully bored. You see, Valexia's whole thing as a demon is that she is cursed with boredom. An extremely powerful demon that's been around a very long time, Velexia struggles to remain entertained these days, which is why your visit is something she latches on to, and she'll invite you out to a date at both the Battle Bliss Arena and also Shamira's headquarters, where she will dispense false justice, as she calls it. But Valexia's goal here is basically to be entertained, and if you can manage that across two different dates of sorts, then you can actually get an incredibly powerful neck amulet that you cannot get otherwise, and you won't have to fight her if you don't want to. But the alternative here is to simply kill Velexia outright or win the fight after the quests, at which point you'll gain a bunch of fame, and it's another way to go about that. And one of, I would say, the main quests of this area that it tries to get you involved in. Now, those interactions and how you deal with them make up the bulk of what you can do to get your name known around Alushanira. Now, there's all sorts of smaller quests, encounters you can run into, fights, obviously. People will accost you on the street here. It's a very different place than Galarian, but those are the big quests that the game points you towards. So let's talk about the one required quest via Shamira. Now, Shamira basically sends you on a task to find out what Nahindria crystals are, where to get them, and just any information you can get about them, because remember, these are what are granting everybody mythic power. Shamira points you towards Sephorian, her predecessor, someone lost and who is apparently a beggar of some description now, which means they're in the lower city somewhere, but they don't know much beyond that. Now, in order to find Sephorian, all you have to do is go to the Bad Luck Tavern in the lower city, pay the bartender, and he'll tell you exactly where this person is, right outside the Battle Bliss Arena, and then you can go talk to him. Now, Sephorian will basically tell you straight away where this tower is that you can find some information on. In fact, apparently this tower used to belong to some feeble mortal mage who managed to steal a Nahindrian crystal, but The thing is, Zephyrian will also tell you that these crystals didn't used to be called Nahindrian crystals. They used to just be called purple crystals. But they seem to be related to the demon lord Nahindri in some way, which obviously gives them their name. Now, once we arrive at the tower up in the upper city, we have to deal with a bunch of traps and make our way to the top of the tower, where we can find a door. And upon opening it, we run into none other than the storyteller. This was actually his tower at one point, and if you've been following along with his story by turning him in elven notes, you probably already know this already. But the storyteller, with his ability to touch objects and learn about them, basically asks you to bring him a Nahindrian crystal, and then he could probably tell you more about it. And thus, you have to go back to the mines with the storyteller's compass to uncover a secret area back in Nexus. You can also talk to the storyteller to potentially get some information about what's going on back on Golarion, and if you are trying to romance Queen Galfrey, that's important to do. And he can also sell you some various items. But basically, when you're ready, you need to go back down to the mines at the Nexus, where you can uncover a room that you weren't able to get into before, which is where you can find a Nahindrian crystal before being attacked by carnivorous crystals yourself, which are capable of petrifying you, which makes them very annoying to fight. But once you've secured this crystal, you can take it back to the storyteller, who will finally be able to explain what these things actually are. Now, when you head back to the storyteller with this crystal, he'll finally be able to tell you what these things are. They are the crystallized blood of demon lords, which makes them tied by their very nature to the essence of the abyss, which is especially noteworthy because what is supposed to happen to demon lords when they die is that the first time they get sent back to their own realm, where they become vulnerable for a year, and then if they're killed again in that year, they get sent to what is called the Rift of Repose, a graveyard for bygone demon lords. However, it would appear that Nocticula has some special means of permanently killing them, which we can learn from the storyteller here. Something about what Nocticula does and how she attacks traps these demon lords and prevents them from moving on to the Rift of Repose, instead being able to stabilize their body and turn them into crystals, forming, of course, the Midnight Isles, as well as these crystal mines everywhere, which is why Baphomet and Discari are all over her realm trying to take what they can. And if you still have the purple knife with you at this point, you can hand that to the storyteller, who will explain that this is also a Nahindrian crystal that was left after Discari was wounded in Canabris at the very beginning of the game, which is important because that means that somehow someone has devised a way to crystallize the blood of demon lords without actually having to kill them first, which makes this a very big development. Now, once we have all this information, we can go back to Shamira with it, and you can choose whether to tell her or not. Now, ideally, you'll probably want to keep this information from her, but that requires passing a bunch of different will checks unless you are an Aeon, in which case you'll auto-win this exchange. But if Shamira knows you have the purple knife, she'll also try to take that from you, so there's that. Now, if Shamira wins this, she's going to learn the location of the Nexus and everything, which is a problem, obviously, if you've been sending all those people there. But not just yet, of course. Now, regardless of what you manage to accomplish there with Shamira in terms of keeping that information from her, once you go to leave, you'll finally be contacted by Nocticula via telepathy, where she formally invites you to the palace so she can have a conversation with you about this demon lord situation. And then, of course, we can head off to the palace. Now, the palace is really interesting, specifically in regards to the main story, because we can actually find out that a room off to the left was Arilu's room, and if you go there, you can find another Midnight Bolt, as well as, if you manage to pass a perception check, find the second half of the Lexicon of Paradox, which we're going to need for the secret ending. But once we're ready, we can advance towards the throne room and have a conversation with none other than Arilu, who's apparently Nocticula's servant who is supposed to speak with us. Now, it's important when you start this conversation that you pick the second option, where you mention that she has Suture in tow with her because they are together. You have to pick that option to open up a potential perception check that you also need to pass for the secret ending. And this is where Arilu is going to explain that your power comes directly from her, that she effectively used a refined version of the transformation that they've been doing to demons on you. She's been watching you your entire life, planning experiments, the main one, of course, being imbuing you with this mythic power. And because the Nahindrian crystals are inherently demonic in nature, this ties you to the Abyss in a very fundamental way. Now you might be thinking, if that's true, why am I able to manipulate our mythic powers to become something that isn't demonic? Well, this is what Arilu explains to us. Other demons have been using a very early version of the transformation that Arilu taught to the servants of the other demon lords, such as Xanthir Vang. You, however, she used the more modern version that is much more powerful. She's refined the power of those crystals and basically gotten rid of their influence, which made that power much more malleable, and you were able to shape it into whatever it is you wanted it to be. Moreover, though, this process is why the wound on your character's chest hasn't healed and why it opens up every time you're exposed to all this mythic power, like it does right as this conversation is ongoing. At which point, though, Arilu is going to offer you a bunch of more power, but you don't want to take it right away. You want to ask her more questions. That's important for the secret ending. This is where we're going to have the opportunity to get even more information about everything that's going on, and as you click through some of these conversation options, you'll have a potential to pass a perception check to ask about Suture again, which is mandatory for the secret ending as well. You can also ask about who she really serves, Discari, Baphomet, or Nocticula, because she's worked with all three of them at this point, but obviously she's playing her own games. Basically, she's been intentionally stringing you along with power, such as what we found with the Lexicon of Paradox at her lab, and she can also go on to specify that the process of fusing your soul with the Abyss was necessary in order to grant you this transformation, because those Nahindrian crystals only work on demons and half-demons. It's not something you can just do to anyone. And this is why she wasn't able to do this with just regular tieflings or mongrels who have a connection to the Abyss. She had to very specifically perform all those experiments that we got a taste of back at her lab in order to make all of this work and coalesce in her final experiment, which is you. But that is pretty much all the questions she's willing to answer, at which point you're going to want to accept your mythic power, of course, and this is the point at which the Hand of the Inheritor will get very upset after learning that your power does not in fact come from his goddess Iomade, but is rather directly tied to the Abyss in a fundamental way. Now he's pretty much going to rush off here outside of the Angel mythic path, and while there's a little back and forth depending on the actions you've taken in the Abyss specifically, it pretty much ends in the same way, with him running off thinking that you are in fact a creature of the Abyss after all, but again, angels have more to do with this guy here in just a moment. Right after this, Nocticula is finally going to show up, and she'll finally start answering our questions as well. She's willing to offer you her help, basically, in exchange for going and killing Hep-Zamira, because she wants Hep-Zamira off her island, mostly so she can lock down the crystals, but also because she wants to help you close the world wound. It's become a nuisance to her personally, because it mostly just sees other demon lords trampling through her realm, and she wants it stopped. And if you've been following along up to this point, your connection to the Abyss is very similar to what Arilu used to open the world wound to begin with, and thus it's more or less the only thing that can actually close it at the same time. And so, if you're willing to work with Nocticula here, she's going to help you out and give you what you need to arrive at Threshold on Golarion to get you close enough to the world wound to properly close it. But first, we have to deal with Hep-Zamira at the Coalfear Mines, and this requires us to first get there. Now, you don't actually have to do this with Nocticula, but she's the most straightforward option because you're standing in front of her. But basically, you need to take an airship from Alushanira to the Coalfear Mines. You can do this by either hiring an airship via two captains in the city, or you could just side with Nocticula, step through a portal, and get to it. But a few other things of note. You might want to ask Nocticula to provide defenses for your camp over at Nexus, if you don't want everyone there to die, if, say, Shamira found out about it, but also just in general. Another thing you can do is talk to Nocticula and provide her information about the goings-on of her city, like conspiracies to overthrow her. The very obvious one with Shamira, of course, but also more hidden ones involved in a somewhat secretive side quest with the Dimmadant demons even. And doing so for each individual instance will get you some extra rewards, which are really great. But once you're ready to leave for Coalfear, this is effectively a text event that can go one of a few different ways, but ultimately results in a pass or a fail. Now, if you fail this text event, you're going to be stripped of all your gear and thrown in prison at Coalfear, but honestly, it's pretty easy to escape. The real downside to this specifically is that you have to re-equip all of your character's gear, which is incredibly annoying. Now, if you pass it, you'll be also thrown into Coalfear, but, safe and with all your equipment, and be able to just go on your merry way immediately. Now, there are a few interesting things to see in Coalfear, such as the Profane Queen, which is a weird mock manipulation of Nocticula's image by some very odd entity that you can choose to do some tasks for if you want. You can also run into a band of undead raiders who harried you on your way here, which the Lich will want to do for Kestoglir, one of their potential companions. But our main goal in here is to simply get to Hepzamira, but the area of the mine she is in is blocked off by a magical barrier, which means we're going to have to go slightly to the side of it and find Mutasafin, who's leading a demon army to Pelura's Fall, which you may or may not have heard about up to this point, and we can't do much about it here. We can either fight Mutasafin and his bodyguards, or just his bodyguards if you pass a check, but either way, you'll get a key that is going to allow you to open the barrier to get to Hepzamira. Once we arrive at this fight, we can see that the Hand of the Inheritor has been captured, and even if he sided with you because of your actions in the Abyss, he still gets captured and strung up here, even if you are on the Angel Mythic path. And one way or another, you've got to fight Hepzamira, and eventually, she'll die, but not before using her power to summon a Demon Lord, none other than Baphomet, who is none too pleased about being summoned. First thing he does is take notice of the Hand of the Inheritor here, and promptly rips his heart out before teleporting him somewhere. After which, Baphomet kills his daughter, Hepzamira, as he's not particularly fond of his children outside of their own usefulness. Now, you'll get a couple of options and even an evil option to propose a deal here, but one way or another, you're fighting Baphomet. Now, this fight can be a little bit annoying simply because he starts it off with a big dispel called Baphomet's Word, followed by some attempts to simply knock all your characters down. So you start this fight off on the back foot, which is what makes it more difficult than it would be otherwise. But persevere, and eventually he is going to take a ton of damage before stopping the fight. We're going to gain even more mythic power, which he's going to be scared about. Before that happens, what you're going to want to do is equip a Midnight Bolt and shoot him with it, because if you've put 2 and 2 together up to this point, you would realize that the Midnight Bolts are what can shoot a demon and produce a Nehindrian crystal while that Demon Lord is still alive, as opposed to Nocticula having to kill them. But in this case though, Nocticula will show up and she will shoot Baphomet with her special bolts that will then kill him, of course, which teleports him back to his realm, where he will have to stay for an entire year, lest he be drawn into the Rift of Repose because he died again. Nocticula is going to offer you a gift here called the Profane Gift, which gives you some extra stats, but you're going to want to refuse that in most cases, because if you say try to pick up the Nehindrian crystal you just made with a Midnight Bolt, you'll have to pass a huge will check to do so, and it's usually more trouble than it's worth, frankly, and obviously she's trying to use this gift to control you. But with all of this situation resolved, you can finally make your way back to Golarion, so you can start defending your crusade, but also marching forth towards Threshold so you can enact the plan of getting you close enough to properly close the world wound. It's important to note that 6 months has passed, as Nocticula will tell you when she shows up. While it might have only felt like a couple days to you, you've been gone 6 months, as is the nature of the chaotic abyss, and as such, things have changed quite drastically since you left. But right now, we need to get back to Golarion, which involves going back to the Midnight Fane specifically. So we're going to step through a portal when we're done here, which is going to bring us to the Nexus. Here we can see a scene play out based on our decisions about who to take to Nexus, who to defend it, whether or not Shamira found out about it, and essentially the Nexus will either have been overrun or have done a pretty good job of defending itself. At which point we'll be able to round up our companions who were very concerned about how long you've been gone, but after that reunion, we can then step into the portal to the Midnight Fane, which officially concludes Act 4. But obviously we're not done yet, because I haven't talked about the other mythic paths or any of the companion quests we can get up to down here. But But first, we're going to start with the Mythic Path stuff. Now, most of the Mythic Path quests, as you might imagine, in Act 4 here are relatively small but impactful. So playing as an Azada, at some point along the line you'll be greeted by Early Sunset, one of our Azada advisors if you recall. Shortly after this, once you leave the slave market for the first time, they will actually abduct our companion Ivu, which obviously isn't going to work with us, but if you speak to Early Sunset, you can concoct a scheme to rescue Ivu from the slavers of the slave market, which leads to a fight against the entire slave market, which means you might want to take out the little individual merchants beforehand. Otherwise, that fight is a nightmare. Along the way, we can choose to save another individual known as Charming Minx, and of course, Ivu. Now, this is a really impactful narrative moment, but after this is done and you've officially solved this crisis, rescued your dragon, you can confront Early Sunset, because up to this point and all throughout this quest, you've gotten a ton of hints that maybe he was responsible for this. And if you interrogate him enough after noticing these things, he will reveal himself to be none other than Mephistopheles, a devil who is none too happy about your very chaotic nature. Now, he won't fight you right here, and typically he'll just run away. We'll see more of him later, but that pretty much concludes what the Azada gets up to here in Act 4, which brings us then to the Angel. Now, the Angel Mythic Path begins when you actually meet Mutasafin up in the Middle City. After this fight and you run into the Echo of Discari, which we'll have met before as an angel, he runs off after spouting his usual stuff, but right after this we run into none other than Targona, the angel that we would have saved from Arilu's laboratory. She's going to have Berenguer in tow as he's become one of our helpers as well, and with those two as well as the Hand of the Inheritor, they can choose to track down the Echo of Discari here in the Abyss, because obviously he has to be staying somewhere. This means we have to first find a portal, which Targona can help us with if we simply escort her through the city. So she's going to track down the portal to the Echo's lair, but in order to get into it, we have to find a key. Now, there are 3 potential keys to this portal. Ideally, you want to get at least 2 of them, but all 3 of them are missable. And unsurprisingly, they're all related to our band of heroes here. So Berenguer will offer to go scour the city for a way in. If you let him do that, he can lead you to a key, and the Hand of the Inheritor will actually join battles that you are perilously close to losing, and if that happens enough, you can actually be ambushed by another group of demons, and one of those demons will also have a key on them, and those are the easiest ones to get. But ideally, you want at least 2, because you need to get back out of the area once you go there. But 1 key is all you need to complete the quest. And that quest is ambushing the Echo of Discari on his own realm. However, he runs away almost immediately, but not before sicking what is known as a Ravager on you, a giant siege engine of sorts that runs on angel fuel, basically. Now, after we defeat this thing, it reverts back into the angel that was fueling it, which is none other than Lariel, the owner of the special sword we found all the way back at the beginning of the game, and the brother of Targona. Now, after this point, we still have a little more to go, because after the conversation with Arilu, where the Hand of the Inheritor would normally run off, if we've been an angel that lives up to our ideals, the Hand of the Inheritor will instead head back to the Nexus and request a conversation with you, where you can talk about the nature of your power and where it comes from. And he'll explain that while he trusts you and what happened to you wasn't fair, your power is dangerous, basically. But in any event, he'll continue to accompany you for the time being, but upon arriving at the Colfear Mines, or towards the end of it, he still gets captured and strung up by the Echo of Discari there. But this is important for later in Act 5 more than anything else. What's more though, because we're still not quite done, is that when we are encountering Baphomet at this point as well, it's not just us fighting him, we'll have a bunch of help in the form of all of our friends we've gathered, Lariel, Targona, Berenguer, and Yaniel even, as you saved her from the Midnight Fane. They will all come in and use their angelic power to form a barrier to prevent Baphomet from escaping. This means that instead of Nocticula showing up to kill him, he's already dead when she shows up. Which is a minor difference, but also it's just a really cool fight this way, and something worth mentioning. Now again, you'll want to get that Nahindrian crystal from him though, and that's pretty much the unique stuff for the Angel Path. So let's move on to Aeon, one of the more interesting mythic paths to run through the Abyss with, because the Aeon is an arbiter of law, and that hasn't changed here either, but this realm is inherently chaos and lawlessness. which makes being an Aeon somewhat difficult to do. But just like on Golarion, we will meet our Aeon in the reflection of a crystal in the mines who will tell us that basically we need to keep trying to establish the law and what that means for the Abyss. But the Abyss is supposed to be a chaotic, lawless place. That is the law, so to speak, here. And the simple fact that we don't actually have any power to judge anyone here from the position of a judge, we have to first identify people who have broken the laws of the Abyss, which is to say they are basically upstanding people in a not upstanding place, but also finding someone who can actually judge these characters for you, which turns out to be Nocticula. You might think Shamira at first, but she refuses to do it. Now, once you get Nocticula to hold these trials, the catch is that this is a bit of a trick. As you remember, as an Aeon, we have to impose the law, but Nocticula is the one acting as the judge here. We're merely making suggestions. As such, Nocticula tends to do the opposite of whatever you suggest. So you might think to tell her to do the wrong thing so she imposes the right sentence. That is actually a trap. You don't want to do that at all. That'll put you off the path of a true Aeon. You want to suggest exactly what the law of the Abyss would typically be, which is that people that are lawful and the like should be banished, as they do not belong here, that kind of thing. Now, once you've done all of these trials and you go back to the crystal, it will basically explain that that was kind of the test. Nocticula, by her very chaotic nature, was never going to do the right thing, so to speak, because that's not what this realm is about. The test was that you still tried to impose the laws of what this place is supposed to be, even if it didn't work out. Now, after that's done, the Aeon will instruct you to go back to the Midnight Fane, which is accessible, to go find another rift there so we can change time like we did in Act 3. This time, however, we're going to be changing the past of Xanthir Vang, basically overpowering him or convincing him to simply not help the demons with their Nahindrian crystals ever, which obviously alters the flow of time before putting us back into our time. And this is the kind of thing that Arilu will also notice when you have a conversation with her after this. But that's pretty much it for the Aeon this time around, which brings us to the Lich. Now, a short time after arriving in the Abyss, you'll be contacted by Zacharias, the Lich who's supposed to be turning us into one, and he'll basically say, use your time in the Abyss to perhaps learn about an opportunity to do something about the problem of your soul being too strong to be transferred into that of a Lich. So what we need to do here is basically run through the act until we get to Shamira and learn about the Rift of Repose via the storyteller. This will give you a secondary quest to go back to the mines after that quest to essentially summon the spirit of Alinthia, one of the demon lords that Nocticula has killed, and basically question specifically what it is Nocticula does to these demon lords to weaken them in such a way that they can't go to the Rift of Repose, which turns out to be that essentially what Nocticula does is that she mars her victim's spirit in a way that sort of saps them of the spiritual will to live, which prevents a demon lord's body from going to the Rift of Repose. It's also important to note that what you say to Zacharias here throughout this quest will have impacts later, but once you've got all this information, you can go back to the storyteller who will contact Zacharias for you, and you can give him all this information so he can start preparing an appropriate ritual to weaken your soul to turn you into a Lich. This requires sacrifices on your part, which we'll get into in Act 5. Second to last, though, we have the Demon. Now, the Demon has a very different run through this part of the game than everyone else because the Demon is already known in Alushanira. You were here earlier. People know you have Nocticula's favor, and they treat you very differently as a result. In fact, most situations that would normally turn into a fight leaves the demons going, "Oh, sorry, didn't know it was you, see you next time," and they leave immediately. But nonetheless, there's still some unique things. Along the way, we'll be encountering Yaz, the leader of the Assassin's Guild here, and he'll have a contract for you to kill some demon noble, which obviously we're gonna do. However, after this, it turns out that that demon noble was actually a military strategist for Nocticula, and Shamira is going to judge you for having committed this act. Basically, though, instead of doing anything rash, she instead gives you a title. Basically, you become the military strategist of the Abyss for Nocticula as a result of this, which gives you a role and status in the court, so to speak, of Nocticula, which is going to come up later because obviously Shamira wants to overthrow Nocticula, and given that she's conspiring with Yaz, something is going to come of this later to be sure. But that's the bulk of what happens to the demon here, and obviously they get a bunch of unique dialogue with the in-conversation and Nocticula. But that brings us to the Trickster mythic path. So the Trickster is going to be accosted by Sokoth Benoth as you make your way through the Abyss. He's going to ask you to find him in the city, as he is not welcome here as Nocticula's brother and former lover before they had a falling out. Now, you'll find him at the slave market of the middle city by crawling up a wall via a check, and once you do so, you can go speak to the council again, and they'll essentially ask you to find the second half of the Lexicon of Paradox. Now, once you find it, obviously bring it to them. They will not take it from you, which is important. You'll have the option to give it to Nocticula as well, but obviously we want that for ourselves for the secret ending, so don't do that. But you can safely give it to the Trickster Council here. It doesn't actually leave your inventory. They just pour over it before handing it back. Now, from the second half of the lexicon, they learn that they might actually be able to enact their plan of making the World Wound a crossroad to a bunch of realms by simply utilizing you as the key. As was mentioned earlier, the wound on your chest and the connection that is made to the World Wound as a result means that if they can find the essence of a powerful creature from a different plane, such as a demon lord, etc., or a Nihindrian crystal type thing, they can enact their plan to do all this. So they start getting the pieces ready. Now, to this day, there's a small bug with this part of the quest. The journal will actually tell you that when Cobblehoof, one of the council members, runs off to enact some plan that you're supposed to wait for them. This is actually not true at all. Once you've handed the lexicon over to the council and they've done their thing, that's it for the Trickster in Act 4, even though the journal will tell you this quest is going to fail if you continue. The rest of this quest doesn't play out until later. Now, what's more, though, you can actually inform, as part of the conspiracies, you can explain to Nocticula, her about all of this different stuff that's been going on, which is important to note. But that's pretty much it for the Trickster in Act 4. They don't have too much going on. But that brings us to our companion quest before we wrap up Act 4 of this one. Now, Act 4 is going to see us dealing with a few different companions, including the conclusion to some of their arcs, but certainly not all. Now, I want to start this off with Greybor. Greybor gets information that there's a contract out on Willidus, the person that gave him the contract on Darazand and tried to take your life before things went sideways there, obviously. Greybor wants to restore his reputation by taking out Willidus and claiming that contract, so you take him to a house to do that. After doing so, you're confronted by the Assassin's Guild, which Greybor wants to speak to, and you can bring him to them to do just that, where they'll offer him a position in the Assassin's Guild, and you'll have the opportunity to pay Greybor his cut of the gold and let him make his own decision about what to do here. Now, what you say to Greybor here matters a great deal for his Act 5 quest. But then we have Ember, probably the easiest of all of the companion quests here, because in the lower city, she'll get involved in a scuffle between some demons, and you can either encourage her to continue preaching to them, or that she's an idiot, that kind of thing, as before. After which, though, she'll request that you get her an audience with Nocticula. So at the end of the act, you can bring her to Nocticula, where she explains that Nocticula has the chance to save herself and become the Redeemer Queen, which Nocticula brushes off as nonsense, as you would expect. But as always, what you say to Ember here matters, and if you want the good ending, you want to be encouraging. But then we have Arushale. So Arushale, as a succubus, is somewhat at home in the Abyss, you would think, though obviously not these days. More specifically, though, the Dark Shadow, or the Nightmare from her Dream Quest in Act 3, is a person that lives in the city of Alushanira, and you'll be given a note, or more so, Arushale will, an invitation to a party by this guy. You'll have to go with Arushale to confront him, as this is someone that she corrupted in her past life as a succubus, and she attempts to make that right here, but obviously it doesn't go well and you wind up having to kill him. Arushale is pretty torn up about this, and when you talk to her back at Nexus about it, she invites you to her dream again, where she realizes that she needs to get rid of all these other people's dreams so she can focus on finding her own. Now, the thing is, if you wanted to be evil, you could instead push her down her, let's say, evil route by saying that basically she's still a demon and she's never going to have real dreams, which is rough. There's also a romance scene here if you've been trying to romance Arushale after this quest, so that's when you can kind of lock that in. But in any event, once you've burned all of those dreams, she'll find one that just won't go away, which is curious, obviously, but there's not much to be done about it right this second. Next up, we have Sociel. You can find Sociel Soseal's brother Trevor down here in the Abyss. You can either get this quest from Soseal, or you can run into him as part of the Battle Bliss arena. Soseal will ask you to speak to one of the slavers at the slave market. If he's dead, you can just go to the Battle Bliss arena and talk to the main guy there. But the long story short is that you'll discover that Soseal's brother is in fact one of the fighters in the arena known as the Dire One. As such, once you become the champion of the arena, you can arrange a meeting between Soseal and his brother in the form of an arena fight, which is the only way they would let you do it. And depending on your choice here, Soseal and Trevor will either reconcile or Trevor will sacrifice himself in this fight. If you let Trevor hit you in the conversation, that is usually enough to get him to actually come to his senses and join you, as opposed to sacrificing himself. But in either event, that's the conclusion of Soseal's story, which then brings us to Camellia. So Camellia here, after her big revelation of being a serial killer in Act 3, comes to you wanting to partake in the Brothel of 10,000 Delights, where they can apparently do something for her special, which I'm sure you can pretty much guess what it is. Now, the trick here, though, is that the servant she wanted to kill in front of you specifically turns out to take the shape of her father, which leads to all sorts of conflicting emotions, basically, and you can choose to go along with that or not, and it's a deeply messed up scene. But that's pretty much all you can do with her this particular act. Second to last, we then have Woljif. So Woljif and his Moon of the Abyss amulet will have been taking a walk around the city of the Abyss, and he will have discovered a mansion that seems to have some connection to his past, and you can go there and learn a bunch of information about exactly what Woljif's got going on. So when you go there, you'll encounter the demon who attacked you before, WotR, who will explain what is going on. Basically, the amulet Woljif stole at the beginning of the game, the Moon of the Abyss, actually houses the spirit of his great-grandfather, which is actually a demon related to Baphomet, which is apparently where Woljif's tiefling heritage came from. After killing WotR, Woljif's grandfather will show up, basically offering Woljif power and tempting him with it. You can either choose to encourage this or prevent him from taking it. This will, of course, lead to the two different outcomes of Woljif's quest, where he either fully embraces his demonic heritage or turns away from it. In either event, though, you'll have to kill off the shade of his grandfather before Woljif reconciles with his past one way or another. And then after that, you can loot the mansion that you're in, which has a lot of good stuff to find. But that brings us to our final companion quest, which is either Winduag or Lan, which is going to take a moment to explain because this is kind of where things come to a head in their storyline, and everything that happens after this is more about consequences, which is why I was so brief about it in Act 3. So either Winduag or Lan are going to track down Savamolek, I believe his name is, to a mansion up in the upper city. You're going to take them there, which is where you'll discover that this demon has actually called a bunch of mongrels to him because it was not actually the corruption of the First Crusades that caused the mongrels, but rather this demon's poison is what made them, and as such he has control over them, more so than you would think, and as a result of this, he can just sort of demand their presence, which is how all of them got here, and they're kind of his own little personal army. Now, if you chose Winduag back in the shield maze, she'll of course be on your side, but she'll have to pass a check in order to overcome the call of her blood to help defend the demon here, so you might have to fight this fight without her, or against her specifically, but after the fight's over, in that case, she'll typically join you again. However, after this quest, you'll rest. If you've romanced Winduag, you'll get a special scene here, and when you come to, she'll just be missing out of your party, which will happen either way. If once you notice she's missing, you go back to this mansion, you can catch her having a conversation with Savamolek here, where she promises to betray you. But after this, you can have a follow-up conversation with Winduag back at the camp where you can basically kind of subtly hint that you know what's going on, which will happen regardless of whether or not you saw that scene. And your conversation options here, as well as how you've treated Winduag up to this point, will decide whether or not she ultimately betrays you in the future. However, if you brought Lan along, there's a good chance she might have already betrayed you and died in the fight with the demon to begin with. However, all the way back in Act 3, if you chose Lan in the shield maze, you're obviously up against Winduag there, and you'll have the opportunity to recruit Winduag into your party in Act 3. If you did that, Winduag will betray you and join Savamolek here in Act 4. However, there is an Angel Mythic Path option, I believe it is, in Act 3, where you can basically tell her that she is not worthy of joining the Crusades, at which point she'll run off. If you chose that option, she will not be in this fight, and she will be recruitable in Act 5. Now, if you have WotR and you also manage to not kill Lan in Act 3, which is a bit more difficult to do, he can also potentially join you in Act 5 and you'll have both. But honestly, it's very likely one of them might die along the way, and then with the betrayals and everything, it's hard to get both of them in the party at the same time for very long, but it is possible to do so depending on your choices here. But WotR has the potential to betray you in Act 5, which will come up obviously in the next portion of this video, because that is pretty much it for everything to know about Act 4. And upon arriving in the Midnight Fane again, we find ourselves, of course, in Act 5. Act 5 basically encompasses the twilight of the game. We're going to be wrapping things up, including a whole host of stories, bringing our companion stories to a close, doing side quests, etc. With that in mind, in terms of the story, the only things you have to do in Act 5 are take back Dresden, go to the city of Iz, and then go to Threshold. That is it for the mandatory stuff. So with that in mind, what we're going to do is cover the major stuff plot-wise that is important to know, but not necessarily required, and then all the usual stuff with mythic paths and companions and the like. Now this is also when you're going to regain control of the Crusade, which will have changed a bit in the 6 months that we've been gone. All things to keep in mind, of course. Now, right away, when we arrive in Midnight Fane, we're going to be confronted by Ulbrig, if you have that DLC, of course, and he is going to essentially demand you give him a reason not to leave after he discovered the source of your powers came from Arilu. This is pretty easy, you don't have to do anything special, just pick any of the options that don't result in him leaving and you're pretty much good to go, or you can kill him outright if you prefer. But right away, upon arriving in the Midnight Fane, all we have to do to exit is go to the previously blocked passage and break the seal there. We got the key to this from Mutasafin in the Coalfear Mines, and once we make our way through that door, we find ourselves in the barracks of Dresden, but it's very clear immediately that things aren't exactly going great because we see a looter in the next room. Now, if you've unlocked the swarm path properly, or at least you are on the path to do so, you're going to get a notification about the swarm in Dresden that you would have left there if that was the case. In the 6 months since you've been gone, that swarm has gotten stronger and its queen has grown up, and if you want the swarm mythic path, you need to go deal with that. But immediately after leaving the barracks, we're going to be ambushed by a few different demons before making our way through the graveyard area. Upon exiting that area, we will be contacted by Anivia, who is hiding nearby, and she'll give us the basic rundown of the situation. Now, this is the biggest consequence of whether or not you are left in charge of the Crusade as its commander at the beginning of Act 4. Because if you were left as the commander, then Irabeth will still be in Dresden as well. If you did not manage to retain your title, Irabeth will actually be in Iz with Queen Galfrey, who Anivia tells us, in the 6 months since your absence, basically had to assume that you were dead, and rallied what was left of the Crusade to march on the city of Iz and strike at the heart of the world wound. A very desperate push, and she took the Sword of Valor with her. But right now, our immediate problem is taking back the city of Dresden that, capitalizing upon Galfrey's absence, demons have invaded and mostly taken over, so we need to clear it out, of course, which involves fighting our way to the Citadel along a mostly linear path. That said, we have a few different things that might pop up along the way. For starters, if you did not do WotR's quests and she is with you, she will betray you right here as you go to reclaim the Citadel. Now, this isn't the only chance for her to betray you, but it is probably the main one if you just straight up did not do her quests. She'll attack you with a bunch of demons, so that's something that can happen. Down the stairs from that, you can go to the Swarm, which will see you attacking the Vescavor Queen that you left there to begin with, and if you fulfilled all of the other obligations for the Swarm that walks Mythic Path and eat the Queen after you kill her, you will have officially unlocked the Swarm that walks. Moving on from there though, just outside the prison, if Staunton was left or you didn't burn his body essentially, he can show up here as an undead that will fight you as a sort of little mini boss, and then in the next area you have to choose between saving the Innkeeper and the One-Eyed Devil, which is a merchant, or Hylor, who is the person responsible for hiring mercs and respecking your character. Now, whichever one you you don't save will die, of course, so I think the easy option there is simply Hylor, just because he is more useful than the merchants in the tavern. But then we find ourselves at the gates of the Citadel. Now, if you properly unlocked the Gold Dragon mythic path, you will meet Hal at the steps here. He will have fought a bunch of enemies and basically tell you that if you choose the Gold Dragon mythic path, he'll be here in Dresden to help you along your way afterwards. Him being here is basically confirmation that this is unlocked, so don't attack him if that's what you want to do. But otherwise, we head into the Citadel from here, and then we find the Storyteller. The Storyteller was looking for information about Queen Galfrey, and he discovered that yours and her fate are tightly intertwined one way or another. But after this, we will head back outside before being confronted by Orangofta, the head demon in charge of the forces that have attacked Dresden. We're going to, of course, rally what's left of our troops, but this next part varies a lot depending on your mythic path. So the options you'll have available to you here are always going to be Legend and your current mythic path. However, if you've unlocked Swarm or Gold Dragon, you'll also have those as an option. It doesn't matter which one you choose here, truth be told, it just varies a little bit, and then of course, exactly what the next dialogue or cutscene that plays out will of course change based on that, but essentially you're going to take out this demon host based upon your mythic powers. It's also worth a mention that if you are playing Aeon here, this is your first big sign on whether or not you've strayed from the path of the true Aeon. As if you choose the Aeon mythic path here and you are not a true Aeon, then it actually won't work. Your powers will fail you and you'll have to choose something else instead. But otherwise, your power is going to conquer the demon host before you are outside of the chapel in Dresden, and none other than Iomade herself is going to descend from a stained glass picture of her likeness, where a very important cutscene will play out, because she is here to give us some information, and shortly after this, Nocticula shows up, giving us the sort of manifestation of good and evil on your shoulders, talking you through options. Basically, Iomade wants you to give up your mythic power. She's pushing you towards the Legend mythic path, and she frames this as looking out for your protection, because the wound is actually slowly killing us, which we would have learned in Act 4. However, Nocticula and Aurilu left something out. Closing the world wound actually won't stop this from happening. If anything, it requires your death. The one who closes the world wound will also die. But after some back and forth here, Aurilu, who is standing nearby with Nocticula, will suddenly reveal, or you can pass a perception check to find out, or a few other checks, to notice that she herself has actually been hiding a wound just like yours, essentially meaning that she is also someone who could close the world wound, which starts hurtling us towards the confrontation with Aurilu, because either her or you could close the world wound and it will result in either of your deaths, under normal circumstances. Now after this we can ask a bunch of questions with Iomade and Nocticula. Iomade wants you to be a legend, and Nocticula wants you to keep your mythic powers. Aurilu also wants you to keep your mythic powers, of course, because she gave them to you, and we'll discuss some of the nuance of that here in a moment. But after this, we're going to be able to pick our final mythic path choice for the most part. The one exception to this is the Devil mythic path. That is the only mythic path that comes after this rank 8 choice, and it's only available if you choose to stay as an Azada or an Aeon and you've played the game a certain way up to that point. But you'll always have the choice between your current mythic path and Legend, as well as Swarm That Walks and Gold Dragon if you've unlocked them. And then immediately after this, we'll get some mythic path specific dialogue, before we get a little cutscene that shows how Dresden has responded to our changes in power. Essentially, whichever mythic path we've chosen will have essentially reflected itself in the streets of our city, and Anivia will run in just afterwards, reacting to exactly this. Giving her approval or disapproval, of course, but nonetheless, she has a steely resolve to finish out the crusade, so even if you've chosen something evil here, she will generally stay, if only to help close the world wound. You can ask her about some of our main goals, essentially, which are basically to find Queen Galfrey in the city of Iz, track down Mutasafin, who will have escaped from us in the Coalfear Mines, and then you'll also get a quest to storm the Ivory Labyrinth, or the prison of Baphomet, in order to save the hand of the Inheritor. What's more, right after this, you'll get a bunch of quests all at once, specifically for your companions and the conclusion to their stories, which we'll handle at the end of this. This is also when your romance will basically force you to lock it in. If you've been trying to romance more than one character, for instance, you will sort of be forced to pick one at this juncture, and there's that. Now right away, for the sake of the secret ending, if you are going for that, and you have the fresh Nihindrian crystal from Baphomet in Act 4, you'll want to start the research on that pretty much right away, as that is required for the secret ending. But otherwise, this act is pretty freeform. You can choose to do a whole bunch of stuff in any order, so I'm going to talk about them in a somewhat logical manner, but do keep in mind you could do a lot of this in any which way you please. That said, I like to start Act 5 myself with your mythic transformation. I'm going to talk about this very generally just because we're going to cover mythic paths here shortly, but at this point in the game, it is possible to simply complete your mythic quests, and this will result in your transformation into whatever your mythic path is. So if you want to go Gold Dragon, you'll get a Gold Dragon form and some changes to your appearance, which is also the same for every other mythic path. Now, in order to do that, you have to have completed that questline successfully. There are ways to fail every single one. In the event that you fail those mythic quests, you simply will not receive rank 9 of your mythic path, which will prevent your full transformation, while at the same time locking you out of the ending specific to your mythic path and instead give you a sort of default close or leave open the world wound ending. But more on that later. Now, the easiest thing to do right away is a short little quest in Pelura's Fall. Now, you may or may not have been here already depending on your mythic path, but it will show up on the map regardless, no matter what at this point, because we need to go there to stop Mutasafin, who brought his army to that area in order to steal a bunch of research. This is a small area where basically we're going to enter a temple and make our way to the back of it to find Mutasafin and the priests of Pelura that are hanging out there called the Stargazers. He's going to have them all trapped, and usually you'll have to make a choice here. Now, depending on your choices up to this point, it's possible that Nura will be here, and if she is, she will help you out and you can save the priest and she will stop Mutasafin from teleporting away. And if you sided with Ramian all the way back at the very beginning of the game, he will also be here to save the priest as well, as a sort of secondary option. But in either case, you want to stop Mutasafin from leaving if you want the secret ending. This will give you an opportunity to kill him yet again, and as long as you stop him, you can then gather up a bunch of research from the room, including a new one, even if you were here earlier, that you also need to research for the secret ending as well. These ones are going to give you the date and nature of the world wound. And believe it or not, that's pretty much it for Pelura's Fall. Very small, little easy quest, whose main importance is honestly the secret ending. But then we have the Ineluctable Prison, I believe it's pronounced. I have no idea how to say that, but essentially the Ivory Labyrinth, Baphomet's realm where he is keeping the Hand of the Inheritor. This place actually has a bunch of different positions on the world map, but only one of them is actually open at a time, and the world map will either say closed if it is closed, or just the normal name of the place if it isn't, and you'll have to go to the one that is open, which rotates roughly every few days. Now, when you initially go there, the place is going to be locked, and there are a few different ways to open it, simply finding the key or passing a very difficult check. You can find the key by running into a random world encounter with a Minotaur by the name of Inger Magor, who will have the key as well. Otherwise, you have to pass one of these checks. Now, once you're inside the labyrinth, it is, as you might imagine, a labyrinth, and so there's a lot of winding corridors that loop back on each other, and there's a few different things you can find here. But for starters, off to the side of the labyrinth, you can find a woman named Svendak messing with the hearts of the Inheritor. If you want to save the Herald of the Inheritor, you're going to need his heart, which is why you want to track down Svendak over here. But she's just the tip of the iceberg. In a prison cell nearby, you can also find a certain prisoner who just so happens to be none other than a Rune Lord, which is a big person in Pathfinder lore, but otherwise irrelevant to the rest of the game. And then we want to make our way to the Warden of the area. The Warden is going to have the key to unlock the cell for the Hand of the Inheritor. She will also sometimes drop Dawnflower, and other times Dawnflower will be in a separate room based on whether or not you manage not to kill a Vrolakai all the way back in the Molten Scar in Act 3, and then again in Act 3 also in the Ivory Sanctum. The Dawnflower's Kiss is a sword you need to pick up for a side quest in the prison, but it's also just a really fantastic scimitar. But either way, once the Warden is dead and you've got the key, you can then go to the final bit of the dungeon, which is saving the Hand of the Inheritor, which results in at least one fight with him. Now, if you are the Aeon Mythic path, you can actually completely negate the second round of this battle where Baphomet will empower him, but either way, you'll have to fight the guy at least once, and then you have the option of either returning his heart to him or simply letting him die. You can choose either, of course, but returning his heart is only a guaranteed way to save him if you're the Angel, basically. Every other Mythic path that attempts to return his heart might not not necessarily actually save him from himself and his own lack of faith, because the Hand of the Inheritor genuinely thought you were the chosen of Iomedae, and even she will tell you in her conversation that she did nothing to dispel his beliefs of this, which has led to his sort of crisis. Now, I think this goes a long way for showing the general lack of care that Iomedae shows to all of her servants, but more specifically, if throughout the course of Act 4, when the Hand of the Inheritor was traveling with you, you did a lot of evil stuff that did not convince him of your inherent goodness, then giving him his heart back here will not save him. But in either event, you're done with this particular area for the most part, because there is some extra stuff here if you want the secret ending specifically. If you pass a perception check on one of the outside walls, you can find an area leading outside of the labyrinth. This actually leads to a side boss with a giant purple worm, which is kind of whatever, but after you defeat the Hand of the Inheritor, to the side of the entrance to this place, you can pass a mobility check to find a little area off to the side. And if you've killed the Inheritor, or resolved that situation basically, you can find the ghost of Hepzimira, a boss from Act 4. Hepzimira will give us a bunch of information that we need for the secret ending. Basically that she was able to summon Baphomet to her in her time of need because she was his archpriestess. The archpriest of a demon lord is capable of summoning their lord, and they have to respond, which is why they're so incredibly careful about choosing who becomes their archpriest. After you get that bit of information, the rest of it doesn't really matter, but you need to learn that if you want the secret ending. Afterwards, we can leave the prison. Now, the other big thing for Act 5 is, of course, taking Iz. Now, Iz can play out a fair bit differently depending on your choices throughout the game, of course, but also in what you choose to do while you're there. Iz is a city that is falling apart, and it's also one of the bigger climactic endings to the game as a whole, as we're going to fight a major boss here. But upon arriving to Iz, depending on your mythic path and the choices you've made, some things will play out differently. But right away, we're going to be confronted by Arilu. Arilu will give us basically a warning about what's about to happen and specifically tell us to try to get some information, or at least hint at it, from a place called the Temple of the Stone Manuscript, which is a location here in Iz that we can go that we may or may not naturally run into. Now, otherwise, basically what we need to do here is save both our troops, who will have the Sword of Valor with them, or meet up with Queen Galfrey, while also needing to go to the Temple of the Stone Manuscript. And depending on which of those you do first, and the choices you've made up to this point, this will change a little bit. So as an example to this, while you can always go do the Temple of the Stone Manuscript last, what you choose to do first will potentially kill off or result in the death of certain characters. So if Irabeth is here because you did not retain your title of Knight Commander, she will be with Queen Galfrey. Queen Galfrey will either be fighting the undead version of Tyrindalev brought back from death from Canabris, or if you are the Aeon Path, a generic undead dragon, which is actually a return from Kingmaker, but that's a whole nother thing. Or if you gave her the first part of the Lexicon of Paradox, Queen Galfrey will actually be right outside the Temple of the Stone Manuscripts, making it easier to save her, if that's what you want to do. In terms of saving your troops and the Sword of Valor, if you happen to have sided with Holrun at the start of the game in Act 1 and got his Inquisitors on your side, and he lives through that situation, you can actually run into him here, and if you warn him about the incoming attack, he'll go back to the main encampment of your troops and keep them safe in the upcoming attack. So if you've got that done, and you immediately go to Queen Galfrey's location, if you know where she is, you can sort of save everybody in Iz without too much of a fuss. Now, no matter which one you go to first, any of those three locations, afterwards, Discari is going to show up in Iz, and so will his demonic troops, and then they will start attacking everything, resulting in, of course, some changes. But in any event, we need to handle those three things, so let's talk about them a little bit. Eventually, we're going to meet up with Queen Galfrey, who we can basically admonish for sending us to the Abyss when it's very clear she did it out of her own, let's say, jealousy, and you can choose to either kill her or not, and depending on your mythic path, she may or may not give you back your Lexicon of Paradox Part 1 if you were on a good path, and not if you're on an evil path. But if you are on an evil path, it might make sense to simply kill Queen Galfrey here, and you will have the option to do that should you so choose, which is a nice bit of justice for the people especially angry she sent you to the Abyss, as an example. But we also need to go to the Temple of the Stone Manuscript. This is where we're going to find the priest of Discari and Amora. We're going to kill her here, of course, which can play out a little bit differently based on your mythic path and conversation options. But once she's dead, we're going to find a crystal key here in the temple, which is what Aurelie was trying to get you to find. This is a key that will open up some extra stuff in her laboratory back at the desolate hovel. But that's not the only thing, because if we pass a difficult perception check in a side room, we can also find another glass key in a chest in this area. This is also necessary for the secret ending, so you do want to make sure you find both of those things if that's what you're going for. You can also find another midnight bolt here in the city of Iz as well. After this, you'll want to have met up with your encampment of soldiers if you haven't done so already. That way they can start packing it up and leaving. And then you're going to start making your way towards Discari, which involves crossing this sort of dilapidated city before ultimately confronting the guy, which is of course a big narrative conclusion, as we will have effectively sent Discari back to his realm, the Rasping Rifts, for the next year, being unable to leave. And this, combined with Baphomet's death, leaving the armies of the demons largely scattered, is going to present an opportunity for us to charge the battlefield of Threshold. Threshold being where the world wound was created, and thus where it can be closed. And so, after killing Discari here, we'll have opened the way to the world wound effectively, and you can start making your way towards the end game. But before we get that far, while we're fighting Discari, remember that he is a demon lord, so you want to shoot him with a midnight bolt for a Nihindrian crystal if you are after that secret ending and want to get the best version of it, of course. And you also need to make sure he actually dies here and does not fly off, though that's pretty easy to do. It's much more rare for him to not die here. And you'll know he dies if he falls into the chasm below. Now, after this is done, we'll be teleported to what is left of the city of Iz, as the rest of it will have fallen into the abyss with the defeat of Discari, and you'll have a short conversation with the storyteller, who showed up here as a sort of projection, who will essentially request our presence back at Dresden. And we're going to do just that, of course, but once we arrive back at Dresden, we're going to be met with a procession basically celebrating our victory. Now, this is where things will play out very, very differently depending on your mythic path. So essentially, it will be very obvious that you are in power here, no matter what Queen Galfrey tried to do or how you feel about it. And if you're on an evil mythic path, you have a chance to basically kill all of the good people here. Anivia will respond to either the death of Irabeth or her survival, of course, but in the end you're going to give a speech dependent on your mythic power and how it came to express itself to all the troops you have gathered with it before marching on Threshold. And this is the moment at which you could actually go to Threshold and what opens it up on the world map. Moreover, though, after this particular scene, we're going to open up the rest of everything else that the game has been holding off on, which is to say a few quests involving the DLC for the Lord of Nothing. If you've got a save file imported for that, you'll get a visitor at your citadel telling you about the results of that campaign, basically, which may or may not include anybody who survived that campaign, which will give you the option to go fight Sethud, a demon lord, or a former demon lord to be more specific, in one of the cooler fights of the game, mind you. And you'll also get an invitation to go to Canabris to celebrate its reopening, essentially, following the attack on the place at the very beginning of the game. We'll also get a few more of our lingering quests for companions to wrap up all of their stories. And now that you've got the Lexicon of Power back from Queen Galfrey if you gave it away, now's a good time to talk about that as well. But essentially, this is the part of the game where we're going to be wrapping everything up before heading out to Threshold to end the game. But we still have a few things to talk about. So first up, the Lexicon of Paradox. So you should absolutely have both halves at this point, and as I mentioned in Act 4, in order to unlock its knowledge under normal circumstances, you have to pass a bunch of difficult knowledge checks. And while there's a few ways to do that, ultimately, if you don't have these checks, you don't have to worry about it too much because there is an alternative. Throughout the game, you'll have been picking up elven notes from the storyteller or for the storyteller, which constitutes a side quest to learn about his past and who he is, and how he was almost the person who opened something similar to the World Wound. And if you complete that side quest and find enough of those elven notes to turn into him and learn about his story, he will actually grant you special knowledge in terms of the Lexicon of Paradox that allows you to simply bypass all of the knowledge checks required and get that information. But what you'll learn from the Lexicon of Paradox is simply that your mythic power will not last. It is finite. It will eventually run out, resulting in, naturally, your death. But before we turn our attention fully to all of those other things, we have to talk about Aurelu's lab and what we can go learn there with the information or items that we gathered in Is, as that's also important for both the secret ending but also in fully understanding the narrative. Making our way back to Arilu's lab, specifically the room where we found the first part of the Lexicon of Paradox, which should be right where the game dumps you when you go back in, we can insert the crystal key into the projector nearby, and this will open up a portal to a secret area of the laboratory, where we can learn some incredibly important stuff. Probably the biggest, of course, being that Arilu had a child. This is technically dependent on your PC, but I'm just going to refer to it as a son because that's easier for me. But Arilu's son was someone also gifted in magic that she was teaching how to do all this stuff before her son was ultimately killed by the witch hunters of Old Sarkoris, before she herself was imprisoned in Threshold. She could have easily escaped from Threshold using her just normal powers as a witch, etc., but instead she chose to stay there and enter a demi-plane where she could conduct research, which ultimately led to the founding of the World Wound, which was done in an attempt to go to the Abyss and find the remnants of her son's soul so she could bring it back, as she could not simply resurrect him because he had already been judged by Pharasma, which prohibits resurrection in this universe. So while Arilu is, I don't think, what anyone would call a good person and has certainly committed a ton of atrocities, most of that was done in response to what the witch hunters of Sarkoris did to her and her son. But that's not all. There's more stuff we have to do in the lab in order to get the secret ending that will help us out. For starters, the first area we get dropped into, we'll be exploring a little room with a bunch of items. Now, if you click on these items in a certain way, you can unlock a set of gloves that will help you with the secret ending as well, but I never bother. In any event though, once you interact with enough stuff in this room, you'll be able to start picking things up, one of which is a summoning solution. You're going to need that for the next area, and eventually interacting with this stuff will lead to the opening of a portal, which will dump you into a wooded area nearby. Dead ahead, when you enter this area, you can find a door out in the middle of this wooded area, and you can use the glass key you found in Is on this door, which will lead you to a little library of sorts. This is where you're going to pick up some notes from Arilu, and studying those will open up another research project in the Crusade mode to understand exactly what the nature of Arilu's experiments were with the Nihindrian crystals and everything, which combined with all of our other knowledge gives a clear picture of what Arilu is trying to do, which is information we'll have to relay back to her for the secret ending. So that part is mandatory. And then afterwards, going back to the wooded area, we'll see her son summoning something here, and we'll have to fight off a Baylor, but afterwards, if we click on the summoning circle and add the summoning solution to it, we can summon in and kill a bunch more enemies, which will help us with the secret ending as well. Following this, we'll get teleported to the next area, which will see us interacting with two people that were complicit, essentially, in what happened to Arilu. And you can choose to either forgive them or keep them imprisoned here, or their spirits, that is. After which, you'll have a conversation with Arilu, and what you choose in that conversation can help you in the secret ending as well. Basically, if you set them free, you want to talk about how you have to let the past go type of stuff, but if you chose to keep them there, you have to talk about betrayal and punishment. After which, you'll be able to leave the lab and you'll get a little scene where you can see the witch hunters killing her son, which will give you a lot of the backstory about what Arilu was all about and why she did the things she did in this game. But after that, I would say that's all the core stuff to know about Act 5 in terms of story until you head to Threshold, but we're obviously going to cover the mythic paths as well as our companions on top of this before we start the ending. So let's talk about companions first, because that'll be a little bit easier, starting with Arushale. So if you turned Arushale evil in Act 4, she will actually leave, and you'll have the opportunity to potentially recruit her in Act 5, which gives you her evil variant. But assuming you just did her quest the normal way, you'll have interacted with her dream and she'll have found a table that she can't get rid of, and she'll want your help in figuring out what her dreams are, which you can do by first talking to Anivia, who gave her the sort of seed of the table that won't go away in her own dream, and Arushale will sort of dwell on that. You can go meet her at the tavern to enter her dream again and help her fight off the ghosts of her past before she comes to the realization that what her dream is a normal life surrounded by love and friends. Doing this will officially cleanse a Ruchelet of the Taint of the Abyss, making her a truly redeemed succubus, who no longer has the urge to do all the terrible things related to demons, which marks the end of her story. Then we have Regil. Right at the start of Act 5, Regil will come to you explaining that you have to go to the Hell Knight outpost nearby if you want to continue working with him, because the Paralictors of the Hell Knights would like a word. Assuming, of course, that he did not simply leave based on your mythic path choice earlier, but he's a little more variable in that regard to some other companions. Mostly because his trial is really the place where he's likely to leave you based on your options earlier. So you're going to take Regil to this trial, and he's going to put you on trial for your actions in a sort of elaborate plan to unite the Hell Knight orders, while also judging you at the same time. Now, if you're playing a lawful character and you've made lawful decisions this whole time, or you're going Aeon, you'll sort of auto win this trial and not really have to do anything. But if you've gone a chaotic route, like say the Trickster or the Azada, you'll have to either pass some checks or simply fail this trial and thus lose Regil as a companion. And likely have to fight off a bunch of Hell Knights while you're at it, because they will officially try to attack you after this. But basically, they'll decide whether or not they want to keep working with you, and there's a little bit of wiggle room there in terms of passing. For instance, as an Azada, you can pass this trial. And it also takes into account the way you handled Regil's previous quest. But the long and short of it is, you'll either walk away with the Hell Knights firmly behind you because Regil set up this sort of sham trial to unite the Hell Knights to a common goal of helping the Crusade or stopping a capricious upstart from causing even more problems, which you'll either be fine with or not. Then we have Winduag and Lan. So, a little bit complicated here depending on which one you've got in your party, as Winduag might have very well betrayed you up to this point, which will have, of course, failed this part. But assuming Winduag is still in your party, or if you have Lan with you, right after leaving Dresden for the first time in this act, you'll run into their old chieftain, Sol. He'll be in a bad way, and you'll have to escort him back to Dresden, at which point he'll give you the location of Savamalek's lair, where he's taken all the mongrels who fled the city of Dresden at his behest when everything started going down while you were gone, as he is, remember, in control of them. After this, we'll need to go to that location to fight the guy off. Now, this is where you're going to have a few different outcomes. So, if you did Winduag's quest, but she also doesn't like you, she'll betray you during this fight, but that's not the end of it. So while you'll have to fight her during this fight, you can actually also choose to continue to keep her on as a companion after this, which marks the end of her quest. So that is one way you could resolve all of this. But if you do that and Lan is still alive, he'll join this fight as well, and depending on your choices up to this point, you might also be able to recruit Lan here. But then there's the reverse situation where if you have Lan but not Winduag, now in most cases, if you went that route, Winduag is going to die, or she already died in a previous confrontation in Act 4. However, if you took Lan and then you took the Angel Mythic Path option with Winduag in Act 3, she will have not been in Act 4 during that fight, at which point you'll have the opportunity to recruit her here in Act 5, which is a bit of a convoluted mixing of stories, but essentially once this is all said and done, the mongrels will be free of their demonic blood and can follow their own path to a new destiny, while also helping you with the crusade, of course. Then we have Ember. So Ember is going to run into some Crusaders after you leave Dresden again for the first time, and they'll explain they're going off to fight in her name at the shrine we rescued her from in Act 3. If we take Ember there, we'll get the conclusion to her line where, based on our choices and dealings with her, she'll either successfully start converting people and demons to your cause en masse, or she'll be driven properly insane. Now, if you took her to see Nocticula, Nocticula will also show up and essentially have the beginnings of the Redeemer Queen that she canonically turns into, by the way. But in any event, you're going to have to kill some demons, and Ember will either be successful in her venture, or she'll be driven to be insane, which gives her a lunacy status, but also, if you manage to successfully do this, she unlocks a special spell that is very, very good. But either way, that's the end of her line. Next up is Camellia. Assuming she's not dead and still with you because you're on an evil path, or just naive, I suppose, she'll eventually come to you wanting to go back to Canabris to head to her father's mansion so she can meet with her father, and upon arriving, you find out that she has been summoned there, essentially, or she was expected at the very least, and you go up to the upstairs room where you can finally get into that locked room earlier, where you can kind of learn a little bit about Camella's past and how she was trapped in this room with its barred windows and everything. But then you go talk to Horgus. Horgus will explain basically what's going on and that he expected you because he fully expects Camellia to kill him, which is what she will do here if you do not stop her. She might very well turn on you if you choose to do that, however. Another one of the many ways that can result in her death. But if you choose to let that happen, she will kill her father, only to still be somewhat dissatisfied and then ask you to accompany her while she gathers up all the servants in the mansion and kills all of them too, before finally disclosing that the stuff with her shaman spirit craving blood is completely made up and that she just really, really likes to kill people. But if you went along with all of that, you'll have fully solidified her friendship, I guess. So that's something. But then we have Dayran. Right after the act starts, if you've completed everything up to this point, you will be contacted by Hawkblade, the Inquisitor from the initial quest with Dayran, and he'll basically say that he's finally discovered a way to trap the other. The thing that is haunting Dayran, so to speak, by using his eyes as a conduit into the world. And in order to get rid of it, you have to take Dayran to a special place that Hawkblade has prepared, and then play along with it to trap and defeat the other, to save Dayran from himself, essentially. Now, once you get there, you'll have to either pass or fail a series of checks in order to convince Dayran that what is happening is real, because Hawkblade is going to basically say that he plans on burning Dayran at the stake, and you're going to want to play along with that. Now, if you pass all of these checks, you'll significantly weaken the other in the fight you're about to have, and if you fail them, it's much stronger. This is because what you're actually doing is trying to distract Dayran while Hawkblade prepares a special trap specifically for this creature, that if successful will weaken it. But either way, once Dayran's life is actually in danger, the other will show up and try to kill you, at which point you can fight it. Now, once it's almost dead, it will try to make a deal for you, basically trying to convince you to let it go, and you can either choose to take that deal or kill the thing outright, which will, of course, free Dayran from its bonds, but ultimately, Dayran will then try to turn on the Inquisitors, as they're still going to try him for his heresy, essentially, after all of this, and Dayran doesn't want to live his life in a cage. Now, depending on your actions up to this point and your relationship with Dayran, you'll have a few choices here. You might be able to convince the Inquisitors to drop it and sort of just release him into your custody, and then also tell Dayran not to kill all of these guys. But if you lack the relationship to make that happen, you're then going to simply have to go along with one of these, which will usually result in the death of either the Inquisitor or Dayran or everyone, which turns the whole thing into a little bit of a mess, even if everything went well. This is actually one of those quests where it's kind of difficult to get the good outcome, but it is possible to do so. Next up, we have Greybor, who, if we've been following along with his quest, is almost certainly the member of the Assassin's Guild of Elutionira, and after you return from Iz, Greybor will say that you need to meet him by yourselves at a location a little ways away from Dresden for some secret meeting. This gets a little bit tricky because if Greybor does not like you and you have not lived up to his ideals and he doesn't like working for you, he's going to try to kill you here. This is effectively an assassination, yours. However, if you've gotten along with Greybor up to this point, and you pick up on some of the cues in this conversation, you might realize what's happening, and he'll straight up warn you that you need to be prepared for this meeting because it's dangerous. But once we get there, you'll learn basically that this is a trap by the Assassin's Guild, especially Horzala, another daughter of Baphomet, sister of Hepzimira, looking to gain Baphomet's favor by killing you. Greybor leads you into this trap, and if he does not like you, he will actually turn on you here and try to kill you by yourself before the rest of your party manages to storm in. But if you got along with him well, he'll actually help you fight off these enemies and break your chains so you don't start the battle at a disadvantage, so could go either way. Afterwards, he'll either be dead, of course, or you guys can reminisce on your appropriately cynical professional business relationship of mutual respect. Now after this, we then have Sela. At some point, Sela will come to you trying to convince you to finally go to the headquarters of the guy that stole all the souls of those people during her friend's wedding. And this is exactly what we're going to do. But before we do that, we can talk to Elan, her friend here, who has kind of been going crazy. If you did not save Kiana from the soul-stealing trinkets earlier in the previous quest, and depending on your success in convincing this guy to chill out or not, he may or may not die in the upcoming quest, which leads to the bad ending for Sela's quest, where she's still filled with inner turmoil. Either way, though, we're going to go to a place called Gravestone Rock and track down Derek Sunhammer, the jeweler behind all of the cursed jewelry. We're going to kill him, pick up the jewelry with all the souls in it before taking that back to Dresden, where all of these people can be safely put back in their bodies, including Curl, one of Sela's friends who has seemingly betrayed us time and again up to this point. But then we can put all the pieces together. Now, if Sela's friend died. Obviously, she's not feeling great about this. But then we'll have to talk to Curl. Curl will explain that he was possessed by a demon with this jewelry that everyone else had been using. So what happened is that he himself isn't necessarily a bad person, but rather he was straight up possessed by a demon thanks to this jewelry and forced to commit all of those crimes and turn, of course, on his friend. And you can choose to either let him go or arrest him and have him court-martialed, as you might expect. Sela is fine with either choice, truth be told, but those are kind of your general options. Now, along the way, Janna Aldori, another one of Sela's friends, will have joined this party if you let her in an attempt to sort of redeem herself. And depending on how Sela feels about everything that happened, including the potential death and court-martial of her friends, all of which were inspired by her, she may or may not be feeling all that great about everything that's happened here. But either way, that's the end of her questline. Then we have Finian, the talking weapon, our sort of half-companion. Along the course of the game, especially in Act 3, we'll have discovered that people have been experimenting by putting souls into weapons to make them these living things, which is of course what happened to Finian. And if you did his Act 4 dialogue, where you can discover that Valexia knows who made Finian, you can pretty easily find out where the location of the bladesmith is. When we go to the bladesmiths, we can discover that the bladesmith did in fact make Finian, at which point Finian has to come to grips with the fact that he was killed and put into a weapon, and you can either hopefully pass a check to continue using him, or you will fail that check and no longer be able to use Finian as a weapon, or you can do the evil thing and just give him back to the bladesmith, but generally this is going to end in a fight, and then you'll get a bunch of loot and potentially draw to a close Finian's little narrative about where he came from and why he is a talking weapon. Which leaves us with Olbrig and Ninio. Now, Olbrig is going to come to you, if you did not kill him at the beginning of the act, to convince you to go to the aid of Gundren. Gundren has been dealing with its own problems, as you might recall, and once we go back there, we learn that things have not exactly gotten better. Soldiers from Ustalav, a place nearby, have showed up to try to help Gundren fight off a host of different demons and things that have been relentlessly attacking the place, but the soldiers from Ustalav aren't here out of the goodness of their own heart. A merchant here is trying to take over these lands and ideally wants it to go that way. So there's still some more DLC stuff going on here that is a little outside the scope of just Olbrig's companion quest. So that side stuff aside, you'll ultimately head back to the temple in the forest of this area, where Olbrig will confront the person causing all of this invasion of demons, but also fully regain his memory. Olbrig and the griffin god that gave him his power are actually one and the same. His god, the griffin, was mortally wounded in a fight against its brother, a sort of evil griffin deity. In order to save Olbrig, who was mortally wounded in this fight, and itself, that god hid itself within Olbrig's body, effectively making them one person before sealing themselves in stone in an attempt to simply recover until such a time where they could make a difference again, which is where we found them in the Blackwing Library all the way back at the beginning of the game. Now, we're going to have to kill this evil deity griffin, but it's a little too late because the goddess of this shrine and temple, Kirine, the wolf spirit, is dying. At which point we'll have a decision to make that will affect the outcome of all this. Basically, we can tell that god to do what Olbrig's god did and simply merge with her chosen warrior in order to become a sort of new being, a walking demigod of sorts, simply pass peacefully into the next life, and then there's some decisions about whether or not to keep or do anything with the relic that was kept in this temple, which was a piece of Eridan's shield, Eridan being a former god himself. All of the decisions there will affect the ultimate outcome of this place, but regardless of what you choose here, that kind of marks the end of Olbrig's story and how it relates to Gundren. Having finally learned about who he is and what happened all those years ago to put him in the position he is in now, giving him free reign over his own future regardless of what happened here. Plus, you can take that piece of Eridan's shield back to the storyteller and get a really cool item out of it, if you chose to keep it. But then we have Ninio. Ninio's quest to finish up her story is, in my opinion, the worst one in the game. It is a puzzle dungeon. Now, throughout the game, specifically in Act 3 and then in Act 5, you have the potential to find these 4 different masks throughout different locations. There's one that you'll find as part of the Secrets of Creation quest that's just in one of the side areas there. You can find one in Pelura's Fall. There's one in the Ivory Sanctum, etc. But once you find all of these masks, you can take them back to the nameless ruins that we originally took Ninio to all the way in Act 2, and by inserting these masks into the statue there, you open up a portal to a place called Enigma. Enigma is the realm of a demon lord known as Arish Kagal, a sort of sphinx-looking thing. Now, this does present an opportunity to get another Nihindrian crystal, because Arish Kagol is in fact a demon lord, but in order to do that, you have to slog your way through a puzzle dungeon, and this place sucks. It's just puzzle after puzzle, it's a ton of fighting as well, and it's just not a good time. These puzzles are nobody's favorite. I have done this quest maybe a couple of times. The first one took me like 3 or 4 hours, and while the ultimate payoff to this is learning more about Ninio, it's not a good time. So when you finally get to the summit of this pyramid structure that we're in, after solving all these puzzles, you'll confront Arish Kagol, and it turns out that Ninio is actually one of her servants that seem to have gained sentience, while also continuing to search for knowledge, which is sort of the domain of Arish Kagol. Now, depending on some checks and the outcome of this fight, you might be able to convince Ninio that she's not just a faceless grain of sand, but rather a full-on actual sentient being that matters. If you fail to do this, she'll essentially turn into nothingness, so there's that. And this goes a long way towards explaining why Ninio is the way that she is, but it's a very long, annoying road to get to that point. But that finally brings us to the Mythic Path section of Act 5. Now there's ultimately 10 mythic paths we have to go through to explain what each of them gets up to in Act 5. So there's a lot to go over here, and what's more, depending on which mythic path you go with, some companions can leave you based purely on that choice. Like, you pick this mythic path, they will leave. Sometimes there's a little bit of wiggle room there, like with Regil, who is not guaranteed to leave if you pick certain mythic paths, but some are more difficult for him than others, whereas if you pick Lich, Sela will always leave, which is also the case for picking Aeon and Camellia. So let's get it started with the Devil Mythic Path, the latest Game 1, the only one you won't pick right at rank 8, but it does require you to be on the Aeon or Azada Mythic Path. Now if you're an Aeon, this is sort of your out if you messed up the true Aeon route and thus can't complete your transformation. You can instead pivot to the Devil Mythic Path as an alternative if you pass a trial that will take place. But basically, as you go to start doing the Aeon Mythic Path quest for the area, you'll instead be given an offer by Mephistopheles, masquerading still as Melies, where he'll essentially say that, hey, maybe you could become a devil instead. And you'll have to have that confrontation, and you'll either have to kill him or accept his offer, after passing a trial of sorts. So if you pass that and everything, you can become the Devil Mythic Path, and then on the Azada side of things, it's a little more direct. Mephistopheles will straight up attack the Commander's Court area after a certain amount of time has passed, and if you've been playing an Azada in a way that has been, let's say, less than Azada-like, you can potentially also become an Aeon, a devil here as well. But if you've been playing an Azada the correct way, so to speak, having not taken his advice as early sunset, he'll try to convince you to kill all your companions in order to join him, but he won't actually have you sign anything, so it's just an elaborate ruse to mess up your own transformation, essentially. So there's that. But either way, eventually you'll actually become the Devil Mythic Path, and this has essentially 2 quests associated with it. First, there's the Transformation quest, which sees you entertaining delegates from a lawful evil country, and you'll make a bunch of decisions in relation to how you're going to accept these people's help and whatnot. And once you've done enough of those decisions, that quest completes and you become a proper devil with the full transformation. That quest is very boring and initially was all there was, but it's been later supplemented very recently with a quest about corrupting Queen Galfrey, which I've already covered in a separate video, but the long and short of it is you can utilize your powers as a devil and also help from Mephistopheles at the instruction of Asmodeus to corrupt Queen Galfrey by capitalizing on her jealousy of you and how she has kind of failed as the leader of the Crusade and Mindev. This leads to her ultimately killing someone and losing her powers as a paladin, and then you can sort of get her to sign a contract with Hell for different power, which adds a nice bit of flavor to the Devil Mythic Path these days, but that's all they really get up to story-wise before the end of the game. Which then brings us to the Swarm That Walks. Now this one is very different than all of the other Mythic Paths throughout the game, because if you pick the Swarm That Walks, everybody leaves you. All of your companions leave, plus during that conversation with Iomedae and Nocticula, Iomedae straight up attacks you, tries to sort of divine smite you out of existence, but you just so happen to manage to live. At which point, Act 5 plays out quite a bit differently. You don't have any companions or anything, so the main thing you're going to be doing is your Mythic Path transformation quest. First, you'll be instructed to meet Animora outside of Iz, as she is supposedly going to defect from Discari to help you instead, but this is just a trap, and you'll find out that your swarm has actually been ever so slightly infected with a servant of Discari, giving him influence over you, which is why you're hearing his voice all of a sudden. Naturally, we want to get rid of this, so we're going to have to go to the Rasping Rifts, where we're going to devour another swarm-related entity known as Izangya before killing the Echo of Discari, which will complete our full transformation after we devour what's left of our own body, fully becoming the swarm. But we're not done yet, because the swarm gets all sorts of unique stuff. If you go to the Dance of Masks DLC with most Mythic Paths, it still plays out mostly the same way, but the swarm that walks actually gets a sort of unique variant of it, where everything there is trying to kill you or stop you from killing them more aptly. So there's that as well, which can be quite a bit of fun, to be honest. And then finally, right before you actually go to Threshold to end the act, all of your former companions, or at least most of them, will show up to try to kill you, to correct the mistake that they have made and simply empowering you to be this way to begin with. And that's before we get to the unique ending stuff with them. But basically, everyone hates the swarm that walks. Now, in the complete opposite of that, we have the Gold Dragon. So provided you talked with Hal and everything in Dresden, as you're retaking it, you can choose this Mythic Path at rank 8. And surprisingly, people are pretty cool with it. Even Iomade if you choose to keep the power of this one. But after that scene, you'll have to talk to Hal in Dresden, who will instruct you to go to Canabris, where Tarindalev healed you, so maybe you can learn something there. You're going to go to Canabris, talk to Hal, who's going to have you complete 3 sort of fetch quests throughout this act, basically at the main locations we're going to go to anyway, and bring those items back to the people here to help them out. Upon doing this, you learn that these people were actually in disguise the entire time, and are themselves actually dragons. And they've got one more thing for you to do before finally turning you into a proper gold dragon. But the downside to this is that the next thing they have you do is actually a side quest that is available to everyone effectively, where you're going to have to go to the dragon burial ground and save a young dragon who is actually quite old and has simply been in its egg for an extremely long time. Basically though, a black dragon is trying to capture this thing and corrupt it, which is the same person that would have come to you in Act 3 hoping to get help with an archaeology experiment, and if you choose to help that guy, then everyone can do this quest in Act 5, which is a little bit of a bummer. But either way, once you've successfully managed this, you can go back to Hal in Canabris and you'll officially complete your transformation. Though this is one of those paths that does have a slight alteration based on your choices, it's sort of possible to be a corrupt gold dragon, which is really exemplified in the next quest. Now, after that transformation's over, you can get one more quest if you talk to Hal again in Dresden, where he seeks to redeem a friend of his of old known as Savalros, someone who got corrupted alongside Tarindalev, but Tarindalev managed to be healed. And in Iz, as a gold dragon, you could potentially convince the undead version of Tarindalev to keep fighting the corruption even in that form. And if you do that and then take on the quest for Savalros, you can convince him to turn away from his corruption and things as well to begin that fight for himself. And while it doesn't resolve right here, long term, it should help him out. And that's the bulk of what the Gold Dragon gets up to in Act 5. But then we have the legend, the rejection of your mythic power. Technically speaking, say you're doing all this and you just don't want it, or you want to be an exceptionally powerful mortal instead. Well, then legend is for you. And this is technically what Iomade is trying to get you to do. But while this one is a little more boring, in my opinion, story-wise, it does give you some unique interactions with Arilu that you won't get otherwise, because Arilu's experiments hinge on your mythic power, meaning that she hates it if you do this. And you learn why pretty quickly, because as the Legend Mythic Path, your transformation is basically the main part of it, and it's going to see you going to places that you first acquired mythic power, such as the Midnight Fane, the Lost Chapel, and the Great Garrison, in order to relinquish it and separate those parts of your soul. In doing this, you're going to start fighting off shades that are confused about why you're attacking them, and as you progress through this, Arilu's talking to you along the way, before you suddenly realize that the shades that you've been fighting are actually the pieces of Arilu's son's soul, and that by removing him from you, eventually he will fade and properly disappear in a way that Arilu cannot capture. And so at the end of this, she traps you in an attempt to kill you and fully extract her son from your soul before you can mess this up any further for her. However, thanks to the Legend Mythic Path powers, even Arilu fails to hold you, and you'll manage to, of course, escape her clutches. And this leads to some unique back and forth, and of course the legend ending, which is unique in and of itself. But this is probably the only ending where Arilu is extremely pissed with you, which sees her bordering on nothing shy of desperation, frankly, which is not how she's presented herself up to this point, which is always interesting to see. Next up, though, we have the Azada mythic path. So the Azada is going to be called back to their commander's court, where they're going to be making further decisions about how to organize the place and tell everyone that they're okay. And truth be told, the Azada doesn't have a lot going on in Act 5. Most of their cool stuff was in Act 4. Because basically all that's going to happen is eventually you're going to head back to the commander's court to find that early sunset has returned, but you of course know this is actually Mephistopheles. And if you've been a bad Azada, you might have the potential to turn into a devil instead, but if you've been going along with the Azada mythic path, you definitely don't want to do that now because it'll actually be a fake bargain. But basically you're going to have to fight and kill Mephistopheles, who's going to give you like 2 levels worth of experience, even at the max, which is going to also complete your transformation into an Azada as well. And that's pretty much it. The rest of the path for Act 5 is just flavor in terms of your choices and of course crusade elements and things like that. That's really all they do in Act 5. Then we have the Angel. So the Angel mythic path has a few unique things going on, especially because, in theory, you would be an angel for Iomade, who actively wants you to give up this power. But because you chose a good mythic path, she's not necessarily angry with you for this choice. And much of Act 5 is basically about proving that even though your powers come from a dubious source, you have used them for nothing but good and righteousness, and personified what angels are really all about. And that starts by basically going to the major locations of this act and performing some individual things that need to happen. So for starters, at Pelura's Fall, we can encounter Mutasafin, but thanks to Targona helping us out on this path, this encounter will actually lead us to his lair, where we can permanently kill him, because Mutasafin's actually been making clones of himself, which is how he's been so hard to kill. This way, utilizing the friends we've made along the way, Mutasafin will be permanently dead. Then, when we go to the prison area to rescue the Hand of the Inheritor, we can make sure that he is properly restored to all his angelic glory, before finally going and rescuing Queen Galfrey as an angel, after which, when you head back to Dresden, you'll be greeted by Iomade, the Hand of the Inheritor, Targona, Lariel, Yaniel, Berenguer, Eliandra, the Queen, Irabeth, basically all the good people you've met along the way, which is where Iomade, through your actions, will state that you have proven what you are, and depending on whether or not you've erred on the side of righteousness or salvation, you'll get some extra dialogue here, but the long and short of it is that Iomade will name you a true angel who, after the events of the World Wound, has your own place in heaven should you so choose it. And then you'll get your normal Dresden scene before you can make off for Threshold, proving once again that the angel is sort of the default path, and we'll touch a little more on that at the end of this video. After this, we have the Lich. Now, the Lich has some really cool stuff in Act 5, but again, you're going to lose Sela pretty much immediately. After this, though, you basically need to go talk to Zacharias in your Ziggurat. He's going to give you a few instructions, basically for strengthening the Ziggurat itself, so the transformation will go easily. And you also need to resolve a dispute between your undead minions that's happened since you were away. The dispute is very easy, you just pick a side and fight the other one. And then once you have your Ziggurat strengthened, you can perform the ritual. Now, somewhere along the way here, you're going to be confronted by an envoy of Pharasma, the Lady of Graves. Pharasma hates undeath in all of its forms, and especially hates liches and the like, who are protected by the goddess Uragotha. And you can choose to basically take that dispute head on after you finish your transformation. But once we've got all that sorted out, we can then talk to Zacharias again to commence our transformation into a full-blown Lich, which first requires us to make a few sacrifices. Our youth and vitality, getting rid of our body, essentially, as you might expect. You also have to give away a treasure that is important to you, basically the thing your character has had the longest, which is likely going to be your bracers. And then, finally, if you've been romancing anyone, you have to sacrifice them to make this happen. If you haven't been romancing anyone, you don't have to make this sacrifice, at which point you'll be transferred into the body of a Lich, right before your temple is fully attacked by whichever side of your undead minions you did not side with earlier. And you're going to fight them off before having a confrontation with them and likely raising all of them as the undead. Right after this, though, Zacharias is going to turn on you pretty much immediately, when you ask for your phylactery back. Now, I've heard it's possible to get around a fight here, but I've never managed it. But when you choose to fight him, he's going to smash your phylactery, which won't immediately kill you or anything, and in fact, you can build another one in the long term, but you'll likely have to fight off Zacharias, and that will complete your transformation still. Now, after you defeat Zacharias, you can also find his phylactery hidden in your ziggurat, but something about the way you killed him and the nature of your power has maimed him permanently and trapped him within his own phylactery. He cannot regenerate for some reason, and you can choose what to do with the guy there. But we're not done yet, because then we can turn our eyes back to the stuff with Pharasma. In intentionally upsetting Pharasma, we can turn our entire area, the World Wound, Old Sarkoris, whatever, into a land of death, basically guaranteeing that anyone that dies here will immediately rise up as an undead in your service, creating your own sort of personal domain. This is extremely upsetting to Pharasma, of course, and she sends her personal envoy, the Steward of the Skein, to fight you, which would normally not go very well for you at all, but none other than Uragotha will stand up to save you, as she is the sort of patron of undead and loves a powerful lich. And that's the bulk of what the Lich gets up to in Act 5, which leaves us with just 3 more to go. 2 of them in particular have really interesting things going on though, which is the Demon and the Trickster, because they get to fight an extra boss that nobody else gets to fight, which just so happens to be Nocticula. But first, let's start with the Demon. Shortly after Act 5, you'll be requested to show up in Alushanira to talk to Shamira. It turns out Shamira is plotting a coup against Nocticula and is demanding you be a part of it. Now, you can choose what to do here and go along with that and fight Nocticula if you want, or if you don't like Shamira, you can side against her and with Nocticula instead. And this will involve going around and speaking to all of the advisors gathered and trying to sway them to your side in order to fight less people one way or another. Now, unsurprisingly, if you side with Shamira, she will suddenly decide she can also kill you too, resulting in her death as well. And this will, of course, see you becoming the new Demon Lord of the Midnight Isles, but consequently, that will likely happen even if you help Nocticula. That said, if you side against Nocticula, you can actually attack her with a Midnight Bolt to pick up another Nihindrian crystal. So that's certainly something to consider, which you can also do in the Trickster Mythic Path, but we'll get to that. After this is over though, if you sided with Nocticula, you can ask for a boon basically, and you can choose to either romance Nocticula, I suppose you could call it, ask for power, or simply enjoy riches. Now, if you're going this route, you're likely going to side with Nocticula anyway though, and what happens to her in the endgame that I've already mentioned in Ember's Quest with her becoming the Redeemer Queen leaves a power vacuum that you're going to seize upon anyway, which will still see you becoming a Demon Lord. So the long story short of it is that you're almost certainly going to become a Demon Lord one way or another. But we'll talk a little more about that in the ending slides. Next up, we have the Trickster. Once we get back from Act 5 as a Trickster, Cobblehoof will have finally shown back up from his departure in Act 4, and Sokoth Benoth will show up to tell us about this basically, and we'll go report to the council to find out what he's done. So Cobblehoof has produced what is called a soul cauldron, which is basically capable of holding the essences of a bunch of different people, all from different planes. These essences are what we are going to throw into the World Wound in order to turn it into a gateway to a bunch of different realms as opposed to just the Abyss. Now, in order to do that, we need a couple more essences, one of which we're going to get from Shamira. Sokoth Benoth has a special portal, so to speak, into his sister's palace, where Shamira is often found because she is Nocticula's lover as well as enemy, and we can go there to both pull a prank on Nocticula, but also to ambush Shamira and steal her essence. Now, while you're here, it's also possible to speak directly to Nocticula and warn her of her brother's treachery and pranks, which then, of course, affects the ending we're about to have, because once we return to the council, Nocticula is going to show up here, either very unamused by the pranks you pulled, or because you told her about what was happening, at which point you're going to fight either her or the council itself. Now, you can either shoot Nocticula or Sokoth Benoth for a Nihindrian crystal. They are both demon lords, and completing this will result in your full mythic transformation. That said, personally, I think fighting Nocticula is the way to go, and doing those pranks is much more in line with what the trickster is trying to do, and it's pretty funny. But right after this, once we've finally got all of the essence we need for the Soul Cauldron, we'll be pulled to the side by Shaika the Mini. Shaika will basically give us a chance to join Shaika as one of her many different forms, because Shaika has yet to add her essence to the Soul Cauldron, which will give the gateway a connection to the land of the Fae known as the First World. So basically deciding whether or not Shaika gives her essence to the Soul Cauldron decides the ending for your individual character in terms of what happens to you. Do you become one with Shaika the Mini or not? Which then leads us to our final mythic path, which just so happens to be the Aeon. Presumably the true Aeon, because otherwise you won't be able to continue with it or finish your mythic transformation. Towards the start of the act as an Aeon, you'll be instructed to basically purge your city of all lawbreakers, which will see your entire city flooded by just generic NPCs that have a specific crime associated with them. And once you've talked to so many of them and booted them and everyone like them out of Dresden, you can report back to your mirror in your quarters, at which point your Aeon will instruct you to go to Canabris to change time yet again. And upon going there, you'll be accosted by Mephistopheles as part of the Devil Mythic Path, but in this instance, we're just going to kill him. And then we're going to head on to the Market Square of Canabris, where we'll be able to step back in time to the moment that Daskari murdered Tyrindalev, and we'll be able to save her life. Doing so opens up the final option, which will come in Threshold, but also this will give you a replacement purple knife, the Nihindrian crystal from the beginning of the game that we would have given up as an Aeon. You can get a replacement for it here, which somewhat humorously is actually useless for us if we go with the true Aeon ending, which is now available to us if we've completed our transformation here in Canabris into a full Aeon. And that, I would say, is the large bulk of what to expect story-wise from Act 5, which means as we wrap things up, we can finally get ready to storm the gates of Threshold, which officially starts the endgame. And while this is typically called Act 6, it effectively comprises a small dungeon before you hit the end of the game. Like, the entire sequence might take you like 30 minutes to an hour under most circumstances, but basically stepping into Threshold is the point of no return for the rest of the game as you go hurtling towards the ending, which is what we'll cover in the next portion of this video. And thus, finally, we stand on the edge of that threshold before heading once more into the breach to finally wrap up this story and this video, which brings us to Act 6 and the endings. Now, it's important to note, if you're going for the secret ending, you don't want to enter Threshold before the 16th of Gosrin. This is something you'll have learned from the research you've done from Pelura's Falls. These dates correspond to when the world wound is at its strongest, which is something we need for the secret ending to take place. With that in mind, however, Act 6 is technically just a short jaunt through a dungeon before confronting the final boss, Aurilu, and sorting out one of the roughly dozen or so endings to the game based on your mythic path. But first, upon arriving in Threshold, we have to fight our way through a host of demons, and along the way we're going to be met with some cutscenes here and there of the allies we've made along the way charging into battle with us, such as the mongrels or the many mercenary companies we've been working with. And then when you get to the end of it, you'll see some of the main helpers based on your mythic path that will be jumping in to help you out. This is especially cool if you went the legend route, because you get the representatives of all the other paths essentially helping you to jump in and close the world wound. But basically, as you move through this, and who you see here is going to be determined by your path that led up to this place. After you've cleared out the enemies, you'll get a final chance to talk to everyone you've met along the way and your companions before diving fully into the dungeon. You'll also get a chance to rest and all of that jazz, which makes this, because the storyteller is here, your last chance to decipher the Lexicon of Paradox, which I mentioned because if you bring the storyteller one more elven note, which you can actually find in Threshold, he'll give you a little more context about Aurilu as well, and how they are related in their previous efforts, let's say. But once you're ready, you'll eventually head into the actual Threshold. Now, right after entering this place, you'll be confronted by Nocticula and then Iomade. This conversation is mostly the same, but can be a little bit different dependent on your mythic path. The Swarm That Walks, for instance, will be told that Nocticula and Iomade are teaming up to come kill you after this, because they hate you. Nocticula will one more time offer you her profane gift, which again is a bit of a trap, but may or may not matter to you, and then she'll give you a pretty good item called Darkness Caress, and then if you've done a path that pleases Iomade, she'll actually give you her sword called Daybreak, which it is frankly a little late to use, and Radiance, which would have upgraded to its final version in the fight against Discari, is better than that anyway. Now the dungeon itself is pretty straightforward. We're going to fight our way through a few more battles, we might see some people show up again. If you failed to save the Hand of the Inheritor, or you just straight up ignored the prison quest, you'll find his corrupted version in here trying to stop you. But eventually you'll make your way up to a room where there is an Inevitable trapped in a cage. This Inevitable, a creature of Axis, has been trapped here, and its energies and what's keeping it here are effectively maintaining the defenses around the Heart of Threshold where we need to get to, and thus this Inevitable simply asks you to kill it, which you're going to have to do because even if you refuse, he breaks out and fights you anyway. Now, on the offhand, you happen to be an Aeon, you can skip this fight, but either way, once he's dead, you'll be thrown into a demi-plane. Now, this demi-plane is where Arilu did all of her research and things before making the world wound herself. You can see some of the efforts she poured into trying to resurrect her son that were ultimately in vain, and at the end of this area, you'll have a final confrontation with her where, based on whether or not you went to her lab earlier, and of course some of your conversation options here, she'll tell you basically what was going on. That she thought herself properly hidden from the witch hunters of Sarkoris, but was ultimately wrong, and those hunters killed her child and then imprisoned her in Threshold. And while she could have escaped, she came up with a much more daring plan, let's say, opening up the world wound to bind herself to the abyss and search it for the remains of her son's soul. But furthermore, while that's all old news, the current news is that she tethered her son's soul to you in an attempt to bring them back. Now that is very important information momentarily, and it's something you probably already know if you went the Legend Mythic path. At this point, though, Arilu is considering this experiment of hers a failure. She's considering you a failure, and that obviously her son is not resurrected before she runs off. Not before we gain our final mythic rank, our rank 10, for effectively 2 fights that are left in the game, and then we're attacked by some monsters. Then we can step out of the rift from the demi-plane back into Threshold. Now, upon arriving through that rift, our party outside the gates will be attacked by some demons as well, and that will have to be defended with the people out there guarding the camp, which may or may not go well for you. But afterwards, you'll then quickly confront the Echo of Discari. Honestly, if you've gotten to this point, this is an extremely easy fight. He's very easy to kill, but his death is necessary for the secret ending. And then after this, we will continue on our merry way down the path that ultimately leads to Arilu. Now, right before you step into that arena, you may notice that there's a sort of wind barrier that you step through, and that is actually the point that marks the Inevitable Excess DLC, as that DLC takes place just before the last boss fight. And it's its own self-contained little story about the excess of your power that I won't cover here, but it's an interesting little DLC to play through. But then we come to the final confrontation with Arilu Vorlesh, which is where we can start picking the endings. Now I'm going to talk about this very broadly and then go into the specific endings we could possibly get based on our mythic path. Now right away, how this works is that initially we're going to have a conversation with Arilu. We can get more of her point of view on various subjects, and you want to exhaust all of this dialogue before ultimately picking a fight because there's no way around the first phase of this. That said, at the beginning of that conversation, you might have just noticed that she's placed magical wards all over the place, which you definitely want to ask about, which is primarily because noticing that and asking about it is a prerequisite for the peaceful way to resolve this situation after the initial phase of the fight. Because once she goes down initially, there will be a sort of intermission where you have the chance to talk to her again. This is your opportunity to initiate the secret ending, or simply talk her down and convince her not to fight. And honestly, both can be done. So if you pick the third option here about uncovering her plan and then pass an appropriate check, she'll stand down and you can skip the second phase of the fight. At the same time, if you pick the fourth option here, which is stop, listen to me, and then convince her that her experiment might not actually be a failure, and that you might genuinely be, at least in part, her child, that is also enough to convince her to stand down for the second phase no matter what. And that is important because that alone is going to give you the option to sacrifice Arilu Arilu in an effort to close the world wound. Because in the absence of that, if you have to kill her in the second phase, you have to step into the world wound and die in order to close it, which might just result in you leaving and leaving it open. And outside of the mythic path, those are the sort of default endings of the game, either closing the world wound or having left it open. Now that's especially important if you failed your mythic path or missed the option for that ending, because that will give you a sort of generic ending simply about the world wound and having reached the end of the game. Now from there, I want to talk about the secret ending before we start going mythic path by mythic path. Now, the secret ending, first and foremost, requires the stop, listen to me dialogue. The first step of initiating this ending is pointing out that Arilu actually does care for people, such as Suture, her minion. This can be done throughout the story in the ways that I've mentioned, simply saving him from the slave market and then talking about it with her in the conversation towards the end of Act 4. That will convince her to listen to you just very generally. And then after this, we can bring up a bunch of times that we've interacted with her in a way that was reminiscent of how her son acted. This is how we responded to her when she was disguised as Yaniel. How we asked her questions instead of immediately taking the power in Nocticula's palace. The answers that you gave her in response to running to her lab in Act 5 and learning about her child being killed. And the people who did it. Using that summoning circle there to summon in more monsters. Using the crossbow at the very beginning of the game to shoot Discari, for instance. All of these are things you can bring up, and you need to bring up at least 5 of them to successfully pass this phase of the secret ending dialogue. Having done this, she will officially be convinced to stand down, and this is one of the ways you can initiate using Arilu as a sacrifice for the world wound instead of you dying. But we're not done yet, because assuming we don't want to sacrifice her, we can keep going with the "I'm sure there's another answer, just hear me out" response. This is where we have to bring up all the research we've done over the course of the game, having deciphered the lexicon of paradox and how the power has limits. The nature of the Nahindrian crystals, which we're also going to need in physical form, but also the research we've done into them, and how you might just be able to extract mythic power from very freshly created crystals from live demon lords as opposed to the ones that have already been dead. And then her own notes that we found in her laboratory in Act 5, which tells us that the world wound is actually affecting both Galarian and the Abyss, but in the Abyss, which is guarded by demon lords, it's less noticeable. You also get the chance to bring up your research for the Sword of Valor, which came into contact with you and then changed, in the exact same way it did for Iomade when she became a goddess. And if you bring up all of that, that will get you a new dialogue option about putting all of that information together. Basically that while the mythic path power has limits, you should be able to push the boundaries of that power by using fresh Nahindrian crystals, which we got from shooting demon lords with midnight bolts. Moreover, those demon lords' realms need to be in contact with the world wound. And ultimately, what this should give you is absorbing the power of a demon lord if they are freshly killed, allowing you to inherit their realm in the Abyss. And then that connection from the Abyss to the world of Galarian via the world wound should fundamentally alter it in some way. Now this is important because we need to take the realms of a demon lord whose realm is connected to the world wound for this to work. There are 3 options: Baphomet, Discari, and Nocticula, which basically just leaves Baphomet and Discari because Nocticula is still kicking and not really possible to kill. But we very recently defeated Baphomet and Discari, which is going to put them into their own realm for a set period of time, because if they leave it and they die again, they are permanently dead. They will be transported to what is called the Rift of Repose. Basically meaning that these two are not going to engage you in battle if they can avoid it, because they know that they will die permanently. And this is where the secret we learned from Hepzibah in the Ivory Labyrinth comes in. The archpriest of a demon lord can summon their master, and they have to show up. This will force Baphomet and Discari to show up. But the catch there is, who is the archpriest of these demon lords? Well, if you've killed the Echo of Discari and Hepzibah, then that actually makes Arilu the archpriestess of both of these demon lords, meaning that Arilu could actually call out to them. And this, finally, is where the date comes in. In order for all of this to actually be effective, you need to channel the world wound at its absolute most powerful, which is on a certain few days of the year, which just so happens to be the dates that we entered the Fortress of Threshold on. the 16th through the 21st of Gosrin. And after that, Arilu will be willing to summon in Discari and Baphomet, who you'll have to fight and potentially get 2 more fresh crystals from, which will then officially bring you to the secret ending. But even here, you have some choices based on how many crystals you've managed to find. If you have just the 1, you can ascend. If you have 5, you and all of your companions can ascend. And if you have 6, you, your companions, and Arilu can ascend to a demigod state, which is what brings you to the secret ending. And while the secret ending does, of course, have a few different variations based on your mythic path and the companions and whatnot associated with that, but that's really just one of the major endings, because then we have all 10 mythic paths that have their own endings. Now, in terms of canon, which is a very loose subject when it comes to things like this, the closest you're going to get to what the canonical outcome of this adventure path was for the Pathfinder universe is the Angel mythic path. Now, keep in mind, all of this is just intended to be very loosely related anyway, so that's important to know. Now, some mythic paths have an ending that is pretty much exactly what you would expect it to be, while others are a little more interesting. So let's start with the Swarm That Walks. If you've managed to get all the way to the end with the Swarm That Walks, you might guess that an evil creature like that isn't really all that interested in closing the world wound. So the Swarm is ultimately going to devour Arilu before challenging Discari directly, who is, for whatever reason, showing up to fight you in person, who you can then fight and permanently kill as a result of having killed him earlier, to become the true Lord of the Swarm yourself. This is a sort of worst of all possible outcome endings because A, it means your character is going to die, but it's going to take centuries for that to happen. The wound itself just keeps expanding, being a plague on Golarion, and you've torn basically the entire area around it to shreds, and everything was terrible for everybody, essentially, which is pretty much what you would expect. Next up, we have the Devil Mythic Path. Now, truth be told, this one isn't all that crazy. If you happen to use Arilu's soul to close the world wound here, you'll simply see the outcome of some of the decisions you already made, such as continuing to lord over the area around Dresden, making it a sort of trade hub that is ultimately beholden to the forces of hell, not unlike a few other nations upon the world of Golarion. And then, of course, whether or not you acquiesced to Queen Abigail, who was that nation that also works for Asmodeus, or whether or not you chose to be a proper devil standing on your own 2 feet, so to speak. So nothing too crazy in that one. Next up, we have the Azada Mythic Path ending. So this ending is going to see you healing the world wound at the sacrifice of yourself. Basically, you're going to summon your island, the Commander's Court, to the world wound. After you step through to sacrifice yourself to close the wound, the island itself will crash into the area just to hasten its regeneration, and what was a terrible scar on the face of the world becomes this area blooming and lush with life, which to me seems like a very Azada thing to do, as it turns out. But we're far from done yet, because then we have the Gold Dragon Mythic Path. This one gets a pretty interesting one, where instead of closing the world wound or even allowing Arilu to do it, the Gold Dragon becomes its guardian, setting up shop just outside the wound and basically convincing everyone that comes through it to either repent and turn away from their path of evil or face destruction at the hands of you and your dragon cohort. Now, this doesn't solve the problem of the fact that you're going to die, but that will, again, take a few centuries. But in leaving the world wound open, just as an aside, Nocticula will be upset about that, and you might get some extra dialogue on this path for that specifically. Then we have the Legend Mythic Path. So, this one's a bit different because, as you recall, if we are on the Legend Mythic Path, the secret ending is not available to us, just the way it isn't with the Swarm That Walks, but in particular, this is because Arilu hates us. We're also going to have to fight the soul of her son, which is going to be infused with the mythic path you spent most of the game as, and she's going to try to kill you so she can extract your soul, stitch it together with her son's soul, and then try to basically restart the experiment from scratch, which obviously isn't going to work. Now, nothing you can say with Arilu here is really going to prevent her from simply fighting you tooth and nail, but it is still possible to sacrifice her to the world wound, but the Legend Mythic Path gets a sort of special option to talk to the soul of her dead child, which is going to allow you to jump into the world wound with the remnants of that child's soul, which should, in theory, end its suffering as well as your own and close the world wound once and for all, solidifying your place as a legend. Next up, let's talk the Angel Mythic Path, though. So, the Angel ending is pretty much what you'd expect. You have the big clash with Arilu, hopefully sacrificing her soul to close the world wound as well, which gives you your Angel Mythic Path option of killing not just Arilu, but taking that a step farther and meeting up with your angel cohort, so to speak, where you can decide to invade the realm of Discari to chase after him specifically, which leads to a big fight with him in his very own realm of the Rasping Rifts, where you'll be able to deny him the ability to flee from you before killing him outright and potentially setting the entire demonic area on fire before finally deciding whether or not your angel character wants to stay down here and keep helping people or ascend up to heaven. Again, this is the closest thing you're going to get to whatever could be considered a canon ending here. Moving right along though, let's now talk about the Trickster Mythic Path. So, once you're at the World Wound, you can simply use your Trickster Mythic Path option to bring out the Soul Cauldron, filled to the brim with the essences of all the different planes, and you'll basically hand this to Arilu and then shove her into the World Wound, closing both the World Wound but also turning it into a proper gateway between all of the different realms. Now, the exact ending here does change a little bit based on whether or not you decided to become one with Shaika the Mini or not, but the Trickster also gets a fun little option to deliberately interfere with the ending slides where you can interrupt what's happening and demand a different ending, which was really funny. So there's that. But then we have 3 more to go. Then we have the Demon Mythic Path. So this one alters a little bit based on whether or not you sided with or against Nocticula, but basically in the end you're going to become a Demon Lord most likely, which is kind of their big ending, and that comes with basically all the evil shenanigans you might imagine, so it's a pretty straightforward, expected way for that to go, I would say. Then we have the Lich. Now the Lich is a little bit more interesting because the Lich is not only dealing with the World Wound, but also being hunted down by the minions of Pharasma. So if you manage to get Arilu to sacrifice herself, which I imagine a Lich would want to do, and maintain your own immortality, as you are not so easily killed by incurable things like the World Wound and your power problem, then you will likely be ruling over your land of death in Sarkoris, becoming a true Lord of Death, which draws the ire naturally of Pharasma, who can basically initiate a shining crusade against you, where instead of the World Wound being a problem, now everyone's going to try to defeat you specifically, and your hordes of the undead. Not all that dissimilar from Tor Bafan, another Lich. But finally, we have the Aeon. I wanted to save this one for last because the ending for this one is so much more different than basically all of the other Mythic Path endings. As unlike all of the others, the ending for this one starts just before you step out of the demi-plane for the final confrontation, so to speak, because that portal will instead be one of the time portals we've been stepping in throughout the story as an Aeon. Except this time it's going to take us to the moment where the World Wound was created to begin with, meaning that we can stop it before that ever happens, effectively altering time to a degree that means that all of this stuff just never even happened to begin with. Now, right away, when you arrive at the undestroyed version of Threshold in the past, you'll encounter some witch hunters and others arguing, and if you resolve this peacefully, you can get a peaceful ending for Sarkoris even, where a new code of laws and things like that were set up for mages and spellcasters of all sorts to basically cause them to not be so persecuted in the region. But eventually you're going to make your way down to Arilu, the place where she opened the World Wound, and you're going to fight her and a bunch of high-level demons. And once this fight is over, you'll effectively alter time. You'll make it to where she never opened the World Wound to begin with, which means you yourself will cease to exist because obviously she never made you or gave you your mythic power. It's possible to do this and leave a memory of yourself in the minds of your companions, which gives you a fundamentally different ending than basically everything else possible. In many ways, this ending works out for the best for most of the people we've met along the way, outside of a few exceptions, such as Anivia, who simply died a quiet death in the River Kingdoms, and your companions took your memory to heart, and it affected them even though you technically never existed. Like, say, Arushale is still a succubus because the World Wound never having been opened doesn't put her on the path to redemption, so to speak, which means it's a very unique outcome as far as this game is concerned. But that pretty much sums up all of the major endings. So again, ultimately 10 endings for the mythic path, the secret ending, which has a bunch of variations, and then the sort of default generic ending. Now, outside of just that, there's obviously a ton of variations in regards to your companions, what happens to them, what happens to other characters you've met along the way, who died, who survived. And I'm not going to go over every single one of those because frankly would be here all day. But with that, I think you get the gist of the entirety of the story of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. A video it took me a tremendous amount of time to sort of coordinate and pull together, so I genuinely hope it was helpful and that you learned what you want to learn, or maybe you saw a mythic path that you wouldn't have been able to play through the game as otherwise. But in any event, it's been a real joy to make this, and hopefully people enjoyed it, as this is sort of drawing a close to a very long amount of time I've spent with this game and covering it over the years as it met with its final updates. But that is pretty much going to do it for this one. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, all of that YouTube jazz, especially in the case of a video like this where it is extremely long. I would really appreciate giving it all the attention you can and sharing it so it does as well as is possible, because while I honestly don't expect this to get a lot of views day one with how long it is, I'm hoping over time it really accumulates and more people can enjoy this game and the things they didn't see if they only had time to play through it once. But regardless of all that, truly, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.